Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing Tembe TV and your favorite political show, The Open Forum. Our discussion that is geared towards addressing the current political development and how you need to respond to the same. Well, today we are looking at the DP Ruto's claim. He said, "No one can rig me out." So the question we're asking tonight, is it that he is the master of rigging, or he has the proof to rigging? And of course, there has been AZIMIO and JUBILEE campaigns around the country. JUBILEE harvested today some MCAs who are crossing from UDA back to the ruling party JUBILEE. And then AZIMIO was in the city of Nairobi and other parts of the country, pushing ahead the AZIMIO La Umoja agenda. We'd love to hear what you think about all this, and you're free to join. Well, the link to use to get in the studio is right here. I want you to click on it, allow StreamYard to get full control over your camera as well as your audio, and you will be set to join me in the discussion. No one can rig me out, says DP Ruto. What makes him that confident? Is it that he's the master of rigging, or he has rigging proof? He's the only one that has rigging proof. We would want to see what you think and hear. What you conclude about all that. And of course, the latest development on the front of campaigns that are countrywide from different quarters. And I will look forward to enjoying this time together, even as we look closely to see what is it that is meant. Politicians say many things. To understand what they are saying, you must listen to what they are not saying. And so that is what makes this program important, even as we hear different people on how they see what it is that is happening, being said, and being claimed by different politicians. Margaret Achola, thank you so much for joining us. Judith Baeri, karibu kwa show. Jared Joram Wangira, thank you so much. Stanley Nambita, karibu kwa show. Tunakushukuru sana kwa kujoin. Of course, Bishop Sila Lastborn, asante sana kwa kujiunga nasi. Romans Omuto, asante Alum, thank you so much. I am fine here. Eli Kolum, asante sana. Akengo Omwangu, we appreciate you on board from Nairobi. Inawezekana, asante sana. Bakils Mohammed, thank you so much. Asante sana. Evans Ekada, we are glad you're watching. Kuna DPP 230 million in cash. Hiyo pesa ni ya nani? That's also another aspect that we will need to look at. Charles Namati Oduor, thank you so much. Livingston Chafua, asante sana. George Oruenyo, karibu kwa show. Alex Tekong, hey, majina leo imekuwa ngoma. Joel Gore, thank you so much. Fatuma Nasimiyu, thank you. Everine Anyango, thank you so much. We appreciate your joining us and continued support to Tembe TV. Now it is time to dive deep into the subject and find out what is cooking on the other aspect of political perspective. Mnaona mambo vipi? Haya mambo yanaishia wapi? Claims of rigging and nobody can rig me out. What are they? Where are they headed with all this? Catherine Akinyi, karibu kwa show. Kevin Otieno, asante sana. Johnson Ohuko, karibu kwa show. Hemston Kips Rotich, thank you so much. Victor Victoria's Vicky, thank you so much. Helen Langat, asante sana. Trimba News, whichever that means, hello to you, thank you so much. Susan Otieno, asante. Balozi Enoch Puto, thank you so much. Evans Ekada, we have talked about you. Thank you so much. Kunaida Barak, David Olo, Jemedari, namna gani leo? John Mogosi, asante sana. Charles Namati Oduor, we are glad you are there. Kuna Nambo Henry and the rest of you that are joining, karibuni sana. Mambo ni kama hayo. DP anasema yeye hawezi kuwa rigged out. Kwa nini anasema hivyo? Je, yeye ndio mwenye kujua jinsi ya kurig ama yeye amepata jinsi ya kuzuia rigging? Na hiyo inatokana na nini? Hilo ndio swala nyeti ambalo lazima tulichambue leo, tujue mbivu na mbichi. Asante sana. Bwana Omar, hali vipi?
Mimi niko poa. Jana nilikuwa nimeingia, lakini nikaona kuna mawaidha nyingi, sasa nikasema acha niende nikalale.
Wewe ukaniachia kazi, alafu malipo hujatuma. Sasa unanifanyisha overtime peke yako kwa nini?
Ndio hivyo.
Haya, karibu tuambie.
Hiyo hata leo sijawakisha TV yangu, nimezima tu kwa sababu nikiona UDA sipendangi kuona vile wanazungumza matope, lakini tukikuja kwa hiyo mada ya DP kusema hakuna mtu anaweza kumuibia, hizi election zimeisha zote kuanzia 2007 ile election violence na 2013 na 2017. Mzee baba Raila Odinga alikuwa anaambia wananchi kila mara, pigeni, mambo mengine mniachie mimi. Akasema raundi hii hakuna mtu anaweza kufanya uwizi wa kura, tukambelieve, lakini tulikuwa tunadhani tutawapanga system, tukapata system inatupanga sisi, hakuna otherwise vile tunaweza kufanya. Na kuhusu DP anasema yukuja masala, anasema hakuna mtu anaweza kumibia. Maybe yeye ndio alikuwa anaibia mzee, hatuwezi tukajua. Lakini vile mimi najua vile DP anaanza kuzungumza, DP anaanza kupanic. Zile mambo zote anazungumza, DP anaanza kupanic. DP ako na skando hiyo ya DRC, nimeona ametuma Kilana Babu na Mwamba kwenda kupatia apologize, na huyo Hussein Mohamed wamewatuma Kongo. DP kila kitu akizungumza, utaangalia DP ameanza kupanic. Kwa nini anasema ati hakuna mtu anaweza kumuibia? Si anasema yeye hakuna kitu inaitwa system, na yeye ni deputy president, anasema hakuna kitu inaitwa system. Sasa ache kupanic, atulie. Mbona ana wasiwasi? Kwa sababu hii inaonyesha drama za DP ni kama hii election inakuja. Mimi naona hata kubali results, atakataa results. Vile anazungumza, dalili kuona DP hata kubali kushindwa. Kwa nini anaanza kupanic saa hii? Anajua nini zaidi ya hiyo mambo ya rigging? Maybe atuambie. Maybe ni master. Lakini vile mimi najua DP anaanza kupanic. Na kitu ingine imenifurahisha pia kusikia speech ya Kalonzo Musyoka, imeonyesha waziwazi Kalonzo Musyoka anataka kukuja Azimio. Kuna discussion inaendelea between yeye na Azimio, na kuhusu jana ile mambo ya Moses Kuria alikuwa anazungumza, ni kama ako na mambo, yani kuna mambo upande ya DP haijamfurahisha. Wacha tuone reaction ya Moses Kuria vile atakuja. Na kuhusu ile kampeni ya Ukambani leo ilikuwa inaongozwa kuanzia jana na leo, Charity Ngilu, Kibudha Kibwana na Mutua. Mambo sio mbaya, lakini kafaa tuanze kukua, tunaanza kukimbia hata sisi, tusikae hivi, yani tusikae, kwa sababu DP unaona vile anafunga mkanda anaenda huku na huku. Alafu kuna kitu ingine pia sijakubaliana nayo kuhusu hii, kuna poll, I think mmeona hizo statement, kuna mambo wana cook. Ukiangalia Star ikitoa hiyo maneno jijazilie Star ni ya nani? Ni nani ana control hii Star? Kwa sababu hizo hisabu za hizo statement vile naziangalia na different na statement zingine iko different things. Hizo poll kuna mtu anapika. Unajua saa hii mabloga wako wengi sana, na sidhani kama kuna jambo. Alafu ile mambo ya jana wakati Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa Dubai, Azimio mpaka imefika nchi za nje. Tunashukuru, inaonyesha Raila Odinga na Uhuru Kenyatta wana nguvu. Dubai wanasema Azimio, inaonekana hii imefika mbali sana. Na kuhusu William Ruto kutuma watu Kongo, ameona hapa kutanuka. Sasa wacha awatume hao waende wakaombe msamaha. Hiyo tu kwa sasa.
Asante sana Bwana Omar kwa maoni yako, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Tusonge mbele, naomba tumsikilize Bwana Wangira dakika mbili hivi ili tusonge mbio mbio. Karibu.
How are you, Bernard?
I'm well. How are you today?
I'm fine. How is everybody there? Mama Selina, how are you?
I'm fine.
Bantu, how are you?
Oh, okay, brother. Thank you very much.
And everybody else, how are you? Okay. I want to start giving my contribution today by looking at something that is running down your screen, where the Deputy President William Ruto is saying that nobody can rig him out. To me, I want to sum them up. I want to sum that type of statement is so simply as rhetorics that are being used to prepare grounds for him to refuse to accept the results of the 2022 presidential elections. Because I don't understand why he keeps on saying that he cannot be rigged and nobody can rig him, unless there's something more that he knows that we don't know. No? Why is he so afraid, and why is he talking of rigging when nobody else is talking about rigging? This is somebody who has discovered that he's going to lose this election, and he must get an excuse to say why he never lost. So the only excuse he has is to say that I was rigged out. And that's the only ground that he'll have to refuse to accept the result of the 2022 presidential election. So as far as I'm concerned, William Ruto is only preparing grounds to refuse to accept the results in August. Moving on, Oh, last night, last evening, I was not part of your panel because I was a little bit tired. But there was something that was trending. It was trending on social media. There was this propaganda that was trending on social media that was claiming that Kalonzo Musyoka had moved to Tanga Tanga. And you know, the Tanga Tanga guys were so much celebrating yesterday evening, those people who followed it on Facebook. To me, I want to call that one as uh, enjoying what we call false orgasm, because that was purely false orgasm that they were enjoying yesterday. Because today, when Kalonzo Musyoka was in Kisi, he made it very clear, and he gave the chronology of how they have worked with Raila Odinga and made it very clear that as far as he's concerned, the people he is negotiating with is President Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga. Then yesterday, if you watched Citizen TV on JKL, there was Moses Kuria, and as I had indicated earlier, I think the other day, that signs are showing that Moses Kuria could be heading to AZIMIO. Yesterday, he made it very clear that when he left Kenya, going to Dubai for treatment, uh, uh, William Ruto had declared that he's not going to partner with any other party. That if you want to join him, you must join him as a member of UDA, but not as any other partner. So he was wondering whether now Ford Kenya and ANC are Ugandan parties, and if they are Ugandan parties, when William Ruto is going to open when William Ruto is going to allow Kenyan parties also to join his coalition. You see, that's how he was mocking. That's how he was mocking William Ruto, an indicator that, as far as he's concerned, he's likely to join Azimio. And remember, he even acknowledged that while in Dubai on Tuesday, I think, he had an opportunity of having a discussion with His Excellency the President Uhuru Kenyatta. So, looking at all those signs, as far as Moses Kuria is concerned, all indicators are that he's likely to join Azimio. Then today, after the fire that was lit by William Ruto himself in regard to DRC Congo, I've seen that he has sent my friend Ababu Namwamba to go to the Congolese mission here to Nairobi to try and fight it, because it was now becoming too much and it was burning so fast. So he had to find a way to put it off, and today we saw him send Ababu Namwamba to try and put it off. Oh, there is something that was there's a development that is very, very interesting, and I don't want to speculate on it very much, but I'll let your guess be as good as mine. This gentleman called Kemboi, who was arrested with over 200 million shillings in foreign currency at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. You know, already we have money laundering laws in place already, but you'll wonder, why was a man carrying over 200 million shillings in cash? Why? And you know, he purports that he had traveled from the lands of my in-law. He had traveled from Jumbura to Nairobi with 200 million shillings in cash. What was this money for? You know, that's what I hope that state security machinery will investigate him to try and find out on why he was carrying over 200 million shillings in cash and what it was meant for. Finally, on Ukambani campaign, you know, over the last 1 or 2 days, Alfred Mutua, the governor for Machakos, has been attacking Kalonzo Musyoka directly. There were these direct attacks where he even claimed that Kalonzo Musyoka demanded, I think, 3 billion Kenya shillings. But when I watched their discussion, their campaigns today, he has tuned down. I think somebody must have told him that, you know, that's not the direction we want to go. We don't want to go that direction. You remember the Jimmy Wanjigi type of direction where he was attacking Raila Odinga in Kalonzo Musyoka's meetings until Kalonzo Musyoka said enough is enough. I think somebody must have told Alfred Mutua that no, Kalonzo is one of us, and you know we don't want this friendly fire. So tune down on him. We don't want to see you attacking Kalonzo Musyoka. So I've seen him tune down. Today he did not attack Kalonzo Musyoka as much as he did yesterday. I think that's all that I have for now. I'll allow somebody else to also contribute. Asante sana Bernard.
Okay, thank you Mr. Wangira. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Alex
Canada.
Alex, leo uko na fine kama 3 hivi.
Hakuna shida, hizo tunalipanga haraka sana. Tuko na pesa hapo kwa airport nyingi sana, tunawalipa.
Ndio naona. Naona msishie taarifa yangu. Mnaendanga hapo tukufanya nini? Tunaleta tu hapa direct.
Hiyo tutaleta, kwanza tunaleta cash, hard money, dollars. Ukiangalia vizuri maneno ya hiyo kwanza hiyo yenye Wangira amesema, kwanza acha ni congratulate Wangira. Wangira speaks in a very fluid way. He seems to be one man who's not only learned but who grabs things at his finger points. And I wish he would have been my professor in college because he puts things so easy. So congratulations, Mr. Wangira, for being part of the panelists here and being part of a group that makes Mutembei to be a better place. Having said that, I will start with what you say, Dio Kitu ya Pesa. You know, putting in place the new currency was the right thing, but they did it in a wrong way. They left the former finance minister, Koskei, to be there too long to know exactly what needed to be done, and therefore he took the government secrets to people who had laundered money. And by the time they were making effect of that, what they were trying to prevent, the money that had been laundered, the money that was stuck in warehouses, in pallets, had already been shipped. And some of the money, you remember, went to Tanzania. And it was caught in Tanzania. That is when Magufuli said, we are not going to exchange any money because this money, Kenya is trying to change its currency, and it looks like this is corruption money. And you remember, you know, the president went to Tanzania, and later on, the Tanzania wakatupea some peacocks, and which was not really the essence, which was to bring the money back to Kenya and to ship back the gold that was held in Kenya back to Tanzania. But what I'm saying, these monies that were shipped out of the country, it was effective. The reason for the new currency really did not materialize because most of the money that had been stacked on warehouses and on pallets, at one time uliona pesa ilipeanwa kule Ukambani, and Alfred Mutua akasema pesa ikapeanwa, alafu ilikuwa lazima ikaanikwa siku mbili, askari wakaichunga huko nje, na hizo pesa zilikuwa na mold. It had stayed on a warehouse somewhere mpaka pesa imekuwa na mold, lazima ingeanikwa nje kama mahindi. So that money will find itself coming back because of the corruption that is in Kenya, which is very sad. The second thing I would like to say quickly is the DP again is making the second blunder. The second blunder is the woman that complained about DP Ruto yesterday told the deputy president, not the UDA leader, the deputy president, to apologize. And now he forgets. And I've said there all the time, the guy doesn't remember that he's the vice president. Now he's sending UDA people to Congo. But you know, I mean, the DP is a sick man. hata unieke quarantine nitasema mara tatu. That guy is really sick kwa sababu a government cannot tell the deputy, because her words were the person who's running for the second, the person who's running for the highest office in Kenya should have a responsibility and also public speaking in terms of diplomacy. And that is what is missing. When that was said yesterday, it was directed to Kenya media and also through the embassy. What the deputy needed to do, he will have gone through the Congolese embassy in Kenya via the foreign ministry, foreign affairs ministry. Because as I said yesterday, when we have alteration, they take stages. The first one is verbal, the second one is written, the third one is, withdrawal and the effect, and lastly now completely cessation of the relationship that we have, whether be economic pact, visas and everything. And you saw what happened to Dubai. The other was it UAE, whereby we couldn't travel there at all because we had a small alteration. So the DP still forgets that he is not a law unto himself. He must use the protocols to apologize. Who is Ababu Namwamba? Who is Hussein? Those are nonsensicalists. We don't recognize them. Those are UDA masqueraders. So what was said by that woman was to Kenya. Kenya needs to apologize to Congo. And when we apologize, we have relevant authorities. So I think the DP is making another mistake and is going to be forced again to go back to the drawing board and apologize with the right procedure. Whatever he did, it's going to fail. That is futile. That is futile. Unless the Congolese government also wants to do things in a kitchen way. Lastly, tunaenda kwa mada ya leo. When somebody say nobody can rig me out, two things remains out. It means there is rigging in Kenya. And secondly, because you say nobody can rig me out, it means somebody has been rigged before. So if there are these two things, so the DP should tell us what kind of rigging is there in Kenya, first and foremost, because he seems to know it. Then he should tell us who has been rigged, the more reason he is telling us for him he can't be rigged. Once he answers these questions, then we can go to his question. That confirms what the lady said yesterday, and I think they have put DP Ruto in a trap. I don't think the words by Sabina Chege, were by coincidence. Now they are putting DP in a trap. They are putting Chebukati in a trap. And very soon, I think what will come out is very easy. The DP must answer the questions that many Kenyans have asked behind. Were the servers in his house or they were in IEBC? Why are we not opening the servers? So the issue of rigging is going to be part of the issue that we are going to face until the election. And if we don't resolve it earlier enough, whoever that wins is going to have legitimacy issue. The one that Uhuru missed until he had to get Raila. The moment the handshake came and those people shook hand, for the first time, Uhuru had legitimacy to rule Kenya. He could go anywhere as a president of the Republic of Kenya. And we don't want a country whereby every contestation in election, we go through illegitimacy. 2007, you saw that. 2013, the same thing. 2017, the same thing. We cannot afford again to go to 2022 with illegitimacy, whereby every election is contested. We need to get to a point whereby if we do not have a trust in a certain organization, formation, or institution such as IEBC has totally failed Kenya. And these things of rigging are not just being said to you and me, Bernard. This thing falls at the feet of Chebukati. He needs to explain why is the IEBC being censored more often than any other IEBC, the rigging. Until he addresses that, the other things he's doing, like calling people out, if that is true, then he should also call the DP, because the DP has opined that elections have been rigged. So if they called Chege, I think they should also call who? The DP to answer it, if they are honest about calling people before the IEBC. But otherwise, the question that remains is, when was the rigging done, and who was rigged before? Who is going to be rigged? So we should start with first question first. What was the rigging? When was the rigging? Where was the first rigging? Who was rigged before? Who is going to be rigged next? So those are my few points for today. And I hope we are going to have a robust debate today, and we should focus on the DP to tell us. We should insist at Wambie who was rigged and when was he rigged before he get rigged.
Thank you, Panelists. We appreciate your candid submission, and I agree with you. DP Ruto seems to be asking for the highest seat, but he seems to have zero diplomatic sense. If he doesn't understand international relations and he wants to lead a nation, to me, that beats all my understanding. Government protocols, who can go and answer which question where. If all those things are to him, he thinks he's a local, wherever. No wonder he's in for Juakali, Mama Mboga, and Mkokoteni to be the economy to run the country. Without losing respect for him, he just needs to appreciate that there are things that he doesn't know, and he should ask those that know before he goes out to run his mouth or make any statements. You lose nothing by asking somebody. Yeah, he say that a blind man with the right guide is better off than a man with two eyes, okay, who doesn't know where he's going, yet he's too proud to ask another person. If you don't know the way, you don't lose by asking. If you can't ask the opponent, ask your friends. They will tell you and advise you rightly if they are true friends. Well, thank you very much. Naomba sasa tuende kwa Mama Selina ndio turudi kwa Romance for gender balance. Habari ya mami leo?
Salama sana. Nasalamia
Karibu.
kila mtu katika hii Mtembei TV. Nashukuru wale wametuanzisha kuongea, na mimi pia nikianzia hii maneno ya rigging. Sasa mambo ya rigging siwezi ongea. I was one day rigged out. I was once rigged out. Me personally now. Nilisimama kiti ya parliament Nakuru 206 na chama ya KANU wakati tulipoteza Miruki Kariuki. So tukaenda nomination. Ruto alikuwa director of election. Uhuru alikuwa our chairman. Enrico Skei alikuwa my vice chair. So mambo ya rigging kwa watu ya KANU na director of election that time, which was my vice president, what do we call, deputy president for now. These people, as this small Mama Selina, I have sit down with Uhuru Kenyatta tukitengeneza KANU na Ruto na Koskei. So I was a victim of rigging. And again, deputy president na Uhuru na sisi, Biwott was a victim of rigging Kasarani, ya kwamba tulienda uchaguzi ya Kasarani na tukakuwa na kompyuta mbili. Kompyuta moja iko na list ya delegates. Biwata akikuja anaonyeshwa hiyo. Biwata akienda nje, director of election anatoa kompyuta ingine yenye iko na delegates wale wa kurik. Kwa hivyo kuna watu wanajua mambo ya rigging kushinda vile tunafikiria. So when I was rigged, nikipakisha polling station 3, nikaitwa nikamwambia kimbia, kuna emergency. Nikauliza kama nitakimbia na watu yangu, nikaambiwa no, ni kitu kidogo. Kufika Amerika nikakuta Koskei, nikakuta kila mtu, watu ya TV, ninaambiwa mama, ulikuwa umejaribu sana kupita lakini umeshindwa. Nikauliza na kura zangu ijaisapiwa saa wote 3. Then Koskei say, because tunatoka naye mahali moja, he say, but this is what is happening. And I say, okay. So I call my people. I'm sorry kuwapeleka nyuma, but ni mzuri kwa sababu I was part of it, and the people who are talking about rigging, we were together in Kano. So nikaambiwa, mama, ukubali mtu anaitwa David Manyara amekushinda. So I call my people, tukatoka nje, tukapiga nduru, tukafanya, but the what was so clever. Midnight akaniita nikapelekwa Nairobi. Nikaenda Nairobi Club. That is where I met Njenga Karume. That is where I met my friend Martha Karua and some people. Now I had to decide between Kanu na rigging na mimi. So mimi pia nikaweka watu yangu wakapigia kura na Kenya, na tukakuwa na first member of parliament kwa chama ya NAK ikiwa Nakuru. So nikirudi hapo mambo ya rigging, mtu hawezi ongea rigging kama ajui. Na mwenye unauliza, Alex ameuliza, tunataka kujua nani alikuwa rigged. Alex, baba alirig ama baba alirikiwa? Ukiwa na msichana unamtongosa na unahakika hiyo msichana umenyang'anya mtu, hiyo msichana ni Alex na amelala na Alex, na wewe unakuja unasema huyu msichana ni yangu, alafu watu wanakuuliza lakini ile msichana ni Alex, unasema no, nitapiga mtu ama nitaua mtu, na wewe unajua hakika wewe hiyo msichana ni ya nani. So hapa hivi najua nitaongea, na mimi najua kuna watu watarudi wanitusi na waseme Selina sijui. Atuongei kwa sababu ya ukabila, tunaongea kwa sababu ya Kenya. I'm talking kama Mkenya. I'm not talking about my tribe or who is who or who is who. So wale wanakaa nyuma wakitaka warudi waseme mama Selina, mimi nataka kusema hivi. Wenye kuanzisha rigging, mtu kama Raila alikuwa opposition, Martha Karua alikuwa opposition, hii group ingine yote hata wakukuwa najua maneno ya kununuana. Watu walikuwa namfuata tu, lakini rigging, director of election ya Kanu, rigging ilianza wakati ya Biwot, kama ananyang'anywa kiti ya chairman ndio Uhuru apatiwe, na pesa ika exchange mkono, hapo ndio mahali tuko leo. Msiulize. So if Selina today say you cannot rig me, yes, because I know how to rig. Ile kitu tunataka kuambia Kenyans wakuwe ready. Kuna makompyuta 2, 3. Wewe Alex ukikuja tunakupatia ile unaona kama ni yako, ukiondoka tunatoa ile ingine. So mambo ya rigging kuna watu walianza zamani na and they know what is rigging. The only thing ni kwamba Kenyans lazima tujue Chebukati. Kwanza watu walisema yeye ni ango ya sijui Waitangula, sijui nani. Tunataka hiyo watu ya kwamba sasa kabla hatujaenda election, it is 7 months to 6 months. Vile Sabina Cheka alisema tulirik. Alisema kama mnasema tuliwarik, then what is wrong with us again riking you? Hiyo ndiye swali ilifanya huyo mama. So nataka wale viongozi wakubwa wameongea yao iwezi rikiwa. Kwa nini? Kama baba alirikiwa kwa sababu ni mzee? Lano. Hakukuwa mzee, alikuwa kiongozi na alisimama. So tufungue sapa ndio tuwache, alafu hiyo to clean. Kwanza nataka kuomba Kenyans, mahali itaprintiwa today mambo ya ballot boxes, mambo ya listi ya majina isikaribie. Watu wametangulia kukimbia Dubai, amjui walienda kufanya nini. Mkasema tumeenda Italy, amjui tulienda fanya nini. We want now kusema tunataka kujua mapema wale watu watapatiwa hiyo sabuni. Ninasikia wanaita sabuni, sijui ni sabuni ile yetu ya vyombo ama ni sabuni ingine. Tunataka kujua ya kwamba who will hold on, nani atapatiwa hiyo. Hapo ndiye mahali shida iko. Haya, sasa mambo ya Kongo. Nafikiria serikali ya Kenya, Foreign Affairs Ministry, wamekataa kuomba msamaha kwa sababu si Kenya, si serikali ya Kenya ilitusi Kongo. It was a person. Na sasa yeye amesema mara mingi amefungiwa nje. So akituma na na mwamba, akituma marafiki zake, anaona anafanya msaha. Yani anaona hiyo watu ya Kongo, they are not serious. Kama ni msamaha ya ukweli, uwezi tumana penat. Kama unataka tusameane, hata kama ni uchungu namna gani, you come by yourself. Lete wase wawili, sema unipige, uniue, but I'm here. Unisamee, nilifanya makosa. Lakini ukitumana ni kwamba pia watu wanafikiria ni mchezo. Hawa watu wameenda kutembea. Na kuja mambo ya pesa ya Kemboi. Kuna pesa mnajua in 3 months ama sijui pesa gani watu walienda. Msungu alitoka Turkey, alienda kufungua factory Uganda ya kutengeneza vaccine, alafu wengine wakanyimwa. Alafu pia Gwabusia kuna pesa mingi sana ilishikwa hapo. Na machina pia tukaambiwa kama hizo ya Kemboi na Kiblaga na Kibro, I don't know sisi Kibrono na Kemboi na Selina na Cherotich. Sijui pesa zetu tulipeleka lini, saa ng'ombe ama saa mahindi, tukakuwa naye kwa mahindi ya machirani ndiye tunarutisha. I want kuambia hiyo watoto wengine wanatumiwa, be careful. Hizo pesa nyinyi ndiye mnashikwa, muwache wenye pesa walete pesa sao. Lakini nyinyi kuwa mapie, alafu sasa mnaripia wakale nchini wote. Hiyo pesa ni mingi sana. Mtu kama Kemboi, na ukiona yeye si mzee, atafika 50 years, kijana ya karibu 30 ama 25, na tunashangaa ni biashara gani Kemboi alifanya akakuwa na pesa kiasi hiyo. Ama hata Moi mwenye amekuwa Kenya na amekuwa president miaka mingi, sidhani kama kuna kijana yake moja anyway na wamekula Kenya anaweza kuwa na hiyo pesa kama mchezo. So all these things tunataka wa Kenya wajue. Penat, watu wakilalamika wewe ni mwizi ama unaipa ng'ombe ama wewe unafungua mlango wa mama wakilala, hakuna mtu anasema uongo. Mpaka mtu mmoja amejua unatembeanga usiku na umepatikana. Ukiwa clean, hakuna mtu atakuja aseme wewe Penat ama Alex umeruka mpaka kuna mtu amekupata. So hii mambo ya wizi kuna watu wanajua. Hii mambo ya pesa kuna watu wanajua. So tunataka kuambia Kenya wachichunge. Wacha nikuje Machakos. Yes, mkutano ya 3 governors wameongea, na nirudi huko Kisii kwa Alex. Mbona hujaongea na ndugu yako? Amepata leo MP mmoja alikuwa anasema alikuwa okoa, lakini watu walienda, akaamua amerudi ameshikana na Kalonzo, na tunamwombea anaomba kiti, lakini Kalonzo pale akarudi akaongea akasema yeye hawezi ungana na mwisi. Alirudi akasema anangoja Uhuru Kenyatta atengeneze chama yake ya Jubilee. Kwa hivyo ni kama kwamba Kalonzo hata kama anaingia Azimio afanye leo contract na Raila, anasign na Jubilee ndio waende washikane na Raila, na akaomba akasema, jameni baba niachie leo, ameomba. Sasa sijui kati ya Jubilee na Kalonzo na baba nani ako na watu wengi kwa Azimio, lakini ameomba hili kwamba nilisikia Uhuru anapeana running mate. So naesafikiria kwa udogo wangu ya kwamba running mate ile Uhuru atapeana kama Jubilee na Kalonzo wameshikana Wiper, wanaweza uliza baba apatiwe running mate. Hiyo of which that one is good. Na alisema mimi na Raila 2023 tulikuja tukaambiwa tumepita, tukaambiwa tumeanguka. 2017 tukakuja na baba tukakuwa tumepita, tukaambiwa tumeanguka, kumaanisha hao watu wako pamoja. So hiyo ni moja, lakini sasa kabla ya hiyo, wacha Kenyans, Sabina Cheke ako na kesi, Orengo, kuna our lawyers. Tunataka sasa pia Deputy President, kwa sababu yeye ni serikali, atusaidie sana tujue hii watu ya kurik watu, kwa sababu sisi wa Kenya tumechoka na hiyo watu wana rig election. Na hata mimi singetaka Deputy arikiwe, ningetaka apite vizuri sana, ama baba apite mzuri sana. Sasa Deputy utusaidie, tumetafuta hawa wesi. Siku ile kuna kiti ya senator ilikuwa inapiganiwa Kericho, na kuna mtu alikuwa anaitwa Paul Sang ya KANU na alikuwa ameichukua, na ninasikia hiyo rigging ilikuwa inafanyikana katika Kericho Club na ikapatilishwa hiyo rigging. Pia watu waambie huyo mtu alikuwa na rig katika huko Kericho T-zone. Hiyo rigging ilifanya mpaka ikafanyika Paul Sang akaanguka, na kila mtu alikuwa amechukua. Tunataka hiyo maneno ya rigging inajulikana, tufuate hiyo mkuu ya ng'ombe. Najua mimi ni Mkale, kama Mluya anakuja ipa ng'ombe yangu ama Pokot, ninataka kujua ililala wapi, ikaamukia wapi, ikafika wapi. Sasa mimi rigging yangu nilianzia Nakuru, nikaenda Biwot, nikakaka, ikaingia Chamapuch, ikaruti ikaingia Kasarani, ikaruti 2013, imeruti 2017. Hii mkuu tunafuata ya huyu mwisi ya kuipa ni nani? Asanteni. Nafikiri hayo ni yangu, na nimesema kama Mkenya. Na kama wewe unataka kutetea baba na wewe ni Kiprotich, kuja. Kama wewe unataka kutetea Deputy na wewe ni Anyango ama ni Chepkemboi, kuja tetea. Hapana ngoja mtu akitoa maneno yake kama Mkenya unataka kujifanya wewe ni msafi ndio uende ulipwe. Tulipita hapo, na tetea nchi ya Kenya. Asante.
Thank you very much Mama Selina, hiyo ni kali sana, lakini naamini ujumbe umefika na kila Mkenya amakinike, hakuna kuachwa nyuma. Ng'ombe zetu mpaka zirudi 2013 2017 tena wanapanga kuchukua za 2022, haiwezekani. Lazima ng'ombe zetu zirudi. Naomba sasa tusikilize hii video alafu ndio turejelee mada yetu. One moment. Is it just a moment? Hii video inapata.
Bernard,
1 minute. Yes.
simu ya Honorable Buni inakatika na alikuwa anataka kutusalimia. Simu yake inakatika. Hawana moto leo. Honorable Buni. Honorable Buni anataka tu kutusalimia, simu yake inakatika.
Sawa.
Wanajua ya kwamba huyo mzee hawezi, ndio wanajaribu kumpembeleza hata kama uwezi. Na mnajua, wanajua ya kwamba huyo mzee hawezi, ndio wanajaribu kumpembeleza hata kama uwezi, ati tutakuibia kura. Yeye mkiona kweli mtu ya kitendawili anaweza kuiba kura ya hasla? Inawezekana? So wale wanasema ati watapangia mzee wa kitendawili ati watuibie kura. Mimi nataka niwaambie hiyo ndoto ya mchana. Punguzeni bangi na mpunguze pombe. Hiyo kazi haiwezekani.
Alex, msee hata kama ni ya 90 years ama 100 years akishikiliwa, mtoto natoka, wajue namna hiyo. Bora tu iko atasaa. So kwa hivyo atashikiliwa na mtoto atatokea.
Asante Mama Selina. Abraham alipata akiwa 120. Inawezekana. Honorable Bundi, gani kati ya hizi mbili unapunguza, bangi ama pombe? Bundi ni kama ametupwa nje. Romance.
Hello.
Yes, welcome.
Simu inaweza simika nikiongea.
Wacha Bundi.
Yes brother.
Ulikuwa unijibu swali langu. Endelea.
Thank you. Unajua hata ile kitu nilikuwa naongea ni kama Alex aliongea juu ya deputy president kutuma wabunge wa official wa UDA waende kuomba msamaha. Hiyo inamaanisha amesaa kupali yeye si deputy president wa Kenya. Kitu kingine mimi niko na furaha kwa sababu Kalonzo amesimama kwa mchanga ya kwetu kule Kisii, amesema yeye anaunga mkono Uhuru. Akitacha Uhuru amesaa tacha Raila. Hiyo pia ni furaha nyingine ya leo kwamba tunaendelea kusonga. Kitu kingine ilikuwa naongelea ni hii polling ya leo inaweka Ruto mbele. Sasa mimi nasangaa watu wanaochinja watu na wanikutangi, na mimi niko Nairobi kila mahali. Wanaochingi nani? Marafiki yangu wote hakuna mtu wamekuta. Wherever I'm working ya wajaisikia wako kwa geti wanapanda hiyo mastairs kwa sababu ni mingi. Lakini nikamalizia kujijibu kwamba kama anaweza nunua wabunge mpaka wapadrika kabisa wataje na hata wao pia kununua ni rahisi. Ya mwisho ni juu ya pesa hii imepatikana airport. Hiyo sitaongelea kwa ndani sana kwa sababu si zangu za kipekee, lakini ukweli ni kwamba maybe kuna mingi yenye hatujui. Shida ni moja, Ruto anaweza kuwa anacheza kadi yake lakini pia anachezwa pia. Hiyo pesa iko sangine haikuwa hivyo, sangine ilikuwa mingi, ikakucha ikasemekana ikakatwa, ikaambiwa enda setup ikafanywa, mtu akashikwa. So ukiona hiyo yenye imetangazwa hiyo 270 something,
sangine kuna mambo black and white mingi, so Oscar
Bwana Bundi, uko salama? Amekwama? Turudi kwa nani, kwa Romans Omuto.
Asante sana na nawasalimu katika jina la Yesu.
Amina.
Kwa muda hii,
Welcome.
amen. Sasa kulingana na hii mada ya leo, hii maneno ya rigging, I think from a very great person like Deputy President kutamka neno kama hilo, it is something we have to look at it deeply, kwa sababu mmoja ni mtu amekuwa serikalini in 2 elections, so which means there's something which has been going on, you know very well. So kutamka kitu kama hiyo ni kama kuna rigging huwa inaendelea na anajua, na kusema kitu kama hicho ni kama hiyo kitu wanafanyanga this time round haiko side yake ama what's going on, because ni kama is aware of something going on and it has been happening to some of the colleagues in the past. So something like that one should be narrated and look at it deeply. It is not just something like this, because it is like he knows something. DP Ruto, if you ukiangalia hata siasa yake na siasa sijui yangu 10 ya Ruto ya Uhuru 10, sahii ameireduce ati mnipatie 5, kazi yangu ikikuwa nzuri ndio niongezwe. Ukiona ujanja anatumia ni ile ujanja Museveni pia alitumia. Ukikumbuka Museveni vizuri, Museveni alikuwa Bote in 1986. Alikuwa na vision nyingine, akaambia watu atafanya tu for 2 terms kuchange tu maisha ya watu alafu aache. But that's what we have not been witnessing, because amekataa kusarenda mpaka sahi. So ni kama hiyo ndio ujanja, na ile visit maybe Ruto alikuwa anatumia kwenda Uganda ni kama maybe alienda kuboro, sasa anakuja tu na ujanja, but akishapatiwa tu hivi it is the same rule he will be using. So I think it is not a good person and we have to analyze that, kwa sababu ya ninia pia ya Museveni. Yeye pia alikuja na hiyo ujanja ati atachange maisha ya watu, lakini baadaye mpaka saa hii Uganda is facing a lot na amekataa kabisa. Na nikienda kwa ile attack ya DRC, I've been analyzing that statement today deeply, but nikiona vizuri kitu DP alikuwa anataka kuattack, especially nadhani ni equity. Equity iko DRC kabisa, na equity ni kubwa huko hata kuliko Kenya because of the minerals there in DRC. So most of the business is going on there and equity is very large. Na ukikumbuka wakati ingine kati ya DP Ruto na alikuwa anaitwa James Mwangi wa equity, ile maneno ya 15 billion. So I think kutamuka hiyo neno, Ruto knows very well what was going to happen next. Na kitu alikuwa anataka kuua maybe ni equity, kwa sababu alikuwa anajua tu vile watu walitangaza they will ignore equity, and it was going to be a very great loss to the Equity Bank. So DP Ruto knows very well what he meant by that statement and the effect of that statement to the Equity Bank. So he knew what is going on, and that's not good. as a country like us, because we want to prosper to the greater level. Not nisipoacha hiyo because of his confidence. I think yeye pia lazima jihadhari, because on 25th, I think next week Wednesday, I think President Uhuru is going to Sagana 3, and from there things might change, because Uhuru has been silent and Ruto has been trailing on his ground mpaka amekuwa na nini huko kabisa. So there is something also I want us to use. There are certain example kwa hii nini ya msitu. Unajua lion kama anataka kuattack, ameona prey, anataka kuattack. Unajua anaweza nyamaza kabisa na anaweza tumia time kabisa, just waiting for the one opportunity, slight one, and make good use of it. And if Ruto is not aware, maybe ajui Uhuru anataka kutumia mbinu gani, na atatumia tu strike moja tu ama mbili, and it will change the ground. So Ruto should not be that overproud at the central, because ajui kwa nini Uhuru amenyamaza, hajajitokeza sana. Sasa hapo lazima jiangalie, na Uhuru akitoka, I think this will change, and let us look at it after the Sagana 3 next week. Nikikuja kwa hii poll ya Star, hii poll ya watu 3,000, I disagree. And even there was a day I called a registration, was it last month? I disagree with these people in many grounds. These people used the analysis of 3,000 sample of people in the whole country, and not that ati wanatembea kuuliza, wanapiga simu. Sasa niambie 3,000 in 47 counties, which means one county represent only 63.8 something, let's say 64. So 64 individuals in a county. Na unawapigia simu, si ati umeenda huko, you just look at the role of the IBC, then you just pick. I think that nini is not that good, the way they are using, and the number of people they are calling are also very less, because in Kenya now voters are almost 22 million. So if you take 3,000 to represent 22 million, I think that's just a sign of fallacy, and it should not be done like that. Kwa sababu hata ukiangalia opinion poll ya Ruto na Raila, this time round wamesema Raila just maintain. Ruto is at 47. I think last month he was at 46 point something, which means ameongeza ka percentage ya decimals hapo kidogo, imefika 47. Na hiyo kitu nikiangalia vizuri is not that good, kwa sababu wanasema kwa ngome ya Ruto, tuseme kama Rift Valley, Ruto akona 78, but area ya Raila kama Nyanza akona 62. In my mind, I don't agree with that. 62 in Nyanza for Raila, I don't know, maybe, but I don't agree with it at all. Ukambani wanasema Raila akona 24, hapo Ruto is leading. Na Ukambani ukiangalia vizuri, I don't know why. I don't know whether because Kalonzo has been on the fence, yani haja decide kuenda huku ama huku in the last month. I don't know whether ndio hiyo kitu imefanya Ruto kuwe nini huko. Na kitu pia inajiuliza huko, Ruto hana ile strong candidate Ukambani. Wale wote wako upande wa NARC, Ruto hana mtu huko, mtu strong. So hapo pia anajiuliza kwa nini, na maybe Kalonzo factor may contribute to that. But let's see, right now we have seen Kalonzo making some statement of coming to this side. So that one may change the ground. So on Ruto also, if I may talk on Ruto gaining ground, I think Ruto gaining ground, maybe the fact of Mudavadi and Weta have contributed a little bit. And because Raila unajua haja decide kwa timu yake, and team ya Ruto is full, and I don't think anyone joining Ruto's camp may see a space there. Only in Raila's camp and Uhuru is whereby things has not been aligned. So I think hiyo pia inaweza fanya pia Ruto akuwe na ile poli ya juu kidogo, kwa sababu people see it as the winning team. They have arranged themselves. They have decided on things. People know that these are the people in One Kenya Alliance. But in AZIMIO, they have not structured themselves very well. So I think some of the things which are contributing that maybe is that one. Another thing which may contribute to that, according to me also, this poll is produced on today, 17th. And in the last 10 days, Raila has been out and he has not been campaigning, but Ruto has been campaigning. So maybe if that poll was done on the last 10, including this last 10 days, maybe that may contribute because Raila has been away and Ruto is busy hitting the ground. So why is Raila stronghold struggling? And Raila still maintains and Ruto hits on. That's what sometimes wonders me a lot. Why? Yeye maintain tu ile yake 35, bado 35. Ruto ameongeza ka percentage ka decimal kidogo, ameenda juu. I think kitu saa zingine pia inaweza fanya hiyo, because it is like Ruto may be outside central Kenya, these other people like Northeastern or what. Maybe Ruto is getting some sympathy votes there because wanaona ni kama Uhuru amesaliti naibu wake. Sasa maybe anatumia hiyo mbinu kufika kwa Wakenya wenye hawaelewi hii kitu vizuri. Sasa ni anatumia ile general to see it. Huyu jamaa si tulikuwa na yeye. Si alini promise. Si umeona kitu amefanya sasa, ni mtu mzuri kweli. So unajua kuna watu wengine wanaweza iangalia from that perspective. Na hiyo kitu inaweza fanya pia apate kura zingine. Lakini with the time, if Uhuru and Raila comes out very well and explain to the people, especially the central Kenya, what differs them, na kwa nini, hata ulisikia hata mtu alijaribu kuninio kitu leo kambani, akasema kama huyu jamaa Uhuru amekuwa na yeye the first term, the second term, na akaamua mtu mwenye walikuwa anatembea na yeye, shati yenye inafanana, kila kitu pamoja, na sahi anasema huyu jamaa ni sumu, which means there is something. So things like those ones may change the minds of other people. Kwa sababu rafiki yako umekuwa na yeye kwa muda mrefu, sasa umesema unaachana na yeye, which means kuna kitu alikuwa anatenda vibaya na umemvumilia ya kutosha. So as I conclude, I think Raila na Uhuru, sana Raila, now he is back in Kenya. I think he should be on the ground. Kwa sababu Raila sijaona sana akikampaign sehemu za especially Rift Valley, Kipsigis, let's say Bomet, Kericho, Nandi, Eldoret. Those areas have not seen Raila campaigning on those areas, even Marsabit, Wajir, Mandera, Isiolo. So he should come out right now and start campaigning. He should be on the ground because Ruto anaenda kwa ground. Maybe these are the things also contribute to that. So Raila inafaa sasa wakishamalizana na ile nini ya NDC, sasa wakuje kwa ground for a strong campaign. I think those ones also may change the voting pattern, and I think this opinion poll, we will look at it again. We see these 3,000 people to represent 22 million. How will it go again in the next month? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Romans. Let me quickly, before we bring in WG, say that some of the opinion polls are part of the machinery or forerunners for rigging. You send fake opinion polls for psychological preparation and perception, so that when you cry you've been rigged, it's like they claim you've been leading in the opinion polls. How come now your votes are less and things like that? But from the ground and the look of things around, William Ruto has been riding on a wave of creating the perception other than building a political capacity that can challenge the set up political leadership. And so I don't think they are going any far. But before WG comes in, let's just listen out for this shortly, and then we will be able to move on forward. There is this guy here. He has something to tell us.
Sini kweli? Sinikuwa natembea peke yangu. Saa hii dhaifu. Sini kweli? Sinikuwa natembea peke yangu. Saa hii nimesema naingia kwa wale watu wako na ujuzi wa kuiba na kuhakikisha nimetangazwa mshindi wa Taveta. Tuko pamoja. Kwa hivyo mimi niko Asla, niko UDA, hiyo ndio chama nitasimama nayo. Kwa timu zetu
haya, sio mimi, mtu ana campaign. WG, karibu.
Kenya ina mambo pia anakuambia. Let me begin with the rigging claim, because that is what is on currently before we go to other issues. I think someone also opined is that the DP is in Central, and Central is where he's hoping to get his ticket. So he must encourage, he must fill them with hope, because any perception that he is losing, after all, will dishearten and demoralize his voters, leave alone going to vote. But the voter apathy in Central, you just know when it is concluded that two things will happen. Number one, you are already beaten. Number two is that even if you win, you are not going to get you are not going to be declared the winner. So these things really demoralize voters. It is what some of the things that made Raila lose his supporters some times back. Because even people would, you will hear people say, even if we go to vote, they will still, as usual. So people will remain at home. So that narrative is what William Ruto is seeking to, to amend. And number two, again, the star is somehow associated with William Ruto. And this opinion poll is also released during the time when he is in Central. And it is released when it is saying that he is on the lead. And William Ruto is in Central, where his base, the current base is. So it has to emerge that way, so that he convinces the Central people that, look here, we are getting this thing. And while we are in the process of getting, he comes in to to bolster the stand by saying that if we are going to win this and no one is going to interfere with the results. So I think this is just a way of encouraging people that they are going to get the presidency, which is common with William Ruto. You realize that during his campaign these days, we know that William Ruto is always ahead in both houses. He's always ahead. He brags of getting having more MPs than the AZIMIO team, until when matters or issues goes to the floor, and then you learn that William Ruto has never won anything ever since he crossed over to UDA. He's never won any single thing, political battle. Even the one for BBI that he took over now, it's like after someone has really beaten your enemy, then you jump in to claim the victory. The BBI was downed by the judgment of the court. So if anyone is to get the credit for downing the BBI, then it is the courts. William Ruto did not play any role. So William Ruto has never won anything. Forget about being rigged in. So that is a conclusion that he's using tactics to maintain the tempo. To those who want to give up, is like we are about to reach there. Keep on keeping on. We are just about to reach there. So again, number two, William Ruto, what he's saying about rigging is very dangerous. It is dangerous because if it is repeated severally, even when William Ruto shall have suffered a defeat at the ballot on the 9th of August, there are some likelihood that people will imagine that he was not beaten. And if he had the marshals, he would get to the street and protest. But let me assure you today, not even a single person will be having the hope or the guts of going to the streets, because I know there is no one who believes so much in William Ruto, either as a person or his policy, that would actually go get him himself in the street there. Nobody will come out. So I want to state that William Ruto's, what is bringing in as rigging will never end anywhere. It will just suffer the defeat, just like any other battles or things that is brought up. The money laundering issue. You know that lots of money was stolen in the country. When the Chinese loans, the projects were not done. Instead, they went to people's accounts, and those accounts are not here. We know that that is the reason why the Kenyan currency was changed. And we know that these monies have been stuck outside there. We also know that this is the time these monies are really needed around to serve their purpose. The purpose which William Ruto struggled for the first term, the entire 5 years. He was accumulating these monies to serve in this election of 2022. So this is the time, but the money, there's no way that money will come in. Raila Odinga and Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta have made sure that the taps and the loopholes have been sealed. So those individuals whose names don't appear so much have been contacted to try and sneak those monies inside the country. So we will be seeing, I don't think that will be the end. as time goes by towards 9th, we will hear more of other schemes that have been hatched to bring these monies inside. But I know the government is working day and night to see to it that it is blocked away from reaching the destination. So I would not be surprised that the guys behind these things are close associates with those who stole the monies. I would just urge them to declare where they hid the monies so that it can be used to offset the debts. It can be used to be taken back to China. So that, in fact, even the ones that were captured today, they should be put in some account so that cumulatively they can be sent back to China to, offset our debts. We want to call on Kenyans, tafadhali, that the elections of August, the way Alex said, is not just any other elections. It is an election that we will put things right for us once and for all. And once we've put things right, then we must build on what we've done in 2022. 2002, we tried to put things right by bringing in Mwai Kibaki. But unfortunately, after his exit, the country again went to people, the same guys, or a section of people who derailed and punctured our economy during the 70s and the 80s and early and late 90s. So we want to begin again afresh and put this country in a better position. So especially, I want to talk to the hearts of people in Central. Look at your leaders. Look at Martha Karua, look at Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, look at those people whom you depended on ever since 2002 to date. Which side are they on? And I'm saying this, that everyone or all the leaders can't be wrong, so that just the locals, those people who do not even know the secrets of power, those who've been very close to presidency and to government, everyone that has been that close to the presidency and government and who've interacted with both Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and William Ruto is telling the central people, especially the youths, to make the right decisions and come and align themselves in the right way. The last time the lady who dwells in the US, was her name Julia or who? And listening to a young man from Central here, she really pleaded with him to make the right decision, because their lives depend on the decisions that they will make on the 9th. And we also want to urge them that it's not late. The time is now. They should make that decision, the right decision. Bernard, don't wake up. Don't rise up. I'm just finishing. I think I'm through. So that is my appeal to everyone, not just Central people, but Kenyans in general. Let's combine force and make sure that the country is left in the right hands, both democratically and our economy. Asante sana, Bernard. Bernard, you are not audible. Sorry, something is wrong with your... Your mic, please. Okay.
Order. Are we there?
Yeah, yeah. We
Bantu,
can
are you
hear
able
you
to
now.
get me?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
we can hear you.
Let's get Bantu, Guru, Mr. Kamau, Victor in that order, please. And let's keep on our 2 to 3 minutes so that we don't stay too long before we speak. Bantu, karibu.
Asante sana Bernard. Nashukuru kwa Mungu kukuweka kila siku uko hapo kwenye hiyo kiti yako na bidii unaofanya na time yako unaoitumia. Na wasalimia nyote, Romans, Umuto, Queen Mama Selina, WG, Guru, Victor Ogayo, definitely Mr. Kamau, my favorite, Alex Jr. Natoa asante sana kwa kunipatia nafasi hii. Kwanza ni kutoa shukrani kwa Mungu kwa kutupa uzima tena leo sisi kukutana tena na kuongea na kujaribu kuongea na vijana, na pia vile vile tunatoa shukrani kwa Mwenyezi Mungu kumlinda baba na His Excellency our President, beloved President Uhuru Kenyatta. Tunashukuru sana kwa bidii ya baba kufanya bidii na bila kufikiria yeye mwenyewe maisha yake kupigania hii nchi na kubadilisha hii constitution yetu ambao sasa hivi tumekuwa naweza kuongea freely na pia vile vile kuwa na freedom to express yourself the way you feel, as long as you don't commit any offense or anything bad to anyone. Leo hii tunaweza tukakaa tukaongea without fearing, lakini nikirudi nyuma sana, wengi ambao walipitia wakati wa 70s na 80s ulikuwa uwezi kuwa na nafasi kama hii. Na ndio tunarudia tena kwa vijana, youth, I'm appealing to you guys, mujaribu sana mufikirie kama vile WG anawaambia, wakati mnaenda kuweka voti zenu muwe very very wise, kwa sababu hii future si yetu sisi. Sisi tushacheza, tumeenda mbio, tumecheza mpira, tumeenda kila mahali. Hii ni yenu nyinyi kama hamjui. Sasa muwe werevu na mjaribu kuelewa maana hii election inaokuja, ambayo ndio itaweza kuweka nyinyi mahali sawa ama itaweza kuweka nyinyi mahali mbaya. Ni very very important election. Narudia mara nyingi sana, msicheze na maisha yenu. Mkijaribu kucheza ama muna gamble na maisha yenu, mutakuja juta kwa miaka mingi sana, na hiyo time itakuwa ni shida kurekebisha tena. Hatutaki tena Museveni hapa Kenya, hapana. Hiyo time hiyo ilipita. Time ya kupatiwa pesa mfukoni ya siku moja na siku mbili, hiyo time niliona zamani sana, imepita. His Excellency aliwaita wengine tangatanga na hakukosea, kweli ni tangatanga kweli. Watu wakianza kuona shida wanaanza kutangatanga kila mahali, wanaenda huku, wanafanya kila kitu, na utaona ndio maana kuitwa tangatanga. Wanatangatanga kila mahali saa zote. Na hii pole ambayo imetoka leo watu wanaiongea, mi naona hata hiyo msiwe na wasiwasi nayo sana, kwa sababu tunajua mambo ya pole hiyo inaweza husika na mambo mengi sana. Si unajua pia vile corruption iko nyingi sana, hata hiyo poll pia inaweza kuwa corrupted vile vile, lakini ni double sword, inaweza kata the both side. inaweza kata upande yote. Kwa hivyo wengine wanacheza na vitu na hawaelewi ni kitu gani wanafanya. Japokuwa tuko macho kama vile Queen Mama Selina ameongea, tuwe macho vile vile, tusiwe overconfidence. We have to be very aware of that. We don't have to be overconfidence. Tuendeni polepole kama vile His Excellency amesema. Tunaenda polepole ndio hatuwezi kufanya makosa. Lakini ikiwa tutarush, that is when you make mistakes. Baba ameenda kwa shughuli muhimu, lakini sasa ataingia kiwanjani na tusio na wasiwasi kulingamana na mambo kama hayo. Baba ataingia mlimani na atashikwa na mkono, na wako wengi sana wa kumsaidia baba. Hata amepatiwa viatu vya kuingia barabarani kupanda mlima, na ataingia na watu ambao wataweza kumsaidia bila ya wasiwasi kama miaka mingi iliyopita. Hao tangatanga ujitayarishe. Baba mambo haya alipitia mengi sana ya rigging, mambo ya kudhulumiwa. Hata baba hiyo hana habari nazo. Hiyo mambo baba yuko na experience sana na hiyo mambo. Kwa hivyo hao wengine wajitayarishe, wasianze kutangatanga. Time yao itafika sasa, na wao waonje vile baba ilivyompitia maisha yake. Bernard, sina mengi na wenzangu kwa hivi sasa, niko karibu hapa, najua nitatoa nafasi kwa wengine. Asante sana Bernard na wenzangu.
Okay, thank you
Salamu.
Asante sana ndugu Alex, asante sana. Najua uko around, sina wasiwasi.
Okay, basi naomba Guru, karibu. Bwana Guru, are you there? Or it's been raptured? Mr. Kamau.
I am here.
Njoo tukimtafuta Guru.
Nashukuru sana. Habari bwana Bernard na fellow panelists.
Fit kabisa. Karibu.
Nashukuru Mungu kwa sababu ametupa nafasi ingine tukaweza kujadiliana mambo ambayo yanayojili. Haya, so sasa mimi ningependa kwanza kuongea juu WG. Kuna kitu walisema, sijui ameenda wapi, akasema ya kwamba that we give credit to the courts for stopping BBI or rather stopping reggae, but it is not the courts. You know, the head of Katiba Watch or initiative that was led by Wakina David D. Yeah, David D was the chairman, and there was Wakina Sei, Mother Karua was also there. But you know, this group was being sponsored, and so we cannot attribute the failure of BBI on the lower courts to courts only. I think there was money. If you live in this country like me and you, we know that the courts have been they charge. They actually, there is money that goes on. People buy justice. That is why you see ukishikwa na mbuzi ama kuku, wewe unaenda kamiti haraka kuliko mtu ambaye ameshikwa na NYS, because these Kenyans that we have entrusted in our judiciary, we still meet them in corners of the streets and of course in clubs and pubs, and the judgment is made in those places. So we know there is a highest chance that money changed hand. And you know, sometimes when you're paid a salary of 100,000 or 200, and then you're given an offer of 5 million, sometimes we break our principles. And you know, corruption is not only money issue, it's also the breaking of an inner principle. When you are told to stand for the truth, fight for your country, you rather say, hata nikikataa sinaweza futwa, siwache nichukue milioni 5 and then I look for theories in other countries and then break. This is something that is happening. So I wouldn't say it's just the court. I would say there was also underlined issues, underhands, yeah, behind the curtain movements. Yeah, but I hope this money will not reach the Supreme Court and they will make the right judgment and give a good opinion on BBI, because BBI was entirely a good thing for the people of Kenya. Because when you make sure that money is not too much on treasury, then even those people who steal from treasury, then they will not have anything to steal. You know, sometimes it's good to allocate money to the counties, hata kama kuna nini, so that at the end of the day, ile pesa iko huko juu ya kujenga madam na nini inapungua, and then it is with the people down there. So that one I want to tell WJS, you are so confident that the judges walifanya sober judgment. Hiyo haifanyangu ya hapa Kenya. Nimekuwa kwa court case siku moja, hata court case nikaitwa asubuhi, kesi inaanzanga saa 3. Nikaitwa saa 1. Nikashangaa, kwani hii court inafunguliwa saa 1? Kwenda pale ninaambiwa naenda napelekwa hoteli na prosecutor na magistrate. Napelekwa hapo, wananiambia hii kesi unaona leo tufanye nini? Tuisukume ama unaonaje wewe? Mimi nikaambia sasa nini maoni yenu? Uko na ngapi? Nikaulizwa niko na ngapi, nikasema sai sina, niko na 2000, siko nimejipanga. Na inafika mahali wanakuitisha mpaka hiyo 2000. You understand? And then on the other hand, wanaenda wanaita ule mtu tuna kesi na yeye. Wanamuita na muuliza the same question. This country it really needs surgery. Alafu kesi inaishi karibu miaka 10 bila kutatuliwa. So it is a funny country, and we need these things changed by one Mr. Laila Amolo Odinga. The other thing is, I want to say this. On this issue of money laundering, you know, we have porous borders. And when you have porous borders, we have what we call, or what I will call, undocumented economy. There is money that gets into this country that it is undocumented. One of the monies that actually is undocumented is corruption money. Because whether you like it or not, what Uhuru was saying is that money is stolen every day, but it is not entirely used in this country. It might go out and still come back to this country. Number one is an undocumented economy is corruption. Number two, undocumented economy is money from our neighboring states. For example, Somalia, where we have pirates money and terrorism money. This money still comes back to Kenya. Then we still have another undocumented economy of minerals that are stolen around us in Congo and everywhere. And then we still have undocumented economy of the who is who in this country who do not pay taxes. And we know that. We know that people who have the international schools, yeah, those international schools, it doesn't matter who it is, but at the end of the day, you'll find that our student is paying 300,000 per term, but yet the limitants of taxes kidogo. These are things that if they are not checked now, because if you read the book of, if you read the planning, the Minister of Planning book, the one for census, you'll find that the economy of Kenya is actually controlled by less than 10,000 people. In fact, that is why sometimes I say, even this issue of saying that Kenya is broke, has borrowed a lot, we have a lot of debt, there is nothing like that. Less than 20 Kenyans can pay our debts to the international community, my friend. And I don't want to lie to you here. Some if for example, like the Queen does in the UK, and sacrifices some money for the sake of the country, in terms of when it is inflation, because it happens. If, for example, Uhuru can donate 2 trillion shillings, and then Ruto donates another 1.5 trillion, because they have a lot of money that you know, and then this caliber of people, they contribute a trillion because they have that money. They do have that money. then at the end of the day, we'll pay our debt within the first 1 year. It will be 12 billion. So we have to have a systematic structure, change our regime of taxation, change our way we monitor monies that are coming in and out to a point where we put now an equal accessibility of money to each and every person. That is the only thing that will help this laundering, and Kenya will grow. Because as we speak right now, if you go to South Sea, I've been living there, yeah, it is being overtaken by money that is coming. I don't even know where it's coming from. Yeah, you'll find that a plot that is worth 100 million, it is being bought even 300 million. In pesa gani? Which kind of business are these people doing? Go to AZIMIO. Today, there's somebody who has actually, there was a case there with the senators. Somebody has chased away a civil servant's house, and he's building a suit. He's already started. When did it start? Where did he get the money? You know, these loopholes, there are so many. We might stop JKIA. If we stop Kemboy JKIA, then people will come with the pro boxes from Zambia, Arusha. They'll come with because the Polas border. I think there's a lot to be done, and I hope and pray that once Baba gets to power, because he's the only person who I think he has nothing to lose, these things will come to an end. And therefore, it is unfortunate. This country is not a poor country by our standards. Even when we had Moi and the plundering of this country the way it was, you can imagine we never, the economy never collapsed. It never collapsed because of this undocumented money. There was a time I was in Samburu and I visited one person's lunch. I think he's a major retired Renges. I don't know people whether they know Mr. General Renges. Yeah, but you go to that land and you find over 1 million cattle, 1 million. Then you ask yourself, if it is akona ng'ombe milioni moja zimechanganyika mpaka na wanyama wa pori, akiuza tuseme akiuza kama nusu milioni ya wanyama, ni ushuru gani inatakiwa kuchukuliwa hapo? You see how unequal the country is. So there is that, and it is not equal. You understand? These are things you wonder and then say, hey, this guy, even if he pays taxes, how much does he pay? Does he even pay taxes? These are the undocumented economy that we need them documented. And at the end of the day, then everybody will have pesa mfukoni. Si hiyo pesa mfukoni tunaambiwa inakuja na hewa. Itakuja na kwa sababu kila mtu atapata opportunity ya kufanya kazi, na ile pesa inaenda kwa mtu mmoja, instead ya kwenda kwa mtu mmoja itaenda kwa watu wengi. Watu wengi wanakasirikanga wakiona pesa ikiongezwa kama madaktari. Na wanakasirika kwa sababu daktari akilipo vizuri Kenya, hakuna mtu ataenda kumwambia nipe ile pesa kidogo ulipewa. Lakini ikibaki kwa treasury, pesa mingi kwa Ministry of Health, then watatengeneza fictitious projects, waseme wacha tutengeneza sijui mashini ya nini ya kupima damu, zitengenezwe kila mahali, pesa ipotee, and then tuanze kurudi tena kwa ile problem tuseme pesa imepotea, which to me it not make sense. So if we are going to cure money laundering in this country, then we have to have a paradigm shift where we change the regime of taxation, the regime of money laundering, and to make sure that all loopholes are sealed. Believe it or not, that will propel this country to higher heights. Because as we speak today, money is coming from every direction. Wengine wanapeleka pesa mpaka Italy, inaenda kama Pampers. Wanaandika ni Pampers, zinaenda Italy, alafu zinarudi tena hapa Kenya. Pampers zile zilipelekwa. Kumbe ni pesa, because when you scan papers and Pampers on the machine, they don't indicate anything. The only thing that is detected by scanners inakuanga chuma na vitu ambazo they are, lakini makaratasi pesa inaweza pita anytime. In fact, pesa inaweza kuja hata na ndege kama cargo, you know. So kuna hizo style mingi. Hata juzi kuna msichana ambaye alitumiwa pesa kutoka ng'ambo na mzungu, anatumiwa over 100 million shillings. Unajiuliza hii ni mapenzi gani? Kumbe huyo mzungu anaenda anatumiwa huko, anapewa pesa, anaambiwa wewe sasa tumia huyu ndio ajulikani sana, aseme ni mapenzi. Alafu sasa hiyo pesa zote utoe, ulete tufanye campaign. Those are loopholes. They are loopholes because if you cannot explain where you're getting the money from, then there is a problem, because there should be paper trail. There should be a business that you're doing that is rigid. These are things that we want Baba to sort. See, stories, we don't want stories, because even we know that the top businessmen in this country, they pay taxes the way they want. Yeah, you see. So sisi ndio tunaumia hapa kuambiwa tuongezewe NHIF na nini na nini. Anyway, that was about money laundering, and those are very serious issues that I'm talking about. But the issue of rigging.
Bwana Kamau.
Yes, sir.
Muda wako umekatika. Save that one, you're coming back to visit it. Otherwise, thank you for being thorough on that one. I'm sure that it's clear enough. And before Victor comes in, let's listen to this.
Kwa sababu amesema atakuja Mount Kenya region, vile alikuwa anashika sisi akisema sisi ni wezi, Waititu wakiwa hapo. Tunataka yeye atoe order, waizi wote wa Kemsa naye washikwe, kwa sababu wale watu sasa wako karibu na yeye na Raila Odinga. Hao ndio wale watu waliiba pesa ya COVID na lazima washikwe, ndio tuamini ati yeye hapana cheza siasa na kazi ya kusema ati watu wako wafisadi, watu wako corrupt, na yeye mwenyewe ako na hao hapo kwake.
Haya Bwana Victor, take it from there.
Asante sana, thank you so much. Tumeshukuru sana. We've been following up the conversation, tunaona venye tuna contribute, and I have some few issues to raise and some concerns. Unajua, the very big problem that we have Kenyans, that I can say, is negligence. Tunachukua negligence as a basic need in this country, kwa sababu I can remember tuanzia 2013 tulipoenda election, watu walipiga kura and so many people celebrated. Then after then, kabla tujafika 2017, then wale ambao walipiga kura wakaanza kuregret. Okay, kwa nini walipiga kura huko? Things are not okay. Tukafika 2017 again, tukapiga kura. Tulipopiga kura vizuri, baba akatoka kule akaenda akashikana mkono na Uhuru Kenyatta wakasalimiana. And there is a very, very deep secret behind this handshake. And the secret behind this handshake, as on my side, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta saw that there is a problem in the government and the problem must be sorted out. And to sort out this problem in the government, I have to bring in this Mzee, because truth to be told, Mzee is somebody ambaye akona leadership skills. He knows this government. He knows how things should be done in the government. And when I bring him in, atanipea mawaidha zaidi that will help me on how to run this government. From that, tumefika a point now that our leaders wameanza kucampaign kukashifu the handshake that was in between Raila Amolo Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta, not knowing kwamba in 2017, before that handshake, Kenya ilikuwa imefika mahali watu walikuwa nasema sisi tugawiwe kwetu, wengine wabaki kwao. Okay? It was a split. Wengine wabaki na president wao, wengine wabaki na president wengine. And of which tungeenda into that, tungeenda na hiyo area ambao watu walikuwa wanachagua hivyo, Kenya tungekuwa tuko hivyo wenye tuko saa hizi, hatungekuwa na peace. Okay? Saa hizi we are having a conversation on the social media, discuss things that that are going to happen and things that are affecting the country. But tungekuwa tuko mahali kama hapa discussing all this on the social media, tungekuwa tuko na this kind of freedom. Wa Kenya, shida ile ambayo tuko nayo sana when it come to election period, ndio ambao inafikanga wakati shida zetu ziko mingi sana. Na ikifika hiyo wakati shida zetu ziko mingi sana, these political leaders wanajua the only way they can convince us ni kutupea handout. And these handouts, I don't know how they are normally sweet during the election period. Because ile pesa unapewa kwa election period, unaiona ni kama itakusustain in the next 100 years. Okay? And you find like these leaders are bringing in this cash to us. And the politics as at now is like an investment to these political leaders. Unapata, they are giving us millions of money. Watu wanapewa pesa, not knowing kuwa hizi pesa these political leaders are giving us ni zao, and by the end of the day wakiingia kwa uongozi, they must find a way on how wata refund all this cash ambazo walikuwa wametoa. And to refund all this cash ni sisi kuumia. Okay? Saizi tunaona utamu, we are eating 1,000, 2,000, we are celebrating. But in the next 5-10 years, we will pay for all these things. Okay? And to talk about hii mambo na rigging election in Kenya. Truth to be told, we've been hearing news, court rulings, 2007, 2013, 2017. There have been some traces of the election rigging. And these people knows how their system used to work. That is why they are complaining. The system was working in their favor. Okay? But right now, knowing that they are not in the government deeply, they're outside the government, that is why they are now shouting and saying that hii system kwamba wale wengine hawataweza, the rigging part. Okay? That is why they are crying foul. Not knowing kwamba ile wakati wa nyuma, when Raila was campaigning and talking about all these rigging things, they were defending the government. But right now, they are outside the government. They are now the people complaining over these things. Okay? So what I can just say ni kwamba sisi wa Kenya tusipofunguka macho, what I'm seeing ni kuwa it will be very difficult for us to get a change because we don't want to change on ourselves. We don't want to change on ourselves. And the reason why we are behaving like this, it's because hatujaona shida vizuri sisi wa Kenya. Watu hajateseka vizuri Kenya hii. When it will get to a point kwamba shida imetupiga hii Kenya vizuri, hakuna pesa, the middle income people, there's no money, people have closed down their businesses, everybody's at home. Now people have to find the means of the survival means. Economy hakuna, and all these political leaders ambao we are shouting on, we are praising them, they're giving us good money, we are happy. Ikifika to that point, what will happen is they will flee and go back and go to other countries, so maybe their family waenda waishi because they have gathered enough from us. They have the money. Hata wakienda waishi kule, they have nothing to lose. But we Kenyans, we will lose. And it will really, really affect us. So before we get to that point of us regretting, let's make a good choice. Let's think before we do anything. Before we go to election, let's think the best way for us. Right now, they are saying that Raila Amolo Odinga is a project. 2007, 1998, 2013, 2017 was Raila project to the government. He was not. Okay? But right now that Raila is at least getting some support from the government, he's now becoming a project. Okay? not knowing that all these things that they are enjoying, not all, but some, it's because of the sweat and the pain they went through. It's why they are enjoying all these things. But right now, it's because of politics on some else project. In short, these people are trying to smear Kenyans with the bad information so that they cannot see the good thing that Raila tried to fight for this country, for us to enjoy whatever thing we are enjoying right now in the country. Okay? And by all means, we really have to change. Okay? If we don't think twice in this coming election, we will make a mistake that we will remain to regret in the next 10, 15, 20 years to come. Okay? Because let's be honest. Let's be honest. Whenever we are doing the campaign or whenever we are doing our politics anywhere, before we say anything to the people, let's have to think. Some days back, Mheshimiwa, our deputy president, used to complain that Raila is sitting down with a group of people talking and negotiating. It was just the last time he was in Nyeri sitting down with people talking and negotiating. He's telling them that he needs 5 years to run the government. It's like a negotiation to them, what Raila was doing there. But now, why is he going back to negotiate with them while he was saying that to negotiate with people, hiyo ni makosa? Watu wanafaa wakae na wananchi. Okay? Na wananchi wamechanganyikiwa kabisa. I don't know why this, my concern is about this money. This money is so sweet during the election period. Sijui hii pesa iliwekwa nini? I don't know. Hii pesa inawekwa dawa gani tamu ikifika during election period? Shida zetu zote za miaka 10 iliyopita tunasahau. Okay? Tunaona tu ya saa hii. Na ikifika mbele, it's now again we are starting to complain. Okay? Let's think. The Mount Kenya region, Central region, the Western, and the whole country. Before we make any other decision, let's think about this thing. And I will contribute more as I continue to go to listen through the conversation. Thank you so much, Bwana Bernard. Lakini Kenyans, let's think and make a good choice. Thank you.
Okay, sawa Bwana Victor, asante sana kwa maoni yako. Tunakushukuru. Naomba tusonge mbele. Keep Azimio.
Hey, hello, Alex. What's up? Chamge.
Yamune.
How you doing? Yes. So naona Mama Selina ako leo. Oh, she's not. Tutaongea naye baadaye. So about rigging with Ruto, I think there's a fear from both sides. And my own honest opinion is you guys, you're not looking very careful as how rigging happens. I think we've been focusing too much on the servers. I think it's still old school. It's still about the chiefs. Some chiefs are bribed to do some things under the carpet. And I think Ruto does not have enough funds to do that. So I'm just allegedly saying that. So I'm not going to put that into stone. So the server thing is still there, but I still think that rigging is still old school, and Ruto is fearing that there might be some machinery that's going to happen that would rig him out. So let's just be honest here. I don't trust both sides. I'm not saying Raila himself. There could be some guys who think they're helping him, but they would do wrong things, you know. We've got the recent case of Sabina Chege. And to be honest, I think sometimes we play, what do you call it? Sides, you know, party sides, you know, just because she's supporting AZIMIO. The statements she made was wrong. And even if we're going to try and justify it by saying that, oh, show us the servers first before Sabina Chege can say these things. No, it's just it's just it's wrong, you know. Even if it's a practice in Kenya, rigging will happen in some areas. I don't think all areas will have rigging, but yeah, I can see why Ruto is a bit scared, because the funds that he has right now are dwindling. Imagine he had to go to Dubai, because it's not about the conference he was going for. I suspect that he had gone to replenish his funds to come and continue with his 5-year political campaign. Now, if that money has come out, and from the rumors I saw from the Mtembei chat rooms that somebody has been caught in the airport with money from Burundi, it means the amount of money he has to spend for this, he's freaking out. He's scared that there's a lot of forces that, the deep state that Alex was talking about is working. It's working. So, in my opinion, in terms of just going within today's topic, that is my assumption. But I don't know what you guys think about that. I mean, the whole rigging situation in Kenya, if we could keep the topic. Yeah.
Yes, Alex, uko na jibu?
I think he's driving. I think he's got a client now. So.
Okay, then if I could say something on the rigging, election rigging is necessitated by, borrowing from Kimemia. When the election is too close to call, that's when rigging is easily manipulated. But the one for Kenya, I think it's more tougher than that. There people can go at all lengths. Unconfirmed reports say that in 2007, after the gap was so wide and the closing in was almost impossible, Kibaki had decided to retire to Othaya. But the people around the president, who God should have never created, according to Kivuitu, told him to sit down and be quiet. They will make him president. They went and came back with the results. So there are riggings, and then we have extremism in rigging. But as at now, looking at the 2022 elections, the stakes for rigging, I don't think are that high. There is only one party that wants to have the presidents do or die. The other one is very comfortable because they seem to have a clear win. And so the outcry of you can't rig me, who can rig me, and all that, it only spells two things. One, my machinery for rigging is being frustrated. My leeway for making things move is not moving. I'm trying this card and the card is not going through. So the only card that I'm remaining with, let me incite the people, inside the public, so that when I cry foul, the public will come to my aid. And that seems to be the only card that is being played by William Ruto team. As at now, I think they are cornered and their options are running out. And so they will be left with one option, and that is of getting the people on their side. The people on their side that when they cry foul, the people will come to their aid. How can they sustain? Do they have a capacity to sustain that? I don't think so. And so, in my opinion, William Ruto just needs to, one, go back to the drawing board and think about the 2022 elections afresh. Two, let him go ahead the way he's going, but be prepared to lose no matter what he does, because he missed the steps from the start, not that right now. He missed the steps from the start by sticking on the Jubilee slide of 2017, other than starting on a fresh slide of ensuring that he creates his own political momentum, riding on the Jubilee 2022 elections and the re-election momentum. That got tired along the way, and now he's too tired and he's trying to revamp himself, and he can only go this far. And so his frustrations are understandable, and the cry for rigging is nothing but an excuse as at now.
But I don't trust, before Alex comes in, but I don't trust the courts and I don't trust the IBC. Those two players for the last few years, first of all, they don't like Uhuru. When I talk about the courts, they don't like Uhuru, and he's lost so many cases against the high courts. That's the first thing I fear about. The second fear is it's the same IEBC that has rigged Raila for the last two elections. So those two things. So you might be comfortable that the numbers for Raila are really growing and he's got the backing of the president, and slowly the mountain is coming towards him. But in terms of rigging and in terms of some political movements, and I mean some administrative and political movements that would move against the AZIMIO side and would come towards Kenya Kwanza. So those are the things and let's be realistic here. Let's not try and curry favor on the side that we are with. I am really scared of these two bodies.
We all have reservations on them, and okay, if I draw from the Bible perspective, we say that a limping prophet is more trusted than the one who has all his feet running well. And so probably the IBC is given an opportunity to reclaim itself from all the allegations that have been leveled against her. But what is not smelling well rightly is these polls, okay? The opinion polls are the forerunners for rigging, and especially in the areas where a particular candidate is not popular. When it's given more percentage in those areas, those are key rigging areas. Like in 2017, we had these extra polling stations that were not gazetted, and they were not they were not part of the IBC system. That is where the faranga as a computer was generated, and then they found a way of hooking them to the system, and they produce the result in the attempt of trying to get that 25% requirement in the 24 counties. So when you hear like Raila Odinga has 62% in Nyanza, okay, whatever 62% in Nyanza, and then that William Ruto has 78% in Rift Valley. Those figures are being tossed around to psychologically prepare people that if they say that William Ruto has gotten 20% in Nyanza or 25% in Nyanza, it will be believed because it was in the polls that were carried out. And so this is a call for scrutiny and a call for alertness, that we are either going to an election that is already rigged, or we are going to an election where we're going to get genuine leaders because we went to the polling station and voted for them. And now all this requires that all the people involved in these matters, they should not forget history. They should not forget history, especially the latest history of 2017. Those secret polling stations that were used to rig people in Western, rig people in the place where Jubilee was not popular, but ended up having MPs who are serving until now. All those things need to be checked clearly and not just assumed. When they cry foul, foul, there is something they are cooking that needs to be taken care of. And this Chebukati man needs either to be kicked out or be put under close scrutiny. We will not, the country is not ready for another bungled election. I don't think we survived 2007 by a whisker. 2013, it was silent, but it had fire underneath. 2017, it was explosive. One more attempt, I don't think we'll be able to survive it. And so let us not joke around with this. It's my appeal to all Kenyans and especially the involved people.
You need to rebut of what you're saying.
Carry on.
You know, you and Kip are saying the same thing, and I don't know why you're agreeing. What Kip is saying is the accountability, and you are totally talking about the event. But rigging is not an event. Rigging is a process that does not start today. It's choreographed in a way that it looks like elections have been carried. It's like a white lie. A white lie is not totally a lie. It has some truth in it that can be penetrated. It's like the devil talking to Eve, asking, did God say? You know, then they question the very legality of God's words. So what you're failing to understand from those of us who are saying that, you know, the rigging is that, might it be the process started long time ago, no sooner than, because remember, Bernard, the whole system of the IEBC was in the hands of the government. And that government we're talking about is basically William Samoei Ruto, because he was in control of that. You have to remember that. So they were in possession of even the servers. Until today, the servers have not been opened, something that the Supreme Court said. So the question is, were the servers even used in the last elections? If they were used, are we going still to use the same servers? And if they were used, if they were fed on the algorithm that ABCD, how can it be removed? And if we are going to use new servers, have we procured them? Because last time you had when Morpho something was the one that through the procurement had been done, and Chebukati told us it's too late to do other procurement. The whole process needs to take time. And so far in the timeline of things of IEBC, the cleaning of registers, you see, for a long time they did not have even the unajua umezoea kuniweka quarantine mpaka nasema the quarantine.
Quorum.
The quorum was not enough. Umependa kuniweka quarantine sana. We need to speak about that. And you see, the whole thing is that it's been choreographed. To me, with all honesty, the whole process has been choreographed to fail, because Chebukati is here with the drawing from the panel that is supposed to sit so that they can make the election effective. Last election he sat there. We've seen other previous electoral commissions sit in that committee. He's withdrawing from it, and so on and so forth. So the whole process for me, the way I'm looking at it, is that it is meant to fail from the beginning. So we cannot say from the present where we are sitting today on Wednesday, kama imefika Thursday hapo, it's okay. No, today on Thursday, we cannot say that IEBC is prepared. IEBC is the most unprepared institution to a point that it cannot even guarantee its own commissioners security, because it has withdrawn from the security of Kenya. Whereas now you don't even know that will these people be able even to have enough employees? We don't know anything about IEBC as we talk now. Are they going to clean the registers? So do you understand where we are coming from, Bernard? We are coming from, we have been winning. We know that. But any slight mistake because why do elections get stolen? Why do they get rigged? It is fear. It is fear. So Chebukati has the fear factor that whatever he did in 2017, we are coming after him. Whether he makes a handshake with Baba or not, Chebukati will have to pay for what he has done in this country. Trust me. Everybody will get away from it, but Chebukati will never get away from it. Out of that fear, can they collude with people who have fear and come together? That's the question we have. So, and the answer is yes. When people thrive in fear, they will be their best friends. They will put everything aside, put their fear in front, and they can do anything in order to protect their very livelihood. So what we are saying is that nothing has really been done to show that the process is going to be fair. We still have the same people over there. Some of them who retired or were taken out of IBC were given the plumbest jobs. Nobody was not given a job. They are ambassadors somewhere. Somebody is today communication commissioner Manani, the young boy, is somewhere actually ahead of IBC because he's going to regulate everything. More that he's going to have even more powers than before. So this is the process we are saying. Yeah, this is the process that has been choreographed, and you can look at it, and we ought not to ignore that, because while we ignore, your enemy does not sleep. Bernard, it said, a wounded lion is more dangerous. That's why he's vicious. That's why the guy is having 150 rallies a month. That is why money is shifting ABCD. Today you saw money in the airport. He goes to Dubai and under Italy. You can see all these things. Why are they there? Fear can make you do anything, talk anything. And I'm telling you, a person who is driven by fear, he's more willing, and winning, Bernard, is not the physical winning. Sometimes we win in the heart before we win physically. So this guy mentally is winning before we go to 8th, because he's willing. When you look at Uhuru 2013, they brought money they had never touched from out of the country with Excellency Mama Ngina. And when that money got in Kenya, the campaign that was done, you could see that it was do or die. And Mama Ngina was ready to save his son. And she did that. Why? Because she was not ready for her son to go to the Hague. And this is the situation that today we face. We forget that this man is in the Hague. If he loses, this guy has a catalog of cases that we're going to follow him. So he will do everything in his capacity that he did before. So Chebukati has not cleaned himself. We are coming after him, whether he likes it or not. Can he collude with that guy? He has shown it. He's going to do it. He withdrew from the panel. He has shown us he doesn't want to participate in a peaceful election. So that is what we are saying. The whole process has been choreographed in a way that we must question it. So when we question it, don't give us the confidence. The only confidence we can get is that the servers should be open. That is it. Open up the servers. That is it.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Registers being cleaned, that process is beginning after the closure of the mass registration. As soon as the registration is of voters is closed, because of the general election, the next step is to clean up the register by tabulating the new registered voters, and they check through those who are dead and remove them from the register. If the bagger was in the server, the bagger for the logarithm for adding votes, if it was in the server or in the system of electoral transmission, the genuine system for electoral transmission, IEBC and Chebukati will have no problem opening the server. The reason why the server has not been opened or may not be opened because it contains the genuine results. This other bagger and logarithm was running on a parallel transmission system, which was arranged beside this other one. And then they come and arrange us using Kideri Man, okay? Working with media using Kideri Man. The media keeps us busy with Kideri Man. When they now switch off the correct channel for the server, and then they say, if you want to report any results, you collect it from IEBC first before you announce through the media. That is where the really thing is. If we play that game again of not getting genuine results from the source and being able to report it ahead, will still be played by that bagger channel and the closure of the really server. The really genuine server, as explained by the late Musando, was such that the moment the results are announced and sent through, the gadget cannot be recalled back. The result cannot be recalled back. You cannot revise that information that has passed there. So it becomes impossible for you to alter. So what IBC did in bungling the 2017 election, what I believe is they just made those results secret and generated other results. And that's why that thing, even today, is still counting votes, because they don't know how to switch it off, I'm told. It is allegations. Huh? I'm told it is still counting even today. So they really...
And that is where, Bernard, that is where we'll say that we might not have an election. I have listened to Mutai Ngunyi opine that, and sometimes I used to rubbish him. And there is a danger there. If that is the analogy you are giving, that the servers are still counting, the question is, have you procured servers that are going to do elections? That is the question.
The servers are not in the country. This is cloud. The servers are not in the country. So it's by a private entity. It's not even government approved entities, because when the US does election, even if it's cloud, it has to have some security regulations that you followed for government, because these are like the GDPR stuff. These things have to be done properly. In Kenya, it's a private entity. Someone is making billions in Europe out of us. But before we continue, there's something we've also forgotten why Azimio is very hot this time. Cambridge Analytics. I think Cambridge Analytics is not involved this time. That is why also Ruto is panicking right now. Cambridge Analytics, for all of you who don't understand, not aware of this, is the guys that did the Brexit, and the guys who did Trump, and the guys who did Uhuru Ruto. Those are the guys who messed with Facebook and gave us a lot of rubbish information on social media. Right now, Ruto's messages are not coming in. They have not been curated properly. That's why Azimio's message is there. So that is good news for us, because I don't think there's any nonsense happening with fake news at the moment. So that is very good. But the servers are still there. I still feel a bit uncomfortable.
So lastly, Bernard, before you speak, you know, the Supreme Court ordered IEBC to open the servers. They have not. If somebody like Omkinyim Omtata goes to the Supreme Court, or whichever court, and stops the election until the servers are opened, there is no question that we might not have an election. So this is not something to joke about. They must. It was a supreme ruling. It can't go back to any court. because it went to the highest court and the highest court ruled with the majority was, I think it was more than 75%, that they must open the servers. They have no question. They're just postponing a problem.
Opening the server is not like digging gold from the ground. It's just your password and the required security confirmations, and the information will be out. So pegging the whether or not the election should be postponed because the server has not been opened, from where I sit, it is shooting too far. But what I will say is this: we are going to have an election. This election is going to be right. In the sense that everybody's alert right now. The reason why they're crying rigging is because they know it's not going to be business as usual. And if it will be business as usual, they will not be the ones in control as they have always been. That is just my small hunch, not spiritual understanding. It's just my small hunch. But all the same, I want us to make progress. Harun, the ancestor, is here. Wangwana wanasemaje ancestor?
Habari ndio hiyo naleta kutoka kwa Manchester wetu. Hata baba yangu ako huko manzee, alienda huko February last year, so niko na habari moto moto. So in fact ninasema namna hii, mmeleta hii story manze, hii story inakata mpaka inakata maini yangu man. Now about mambo ya server, hata mimi mahali hapa nimeketi ninasema Chebukati has to open the 2017 election result servers. Lazima afungue ndio tujue kuwa hakika hii 2022 August 9 elections itakuwa free, fair, credible and just viable, something of that kind.
Very viable.
Very viable, very true. Now, in fact, I see a scenario of Chebukati. Hata hizi mambo ya PPR kits, ninaona Chebukati kama hata nunua new PPR kits kama tutatumia za 2017, anaweza amua kutusabotage watu wa Azimio. All dead BVR kits azipeleke area za Azimio. Wakati tutatoka kumeria sijui ni kumira, wakati tutatoka kama siafu, tukienda pale, unajua wa Kenya ni watu ambao hatuko patient sana. Wakati hizo PVR kits zitakwama, wengi tutarudi manyumbani bila kupiga kura. Na William Samoei Ruto mapema atakuwa ametukanyagia chini. So Chebukati, in fact, this gentleman who pangled 2017 elections, I feel pain kumuona akisimamia uchaguzi hii yenye tunaenda. In fact, look, we have allocated IBC 40 billion. Alafu then in fact abango hii elections itakuwa jambo la kushtusha sana. So what are my suggestion? My suggestion naona namna hii. If Chebukati is not going to open 2017 servers, then tuongee na UN watuletee system whereby Chebukati and his men wasiangalie, cause in fact ninashangaa sana, and ninauliza where is Davis Jirigir, cause it was alleged 2017 kuna vile alifanya nini, alihusika. But if he is still kwa IT system ya William Samoei Ruto na Chebukati, mnaona automatic he is leaning towards William Samoei Ruto. My brothers and my sisters, be prepared kuwa Chebukati tena atapango hii election. So my urge is Chebukati has to open, lazima tumforce open 2017 servers. Back to you, Mr. Bernard.
Asante. Sava mpaka ifunguliwe. Haya, basi haya maandamano tuanze mapema, kwa sababu lazima ukweli ujulikane, na ni muhimu tujue huo ukweli, kwa sababu tukijua ukweli, ukweli unatuweka huru. I support that, and let's listen to Kenyans. Let's listen to Kenyans, because shrewd people are out to mess up this country, and we can't allow that to happen. If worse come to worse, if somebody doesn't have a nerve of getting right results after the elections have been conducted, let them resign mapema tu, wasitulete. Tunahitaji kuwa na uchaguzi ambao ni huru. We want to have a repeat of 2002 elections where the loser loses well and accepts na mambo inaisha. Sio story ya kutuambia we are still waiting for Tarakaniti, they are still in the airport, the chopper has refused to take off, we are waiting for Form 36A. We want an election that is clear and within the time frame, not buying time, no saying that some kids were not charged. Anybody who is charged with the responsibility of conducting elections anapata nafasi ya kucharge simu yake na hajacharge hizo Kim's kids, should be arrested. Then I think the ruling should be, let me not say that one.
That's what I'm saying. Watch the chiefs. Watch the chiefs. Watch the chiefs very carefully. That's why it was never removed by the Uhuru Ruto government. The chiefs and district commissioners. Be very careful.
So those ones were for stability. We are yet to come up with the clear framework which we believe Baba should establish, a clear framework of the relationship between the county government and the national government on administrative matters. We got into the 2010 constitution dispensation without that clear framework, and the fear of the presidency being sabotaged by the county government was still alive. And you notice Kibaki government was very unstable initially. So when he went for counsel to Baba Moi, he was told the only way for you to stabilize this country, get the chiefs back, get the district commissioners back, and through that channel, organize your administration. You cannot rely to a political setting for administrative matters. And so there has to be that streamlining of that, so that the chiefs can be assimilated into the current political situation. What we are actually having right now is a parallel system. We are double paying people, doing parallel duties unnecessarily. And all that is born out of that fear of the usual fear. Unakumbuka the Kisumu massacre and all those all-time atrocities that were done by government. It was all tulipata uhuru, lazima tulinde uhuru kwa vyovyote vile, na mtu yeyote akicheza na hii serikali ataona cha mtema kuni. So it has been all protect the presidents at all cost. But I believe with time now we are coming out of that fear. We are getting secure with the devolved system of governance, and I'm sure we're going to devolve administration in such a way that we will be able to contain various regions within the county government administrative system. And then now we have the link to the national government. But this business of running a parallel national government inside the county, then we have the county administrative also running that is an oversight that needs to be corrected. But if they are set there to help in the elections, they are still in office. Let's watch what will happen. I think Mkenya Spain is still online. Who is this? Tumsikilize Rafael kwanza, Rafael Rotich Kawel, alafu tutakuja kwa Mkenya kabla Mr. Kamau awe wa kwanza kurudia.
Okay, nafuatilia, siongei saizi.
Oh, sawa sawa, utaki kuongea saa hizi. It's okay, Kawel.
Thank you, Bernard. How are you guys all?
We are good. You're welcome.
Thank you. So, Ruto claiming that it's not going to be rigged, it's good to have that confidence because you give courage and confidence your supporters to go out and vote for you, because maybe there's that fear that the people who rig the election are the state machineries, and now that is not in government, that is it's a worry, for people, that maybe this government will going to steal your votes. So it boosts the confidence of his supporters. It's good to have that kind of confidence. And remember what he's saying. He's saying that and there is no deep state that rigged the election, because him himself was in deep state, and there is no such things, of which we don't believe that. But also, if you look the other way, is that maybe Ruto is avoiding, if he tries to say that, oh, these people want to steal my votes, then who are these people? You are part and parcel of those people. In 2017, we all know Ruto. He was the man who was handling the general election of the Jubilee Party, from nomination all the way to the general election. So, and maybe he don't want to say that, because the moment he say that, the Kenyans will criticize him that, so that game. So tell us who want to rig your election, and tell us the process of rigging election, because remember he's a deputy president. So maybe he's also avoiding that criticism, or maybe Amejipanga that and he plays some and he planted some strategies to make sure that no one should steal his votes. So, but anyway, generally, it's good to have that confidence, telling your voters that nobody will steal our votes. Come out and vote for me. The issue of Saba, personally, I don't see any reason why. For what gain? For what gain? If today IEBC opened the servers, for what gain? So and right now that the Baba is a friend of Raila Odinga, that one, if we bring that story right now, it's like now you are hurting your friend. That your friend is Uhuru Kenyatta currently. If the IEBC open the server right now, we all know what is going to happen, and it will going to destroy the name of Uhuru Kenyatta, the president. Because remember, if IEBC open the server today and find out that the number of Raila have more votes than Uhuru Kenyatta, that is a shame to Uhuru Kenyatta, and there's our president. But now that is a friend with Baba, and let's just move on. It's not, for me. It's personally, it's not. It will create some hatred and among AZIMIO people, Now that we are partners, and now that we are friends with President Uhuru Kenyatta and his soldiers, let's just move on and forget we should focus on IEBC killing in the server currently, but we should not focus on the server of 2017. How will that help us? Surely, what we AZIMIO, and by the way, when Raila Odinga shook hands with President Uhuru Kenyatta, as our ODM supporters, we had a problem with IEBC from 2007 to 2017. So the first thing that you are supposed to target was this issue of elections, stealing votes. That was some of the priority number one for us to discuss with the president. Now that our president is our friend, electoral justice, that was some of the things that that was our top priority. But you see now, our friend Uhuru Kenyatta told us, maybe let me say that forget about this. Rest assured of this. There will be no more stealing of votes from Baba, and work for me with this BBI. Then Uhuru give us this assignment of BBI, and we are all along we are busy chasing BBI, but opening server right now, I don't think so. That is let Bernard, we must forgive ourselves, but we should not forget. So we should not forget what happened in 2017, because if we forget, we are not going to prepare for this election. So we should not forget, but we should forgive. The Supreme Court, even if the IEBC, without opening of the server, the Supreme Court said, no, this is not election. You guys go back to the field. You see? So that one is a long gone story. There is no any reason why we should open the server right now. But the server must be clean right now. The field should be clean. We should have a fresh referees, fresh linesman, so that we can prepare this match for 2022 general election. And also the people of ODM, especially Baba side, and we shall not forget Chupokati. We cannot forget. Surely we cannot. Even if Baba tries to forget that and forgive him, we cannot. We cannot. But we can forgive him. We can forgive him, but we cannot forget. So let us focus on this server. That one is story made. That one is deal done and it's over. The president is our friend and he's trying to help us to win this coming match. And so yeah, let's focus. Let us prepare ourselves for this big match coming in August. So, but if we start right now, attacking our friend, or you stole our votes in 2017, let's open server, let's go back to 2017, what happened? That one, it's not important. So back to you, Bernard.
Thank you, Kawel. I think you have a point there, and probably it's a political strategy to derail the focus of the people who want to go into this election and win. But on the other hand, the information in the server is only private to us. I don't think that Baba doesn't have a copy of what is in the server, and that goes with Uhuru Kenyatta. So it is the public that is kept in the dark. But those big boys, I mean the big people, have that information. If you remember, Miguna wanted to read, although with his extremism, of course, wanted to read it on the, I think he did it on, what is it, AM Live and all that. So it's not that the information in the server will come as a shock to Uhuru Kenyatta or as a shock to Raila Odinga. It will come as a shock maybe to Kenyans. And that's part of and parcel of managing the crisis. But all in all, knowing the truth is better, but let's also not peg the elections on the same as we look forward to having credible elections. Aaron, what is it?
Yeah, mimi kuna jambo moja nataka kudisagree na Cowell akisema kuwa eti sasa hivi vile we are friends of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, saba ikifunguliwa tupate Uhuru ndiye alishinda, then hiyo maybe italeta mtafaruku. No, sisi the very person ambaye unajua President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta hakujitangaza kuwa mshindi, alitangazwa. Nani alimtangaza? Ni Chebukati. So if Chebukati alipangle hiyo election ndiye atangaze Chebukati, that is why tuna insist kuwa sava ifunguliwe ndiposa tujue who won that election. President haina shida because he is our friend, sisi watu wa Azimio. So hata ikifunguliwa tupata alishinda already, that is a foregone case. Lakini mwenye tuko na shida naye ni Chebukati, because we don't want again arig Ruto ama arig Raila, because hii kitu tunataka iwe genuine. Nimekushinda vizuri, peana mkono and life goes on.
Thank you. On the other hand, servers are not cleaned. Servers are storage facility. And like any other computer file, every file you save, you have a new file name. So we have the 2017 election saved as 2017 election results. Then we have 2022 elections will be saved as 2022 elections. They can't mix. If you clean, you're cleaning evidence. And that is something that is supposed to be kept for records. If we want to have a country that can rely on their previous information for future references. Although we have been very expert in hiding the truth and letting the people buy into the lies. We look forward to having it right. Thank you. Yeah.
You see, let me respond to my friend Harun. You know, it is obvious. You and I know that the 2017 general election, you know, if you ask even the kids who are playing in the streets, that it is automatically what happened, my friend, 2017 election, that one was not an election. Even without IEBC opening the server, the Supreme Court said this is null and void. This is not an election. You see? So what I'm trying to say is that right now, 100% today, personally, I'm sure, if IEBC tomorrow open the server, I'm sure that Baba have more votes than Uhuru Kenyatta. But is that what I want as a Baba fan, as a Baba supporter, as a ODM supporter currently? No. There was a time I wanted that, and that was 2017. It will not help me now. You know, forget about even helping me. It may even bring some conflict among, you know, between the two friends, between the two teams. That one, it will not help. What really help us currently is that IEBC should clean the server. We must have a clean server for coming this for the upcoming matches. And actually, they should even delete that one. They should even completely delete the 2017 result. It will not help us. And let us not try to destroy the name of our president. You know, one time he was our enemy, but now he's our friend. You know, we must protect him. What's wrong with you guys?
You know, the kind of you want like I said, there is no quarrel over this, especially let's say between the two principals. They are sitting for 8 hours without saying anything. Was not out of fearing each other's faces. It was fearing the result that was on the table. So it's not something that will come as an issue, and probably that's part of the reason why they got back their lost relationship and ensured that they work together for 2022. It could be Zacchaeus returning back 4 times what he stole now. So let's not drag this too much. But in my opinion,
last point. Yes. one last point. As a Baba supporters, you know, for us we have rules. Baba supporters, when Baba said turn left, you turn left. There is no question. When he said right, it's right. Baba went to State House and shook hands with President Uhuru Kenyatta, which means yeye ambaye alipata hiyo votes aliforgive his friend. Sasa now they are friends. Sasa I have absolutely no right to go back and claiming that, oh, I want to see the servant. No, it is Baba said, my friend. Baba said that the guys, we must move on, move forward. So yeah.
Well, Kawel,
Kawel,
Baba's order, but the issue is, if the very person that bungled the election is beginning to blow hot and cold at this point in time, he's the one provoking us to begin to ask those questions. How can he be calling for a committee that doesn't have jurisdiction to listen to somebody who is not a candidate over breaking a code of conduct that is meant for candidates? You get that? So Chebukati is under duress by some extra forces, external forces that are forcing him to make these blunders. If we don't raise the voice now, he's going to sit pretty and go ahead by obeying those external forces in doing the same thing he did previously. Alex.
Kawel, my friend, please. When Baba says, when I say turn right, turn left, turn right, Baba is not saying we are robots. Baba has told us that we are partners. And in this partnership, we do have conversation and dialogue. And the reason why Baba has maintained a relationship with us is because he listens to what we ask. And part of our asking is very simple. We have an handshake which he directed us, but we ought to resolve it. You cannot say that we are going to mess the good name of the president. No. They have a handshake, but truth is incontrovertible. We cannot shift the intragenerational problem to intergenerational problem. The reason we are where we are is because our parents refused to finish their problems. We are not going to shift this problem to the future generation. It has to be done here and now. And the only thing that can help us is to know the truth, and the truth will set us free. And then we say, and that is why when we, in the future, we are going to set up Truth, Justice, and Reconciliation Committee. And before we reconcile, we got to know the truth, because the truth will set us free. Our strength in AZIMIO lies in the truth, not in lies. And that's why Ruto's camp is crumbling, because it is built in lies. We are not going to build anything in lies. We will build AZIMIO with the truth, and our friendship with Uhuru will be stronger. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I hope that is well prosecuted. We move forward. Can we, Raphael, are you ready to talk, or we move to Njiru? Okay, Bwana Njiru, karibu, alafu Manu ndio turudi kwa Mr. Kamau.
For allowing me to talk. So I just wanted to discuss a little bit on our topic today. I can see we are getting a lot of information every day. Let me begin by discussing about the issue of rigging, the claim about rigging. I think there is one thing which Kenyans are not understanding, and I think us as Kenyans, we like to pretend even when information is outside there. Saa zingine unasikia ati watu huko Mount Kenya tu wakisema tunataka ati tuambiwe ama Uhuru na Ruto wamekosana. You know, asking such information to me, I don't think it adds value, because things are outside there. So, hii story ya IBC, it is just a confirmatory test. Kila Mkenya anajua ya kwamba uchaguzi iliibiwa. Every Kenyan knows that. So, hakuna details tunahitaji. So, going to the server, we are not going to determine whether the election was stolen or not. The election was already stolen. The reason why hii mambo yote inatokezea, it is to make IBC aware that ni wezi That's the reason why we are having this campaign ya kufanya hii mambo yote. So it is a campaign first of all to tell IBC there is credible evidence nyinyi ni wezi. That is first thing. The second thing, kwa hiyo kitu, it is also a genius method ya kuzuilia IBC to bungle another election in future. So because one thing which we are double sure ni kwamba IBC walitumika kwa wizi wa kura and they can still be used. So, and one thing which we are clear is that Baba doesn't need to rig an election, but Ruto can rig an election. That is one thing which we need to be double sure about that. For Baba to win, we don't need to rig. Baba ako mbele. Na yule mtu anafikiria Baba yuko mbele ama Baba ana kura, ni kuota anaota. So that is one thing which is clear. And his victory can be taken away from him. So let's not despise that through the same people who facilitated the rigging. Sababu hatuwajui. So whatever is happening is to keep IBC on high alert that ile kura tutapewa 2022, they should be ready to defend it with credible evidence that so and so ameshinda na hakuna evidence ya kwamba ati kuna kura imeibiwa, because hatutaki story ya kwenda kwa high court tena ama kwa the Supreme Court trying to kusema ati kura ya huyu imeibiwa, tumeibiwa these things, ama sasa tukifika pale forms zianzie kupotea, ama sasa tuanzie hizo machine za IBC zianzie kufail. So the communication which is being passed here is that IBC has to be orderly and they have to give us a genuine election. So whatever is happening is a case on IBC to do something systematically, ordinary and honest. It is a push for a free and ile term tunakuanga tukitumia free and fair election. That is what is being prosecuted now. And we have a hope that in 2022 we are going to have a credible election. The other thing, history ya Ruto ati anasema yeye kura zake haziwezi ibiwa. It is something inatumikanga dunia mzima. You know, si uchaguzi ya Kenya peke yake. You always hear watu kwa elections, ama when people are participating in presidential election, utakuwa unasikia in every country unasikia kuna pande inatokezeanga ikisema ni kama kuna mpango ya kuiba kura zetu. Inakuanga usually a political gimmick ya kuoneshana uko na popularity mingi sana. So when the deputy president anatokezea na anasema kura yetu iwezi ibiwa, the communication he is giving to his supporters ni kwamba he is very popular and his election is going to be won. So he is trying to create he is creating an artificial popularity outside there. He knows what he is doing. So he is just creating a wind that yeye akona support mingi sana, and the only way in which you will not become a president ni akiibiwa kura. So it is like doing your own opinion poll and telling your supporters that uko na nguvu sana ndio wanapanga kuiba uchaguzi wako. So it's a campaign tactic, and it is done by so many people in the world to build a perception that you are popular. So the deputy president is just building a perception that he is popular, and that's the only way in which people can stick together. Na ataendelea, he will keep on until we do election. Ruto hiyo ndio ile kitu atakuwa tu anasema wanapanga kuiba kura yetu. That is the only thing which will keep is people together. He has to create that environment yeye ako mbele, and AZIMIO people should not fall to that trap. We should not even listen to him. We should continue with our own methodologies, what we are doing, campaigning, splitting our teams, and doing all what we are supposed to do. So the other thing nilikuwa nataka tu kuongea ni ya kwamba as we speak now in Mount Kenya through Jubilee, we are going to have a split. Mount Kenya is going to split. And remember, 1 year or 2 years down the line, Mount Kenya was intact with Ruto. And any split in Mount Kenya of whichever issue, which is less than 90%, any split which is 80-20, 70-30 is doomed for UDA. So the popularity which is going on about Jubilee na vile Jubilee inaanzia kuendelea huko Mount Kenya, it is just doomed to UDA, because UDA needs Mount Kenya as their as their hold strategy, because those are their two main blocks which they have in Kenya currently. Their main two blocks in the Central and the Rift Valley. And those blocks have to vote exactly the way they voted in 2017. Now sasa kutoka hapo sasa waanzie sasa kutegemea hizo pande zingine. The other thing which I wanted to discuss here, leo nimesikiliza hao majamaa wanaitangwa media police station, hii kipindi ya Mutaingonyi. And I've really heard they are interesting analogy hapo, na nilikuwa pia nikitaka kuileta hapa in our discussion so that people can also understand. Nimesikiliza discussion ya watu na I understood what they are saying. Wanasema history ya matusi ya Ruto ya jana about ng'ombe Congo, it was not about that. Au Panelists wamesema hiyo ilikuwa vita ya Mount Kenya Foundation. Currently nasikia Equity Bank huko DRC Congo, it is becoming very big na wako na projection ya hiyo bank kugrow huko sana, and in the next 6 years Equity Bank will be very big there. So whatever Ruto did, it was war against the Mount Kenya Foundation and those people who have the Mount Kenya billionaires, and it is something which almost played perfectly. So whatever Ruto did, it was a counter measure, because Mount Kenya Foundation refused to endorse him, and it is a full throttle war ili ambayo anajaribu sasa kupiga hao matajiri wa Mount Kenya so that their resources can reduce. And it is a wake-up call that if Ruto becomes the president of Kenya, he is going to do very bad things to many billionaires in Mount Kenya. And I can assure you, without unajua, for you to sustain power, kuna vile tu, there will be a shrinkage pattern ya wale matajiri wako huko. And he is having a lot of hunger because these people are not supporting him. And I think Mount Kenya should wake up na wajue ya kwamba hawa matajiri ambao wako Mount Kenya saa hii wakikuja wamalizwe, even them they will suffer. You can try to imagine the amount of people who have been employed by these billionaires. Wale watu wanafanya Equity, some of us, like including like even like my old parents ambao hawajai kuwa na bank account, waliweza kupata bank account through Equity. And we have so many people who have benefited through Equity. He wings to fly. Our children are going to school because of Equity. And we have so many things which these billionaires are doing. They have tertiary industries they do. Huko Nairobi wako na viwanda kidogo kidogo, sio Equity peke yake. So we are having circles, we are having what na zinakuwa owned by these guys. So whatever is happening, it is full throttle economic war on Mount Kenya Foundation. And I can assure you that Mount Kenya is going to lose their billionaires if Mr. Ruto becomes president, because atakuja our dismantle, because hata hii concept anasema he is going to rule for 5 years. It is not true. These guys wameleta analogy ya Museveni na wameargue ya kwamba Museveni in 1986 alisema anataka tamu mbili peke yake so that he can solve the problems which Uganda was having, na alafu sasa arudishe serikali kwa wananchi after kupindua serikali in Uganda, after kutoa Obote. And these people have confirmed that Museveni alisema yeye anataka tamu moja, na mnajua Museveni saa hii ako Uganda hadi saa hii na ana haraka ya kutoka, and if he has to get out, he is designing a succession plan. So ile kitu najaribu kuambia watu ya Mount Kenya na watu wengine, we should not fall in this trap ya Ruto ya kusema yeye anataka tamu moja. Ni kichwa tu anataka kuingiza. In reality, Ruto has capacity to change the constitution hata akae hapo tamu tatu. And I can tell you for sure. So I'm not saying that is what is going to happen, but there is that possibility that those things can happen. Ni mtu wa kifua. Umeona hata vile ameweza kuassemble a team of MPs to dismantle all the government procedures. Anakutana na MP. What will prevent him akipata serikali kuassemble a group of MPs even to review the constitution for his own advantage? So me, whatever I'm saying, this one is a wake-up call for Mount Kenya region. And I can tell the Mount Kenya region, all the gains you have gotten from the year 2002 na sahi, hizo gains zote zinaenda kuisha zote. I think you people, you can imagine ile umasikini tumekuwa nayo from in the 80s and the 90s, and the way our billionaires waliangamizwa, watu kama akina Kenneth Matiba na akina nani, the way watu mnajua vile so many billionaires in Mount Kenya waliangamizwa. If we are not going to think right, this thing is going to repeat. Hata Nyayo torture chamber inaweza rudi, because this guy is vicious, this guy has hunger, and this guy he want to use the old mechanism ili aweze kupata hii uchaguzi. So in my conclusion, what I'm just saying, we are just waiting for Sagana, which will happen in 1 week's time, and we are double sure that children will return back home. I'm suspecting that we might have close to 30% to 40% of UDA defection, because already within Mount Kenya wale watu wanasimama na UDA sahi wameanzia kureceive a lot of hit from this splinter parties ambazo zina support ya Azimio. So what I can say is that Azimio is on traction, Azimio is doing very well. So we are waiting for the president to assemble the people, and the president has his own rights to support the people he wants, because one thing which we know, hakuna vile president anaweza decampaign mtu if he doesn't have reason. It is only that sahi in Kenya pia koti hazijaweza kufanya vizuri sana. Yes, Uhuru anaweza sema kuna corruption zimetendeka hapa, but koti zetu they have not done extremely well in terms of fighting corruption na vitu zingine. Tunajua kesi mingi sana Ruto amekuwa prosecuted, na tunajua hata kesi zingine including hata ile ya shamba ya Muteshi, ile ambaye aliambiwa arudisha I think hata alipe 5 million, na akatokezea kwa media akidanganyana ya kwamba ati ni watu walifence hiyo shamba vibaya. So we are having somebody who is lying openly every day. Akishikwa anadanganyana. Unasikia kama sahi hata historia ya DRC venye amekamatwa ati anasema it was in a right note. How do you speak in a right note when you are mocking people from another country? Ebu imagine somebody speaks that way about Kenyans. It was wrong, and it was a bad example. So what I say is that it is a wake-up call for Kenyans to unite, and we have to vote Raila Odinga in for the change of our political dynamics in Kenya. At least we get away of Kalenjin and the Kikuyu dynamics in politics. We have to bring other communities together, and through Raila Odinga becoming a president, it will be an advantage for other communities to know that hii maneno ya presidency hata mtu mwingine anaweza ipata. It is the only hope we have in Kenya, and we can only achieve this milestone if the aging Raila Odinga, who is almost in his sunset years, if we can be able to achieve this milestone for us. If we miss this opportunity, hii kitu itatendeka in the next 50 years. So we have an opportunity of getting something within the near future and within our recent modern time. Tukuwa na nguvu, tuone a shift of power to another community which can drift power to other smaller and minority community. And that is why I see we have a crunch time moment which we can't let it go. Thank you.
Asante, Skip.
I have a rebuttal from Mr. Maura. And the rebuttal is, I'm a chicken farmer. My name is Ruto. And I have a very, very curly dog that takes care of foxes not to come. Sindio? So every night I find there's a chicken dead. Yeah? And my dog doesn't eat my food. But nimeweka hiyo mbwa kali kuchunga kuku yangu. For the next night, I have to make sure that the dog that I am making to take care of my chicken has not stolen from me. I'll have to investigate his doghouse to see if there's chicken carcasses there. It's nothing to embarrass the president or anything about that. It's Chebukati is our guard dog, and I don't trust the guard dog, because the guard dog is supposed to prevent foxes. It's supposed to prevent all these things from doing that. And what I'm afraid of is the same guard dog, because coming on top of what Alex said also, other than the guard dog analogy, is what Alex said: a wounded lion is more dangerous, or a cornered rat. Have you ever tried to catch a cornered rat? It's very impossible. And there are two people here, and it was explained very well. Chebukati bungled 2 elections. And if he lets go of this seat, he doesn't want people to discover what he has done, because that is it for him, It's the same as Museveni, and Ruto has the same things. He's got issues, yeah, in IACC. He's got land issues. He's got allegations of corruption. He's got all these things that are happening to him, yeah. So he's desperate. Chebukati is desperate, but we're also forgetting about other desperate people in this country now. So there's also the opposite side. You've got the Moi family and the Uhuru family who are also desperate. So that is why we need a new commissioner that is going to make this these elections fair. No rigging from AZIMIO side, and there's no rigging on the Kenya Kwanza side. I want it pure, clean. Yeah, that is what I'm scared of. That's why we're insisting on seeing the servers, so that we can say we either see the servers or you leave. You leave, you resign, because we don't trust you. Then I can say, okay, forget about the servers. We can do the Mandela moment, like we forgive what people did in the past. But the moment the guard dog is not trusted, we don't trust him. That's what I'm saying. Fungua server, ama atoke. I can take either one.
Thank you, Kip. But Chebukati cannot save himself. Even if he's not out of office, by January, his tenure is over. So if he escapes now, January, we wait for him at Anniversary Towers as he hands over the files because he has to go, and we take him to committee. So if he tries to commit another crime to add to the two he has already committed, allegedly, he's only complicating his life further. I would that, like I said before, he's given an opportunity to redeem himself. But if he digs himself in the pit, he will have himself to blame, because so far, like every other Kenyan, he is not giving anything promising as far as standing up to the occasion and proving himself. He's quite different from Kivuitu. Kivuitu used to, used to talk tough and able to give hope even when things were getting hot. You would say they are from we are waiting for Nithi, and it seems like my commissioners have gone to cook figures. If they arrive here with cooked figures, we're going to deal with them. Now, the Chebukati guy seems to be thriving in, what do I call it? Appearing ignorant, stupid, foolish. And he so that if things go wrong, we will not blame him that much. But I don't think he has an opportunity to escape this one. Njiru, kama una la kusema sema dakika moja tafadhali, tuende kwa Manu.
Yeah, rebuttal from Mr. Maura. I want a rebuttal.
What I wanted to say is that we don't have time to get out Chebukati. So the only thing we can do is we can only shame him and show him that we know what he did, and he has an obligation to give us a credible election. That's what I wanted to add to what Kip said. It is not possible to get Chebukati out. We can't be able to do new contract. We can't be able to get somebody from the parliament approved and we do an election. There is no time to get him out, unfortunately. So it is him to give us a credible election, and that's what we are doing.
Na Jamaliza procurement. That's what I don't trust. Jamaliza procurement. There are many things missing.
Your procurement ndio iko na interest mingi. Hata hizi safari za Dubai, they are part and parcel of that. You remember in 2017, there was an allegation that the parcel of extra voting papers for presidential elections were in Tanzania, waiting to be brought into the country until I think that was 2013 or something. The Chief Justice went to check whether the allegations are right or not. Unajua Kenya tumechezewa miaka mingi.
No, there's evidence on newspapers of those papers. People could see them. There are pictures of them.
Yes, so that means the ballot papers that are printed, the procurement Take for instance, we are 22 registered, 22 million, 22 whatever million registered voters. We need to have ballot papers to a tune of 25 million or thereabout, 23, 24, thereabout, with the margin error. But now we will have people who want to print an extra 10 million, half of that, so that they can arrange for this other rigging process and then make up for the difference. So it's important that we be on the lookout at every stage, especially that procurement and then the ballot papers as they come in, the security of those ballot papers. And one of the things that, like you talked about, chiefs, the really issue here is on the storage of the ballot papers, because they're usually released from the warehouse or earlier. Then they are taken to that place where they are, there was a thief who had strayed, and then you remember
Now
all
you're
that
seeing what I was saying.
we were taken in 2017. They are marked mapema by the NYS or by whatever group, and then now the next stage is how to transfer them to various polling stations, and then how they can be staffed into the all that. So if this thing is monitored at every stage and we ensure that there is no room for malpractices, we will be able to have a credible elections, but it will all come out of our vigilance. Our vigilance sio kuangalia tu kura peke yake. We must look at the entire process. And if Chebukati is incompetent, his incompetence we can still sanction him, even if we don't remove him from presiding over from whatever. Get rid of him from IBC. We can get rid of him from being the chairman of the IBC. We get these other new commissioners, get one of them to be the chairman, if he can deliver. So we shouldn't look as if our hands are tied, we are time bad and all that. Those excuses we can't accept them as at now. We have a country to save. The stakes are high. We must deliver an election that will give us a legitimate president who has legitimacy all over the country. Not this business of we go through the election, then we have another investment of legitimizing the person who claimed to have won. Then we spend 3 months of pulling and pushing, and we say he's legitimate, he's not, we are a perennial loser, no perennial loser, and all that. All those games should stop. So I am for the push for us to have a credible election, and whatever it takes, we should be willing to walk that mile. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Manu Kirui. Manu Kirui, vipi?
Jambo.
Namna gani?
Salama sana. Sasa
Umeficha
nimefurahia.
sura.
Sio kama ni kamera yangu ni mbaya. Hata nimeweka on.
Kwanza ni Manu, si Man Kirui. Manu.
Manu
Yeah.
Kirui. Yes.
Manu
Toa maoni yako tafadhali.
Okay, nilikuwa nasema hivi. Nimesikia vizuri venye mnazungumza kuhusu maneno ya IBC. Kulingana na maoni yangu, 2017 election, kama kulikuwa na uwizi sikatai, lakini who was the complainer? Nani alikuwa na complain alipiwa kura? Nataka one person anijibu, because ndio tuende pole pole, tujibizane, tujibu tu tukienda pole pole. Nani alikuwa na complain ilipiwa kura? ODM, si ndio? Hivyo Ben.
You tell us.
Yes, ilikuwa ODM. The same ODM alienda wakasalamiana, which was a very nice idea. Ndio hiyo fracas iishe, wakasalamiana na the right honorable Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta president. Venye walisalamiana, hiyo maneno ya fracas ikaisha, na venye iliisha, yeye mwenyewe akakubali ule mtu mwenye amemsalamia ni mtu mzuri. Mpaka wa leo ukiambia aliiba, hawezi hata tacha at the end aliiba election. Lakini nyinyi kama wananchi mnalalamika mkisema iliibwa kura, na Uhuru mwenyewe na Raila saa hii wanakula pamoja, wanatembea pamoja, wanaenda kila mahali. Ndio maana nimeona tu sikutaka kuinterfere mkiongea because you are complaining, but complainer mwenye alikuwa analalamika aliibiwa hana say. Sasa nyinyi mnalia ati sava asifunguliwe, nyinyi mnalia ati kuna procurement. Right now tukizungumza, Chebukati kama angekuwa na issue, Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga angekuwa amelalamika atolewe ofisi, ama Uhuru ama nani mwenye anapikana Ruto. So saa hii nyinyi mnapika mdomo ama blasphemy kwingine. Ngoja kwanza.
Kura zilizoibiwa sio Raila Odinga aliibiwa, ni sisi wa Kenya tulioibiwa.
Na tupigi mdomo, tunaongea tupigi mdomo.
Hata mimi napiga mdomo.
Hapana, tunaongea ndugu yangu, tunaongea tupigi mdomo.
Alex, tusiende tena katika misamiati ya Kiswahili. Kupiga gumzo na kupiga mdomo na hiyo masuala yote, tusiende katika hiyo masuala tafadhali. Naomba hivi Bwana Manu, sio Raila Odinga aliyeibiwa, sio ODM iliyoibiwa, okay? Walioibiwa ni wa Kenya. That's number one. Number two, the people indicted in the court, in the Supreme Court, was not Jubilee, it was not Uhuru Kenyatta, it was IEBC. And that's why we are talking about IEBC and Chebukati.
Kindly, uniachie basi niendelee nimalize. Bas, asante. Sasa nilikuwa naongea nikisema wenye aliibiwa kura kama ni wananchi, lakini nani angekuwa president? Haingekuwa mimi, haingekuwa wewe, ingekuwa Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga mwenye tuna respect. Hata kama si yuko kwa mrengo yake, lakini na respect. So, sisi kama wananchi nataka tukue na ile zubra, tukijua watu hata Raila angepata kura awe rais wa Kenya. Hiyo wakati yeye mwenyewe angekuwa anatuongoza, lakini yeye ni kiongozi, kwanza atakuwa amefaidika kupata kazi. Hiyo ni jambo la kwanza, you have to understand. Jambo la pili, zizi atasaidia kwa kutufanyia kazi yenye inahitajika kama penye wanasema hata yeye saa hii Uhuru amefanya. So hakuna venye angekusaidia kama wewe direct, na ndio maana hao watu wanajuana, politicians wote wanajuana. I want to tell you the exact thing. Mkwae mkichua, hata kama mtalalamika mkisema IBC nini, kaa ukichua za hii kuna siku nani Raila anakutananga na Ruto. Sikia from me sahi. Na you have to know that. So hii maneno tunalalamika hapa na pale, lazima tujue yote ni siasa.
Ndugu unatudanganya because there is no way to competitors.
You are out of order. You are out of order. Bwana Fred, umefika tu saa hii quarantine tena mapema. Subiri hapo, ukitaka kuintercept unainua mkono. Sawa sawa. Bwana Manu.
Yes.
Nataka tuelewane hapa. Kura tunapiga kwa sababu Raila ameitisha ama kwa sababu constitution inaituhitaji kupiga kura?
Ni constitution, lakini si lazima kuwa napikiwa Raila, hata anaweza pikiwa mtu mwingine.
Ndio nakuambia, wakati kuna injustice ama irregulations in an election, it is an abuse to the constitution. It's not necessarily to the candidates. And whether the candidates benefit from the elections or not, the issue is we have a country that is governed by the constitution. The more we misuse the constitution to justify what is wrong, the worse we run down the country, because the constitution will be a useless paper eventually, because it's not governing it. We are now turning it into whatever we want.
Yes, umemaliza. Sasa ndio nilikuwa nakwambia. Acha sasa umechibu, hata umechibu vizuri sana. That is why nilikuwa nakueleza. Mwenyewe Raila anajua Uhuru alishinda. That is why venye election ilikuwa cancel, akaambiwa arudie mara ya pili, hakuenda tena kwa hiyo election, akaenda tu akilalamika kidogo, hadi tuende maandamano, hiyo maneno yote, mpaka akaenda handshake, akatupa wenzake nje, wakaenda wakasalamiana na Uhuru, wakafanya kazi pamoja, because walijua election it was credible and ilifanywa vizuri, na ndio maana nilikuwa nasema hivi kulingana na
Manu,
na
I don't want
ngoja
us to be
niseme
taken on
yangu.
stories. We are not talking about imaginations and fictitious stories here. We are talking about a ruling from the Supreme Court. You want to tell me that the judges in the Supreme Court they ruled on an election that was well conducted?
No,
So what are you telling us?
I am saying penye ilirudiwa, Raila alienda kwa ballot, aliavoid, si ndio?
On the repeat elections,
Yes,
the people
alienda.
that voted and the people that kept away from voting,
Yes,
what
alienda
was the
kwa ballot.
percentage? What were the percentages?
Hakuenda kwa ballot.
It is not kwenda kwa ballot. He called for
Yes,
boycott of elections.
that
Okay,
is what I
and the
mean.
people who boycotted the elections were more than the people that participated in the repeat election. That's
Then my
winning
question,
election
why he was
without
boycotting?
being on the ballot.
Kwa nini aliboycott? Do you know?
Because of the same thing we are talking about. When the IBC is not committed in conducting a credible elections, why should you go? Wewe unataka kwenda kichinjio ukijua kisu kimenolewa kwa ajili yako.
Then my question again, hapa umejibu vizuri. Usiende sasa na ukaa hapa ndio ni ujibu sasa. Penye aliboycott akajua anaenda kunolea na hiyo kisu. Mbona akakuja akasalamia mwizi?
Ndio nakwambia hivi. That is what you need to understand, that there are matters that are beyond letters and laws when it comes to governance. That's why there is what is called the spirit of the law beside the official law. When it comes to matters governance, there are many dynamics that come into play. Uhuru Kenyatta, even after being sworn in, it was impossible for him to govern the country. And I don't think it's Raila Odinga who sought for Uhuru Kenyatta. It was Uhuru Kenyatta who sought for Raila Odinga because it was clear he was not able to govern the country. The country was on the brink of breaking into two. We were ready to start our own central bank and start our own country, cutting our links with Uhuru Kenyatta and his governance. So if everybody went on digging in, we will not be talking about Kenya right now. We'll be talking about South Kenya, Northern Kenya, and Southern Kenya.
Okay.
So there are many things that are put in consideration. It's not that I feel like going to shake Uhuru Kenyatta's hand, then I go and shake his hand because I want to be in government. That is a shallow way of looking at it.
Ndio nimekuambia kubali.
Doesn't put the country ahead. It puts
Huyu ni Eric Manani. Eric, nimesikia sauti yako, acha kujiita Mani U. Enda tu back na weka picha, tunajua ni wewe. Eric Manani, just speak.
Ndio huyo, sijui kama imetoka.
Alex, you are right. Alex, you are right.
That is Eric Manani.
Yeah,
You know
there are
the guy
people
from
who are
Nyamira?
fighting. There are people who are fighting to go to quarantine.
Mbona mtu ajifiche uso na tunajua sauti yake?
Haya, huyu anaitwa Manu Kirui.
Huyo ni Eric Manani.
Wewe hata kuwa matanga kwa hiyo ofisi. Unaanza kufish out the hidden witnesses. Okay. From whichever. Okay, Bwana Manu, please conclude. But naomba hivi tafadhali to give whatever value to the debate. It's good for us to debate things that are factual and constitutional. Okay, not just to argue for the sake of arguing.
I don't like arguing. In fact, I want to give out the valid information. Zinis, hata wewe unajua vizuri what is going on. Unaelewa venye election. That's why we were talking about IBC. And the IBC, you know very well. They might be not doing the right thing, yes. But yule mtu alikuwa analalamika ndio nasema. ambapo siwezi sema mtu kiongozi, wacha niseme viongozi wenye walikuwa wanalalamika kuhusu hiyo nini, kuhusu hiyo kurikiwa, ndio walikuja wakashikana wakaendeleza maisha vizuri na uongozi vizuri. Saa hii we should not be talking about the last election, we should be focusing on the next election. That is what I mean. So namaanisha hivi, next election ni ile ya August this year. August this year inafaa tufanye nini? Na hiyo ndio nimesikia brother mwingine hapo akisema AZIMIO, which is ODM. Hakuna AZIMIO. Let me tell you today. In fact, there is something you are missing, these people. Hakuna kitu kama inaitwa AZIMIO. AZIMIO is an ODM, and the UDA is Kenya Kwanza. AZIMIO is they are fighting for to win an election, which is an ODM. Na UDA ana fight to win election, which is right. Lakini ujasikia hawa wakilalamika wakisema Chebukati yenye tu walikuwa anakuja kurekebisha juzi ni ile alikuwa anasema ati tufunge kamera. In fact, hata mimi siwezi kubali because inaweza affect ODM, inaweza affect UDA in one way or another. That is the things we should be focusing on. Lakini kusema ndio ifungulie the servers ya kitambo nini hiyo I make sense. Na ndio maana nimesema kwa heshima na respect nyinyi to focus kwa ile vitu sinakuja. Asanteni.
Bwana Manu, let me leave you to go away with that, but we are not also focusing on 2017. We are only using 2017 as a warning for the 2022. When we begin to see the signs that preceded 2017 recurring in 2022, it will be foolish for us to look on the other side and begin to say that everything will just be all right, let us focus to the front. Wewe huwezi kuwa unaendesha gari unatoka Nairobi, alafu unafika pale Limuru na unaona mist imeongezeka, wewe unasema hapa ni Limuru, mimi najua vile naendanga, I just go my way. There is a place for slowing down and checking again, because things are not constant as we suppose them to be. And when the signs begin to emerge clearly, it is a call for us to take caution, not for us to close our eyes and pretend that tupite tu kama kawaida vile tunapitanga. Yes, Bwana Baz.
Asante, lakini mkubali hapo ikiumana hapo mbele mshindo mkubali lakini mkishinda
hakuna kushindwa.
Manani, tuonyeshe uso yako. Hata kupita uso.
Piga kura yako alafu ngoja matokeo. Asante. Baz.
Yes, Bernard, I just wanted to correct you a little bit. There is something you continue peddling, which is based on either rumors, lies, or ignorance. You cannot continue saying that election was rigged in 2017. Would you kindly produce that report, that ruling from the Supreme Court that says the election was rigged? The problem with 2017 first election was on transmission. It was not on rigging. So stop peddling something that you cannot substantiate. And I think you said
what is rigged?
Always.
Fred, you're out of order. Baz,
yes, let me finish.
I've told you before, and I repeat again. We don't come on this platform to play around with words. The reason why the election was nullified is because it was not done accordingly. Okay? For it not to be done accordingly, following all the laws, was to enhance rigging. So what is it that you want us to be taken around with?
I think, Bernard, you have to read the ruling first, and even look at the commentary behind the ruling.
Tafadhali, tusianze kufundishana kizungu hapa. Kama maswala ilikuwa the use of rigging instead of irregularity or irregularities in case of all that is just English grammar. The issue is the election was not done according to the law, and so it was nullified. And the reason
that is,
you see, ignored
that
the
is
law
better.
was to enhance rigging.
That is
and
better, but what
now opening the server is an issue.
You know, Bernard, why I've asked you that, it's because you have stated that there were like ballot stuffing, which was not mentioned anywhere in that ruling or in that
We
petition.
even had extra polling stations.
That's
Extra
a
polling
rumors then.
stations that were not gazetted. All that is there. It's not rumor. That's why we got those Jubilee MPs in Western who we did not vote for. We went out, voted for another person was announced. Everybody was shocked. For a whole week, nobody spoke to one another because they don't know which miracle took place. Tafadhali.
No, allowed to be challenged just a little bit. If those MPs were voted in by no one, why were they not petitioned? And you bring that evidence of ungazetted polling stations so that they can be removed.
You wait and see.
Buzz, there were many ungazetted
what happened in 2017, 2013, and we are closer there. So let's wait and see. Let's do this. Kasuti, namna gani?
Thank you, sir. Wacha niulize tu my brother Bas. Wacha nikuulize swali. Do you know when you are being taken to the court of law of intention of doing something, hiyo ina implicate unafanya nini? Walisema vizuri kabisa, election was being nullified on the basis of election is not an event. Election is a process. And if it was a process, it means that there are some irregularities that was noticed in the process that was not right. That's why election was nullified. If that is, it's okay, my brother, let me tell you something. If you have intention of doing something, irregularities of something, what does that mean? Unataka kufanya yani uongo, yani rigi kwa Kiswahili inamaanisha nini? Yani kudanganya, yani bwana wale watu wa Kiswahili bwana, simulete hii kitu vizuri bwana, hizi tuweze kuelewa.
Wizi.
Ndio hiyo,
kutumia
ndio hiyo ndugu yangu. Wacha kukatalia Kiingereza, wacha tuseme Kiswahili. Udanganyifu inamaanisha nini? Uongo. Unaona ndugu yangu, ni ukweli election iliweza kutupiliwa mbali kwa sababu kulikuwa hata kama hakukuwa na udanganyifu, lakini kulikuwa na nia ya udanganyifu. Na ndio maana unakuta watu wengi katika kotini, in the court of law, wanakuwa accused and then wanakuwa charged kwa sababu ya kuwa na nia. Yani umekuwa na nia ya umekusudi, haujakusudia kuua, lakini ulikuwa na nia ya kuua. Ndio maana watu wanauliwa, wanakuwa charged. So that was the basis and that was the foundation of nullification of the election of 2017. Inamaanisha kulikuwa na udanganyifu. Ndugu yangu, tusipakane mafuta kama tunapaka chupa mafuta. So ukweli ni kwamba kulikuwa na uongo. Sawa?
Please, let's get the response. Tusonge mbele.
Do I respond, Bernard? What did you mean?
Very quickly. Respond.
Yes, I think Fred has said very correctly. It was an allegation to commit. What I'm comfortable with is allegation that President Kenyatta, in one place in his thought of rigging an election which he was winning. That is unheard of, unless you want to confirm in this Motembei TV that indeed President Kenyatta had in mind an idea to rig the election in 2017, which no one today will confirm that.
Baz, I have told you again, and I repeat, the information that is in public domain, we should not play around with. There was a request in the Supreme Court by the NASA lawyers that we go back to recount the presidential ballot papers to ascertain who won the elections. The president's lawyers said they cannot commit themselves to that until they have consulted with their client. They were given permission to go outside and make phone call. They came back and says, if we recount the votes, it will be disadvantage to our client. We decline. So tell me about that.
Bernard, what the lawyers asked for was opening of servers.
No,
And
you did not follow the proceedings. So tuachie tu hapo. You did not follow the
and let me
proceedings.
no, Bernard, let me tell you why. Let me tell you why the servers were never opened.
No,
Because
the servers will be opened. We are going to sanction that. If not now, after Baba has been sworn in. Thank you. Bwana Kasuti, iko nini? Hebu relax tumsikilize.
Bas, thank you for realizing that the server, why there was a reason why the server was not being opened. It means there was propaganda was behind of the server. Thank you for okay. I cannot use that word because it's very strong. I cannot use that one. There is a reason why the server was not being opened. It means the election was rigged. Thank you.
Thank you Kasuti. Pemba umefika tu sahi, tafadhali pumua. Okay, Pemba, come in. What is
Bernard,
it?
before
Nimesikia Buzz akiongea hapo, nikasema acha habari Buzz, niingie tu kwa dakika moja.
Nzuri sana.
You know, Buzz, I like Buzz. You know, Buzz is trying to play with our mind. He's confining the definition of rigging only to the concept of a ballot. Rigging has you can rig the whole process. Rigging is a whole process. You can rig by stealing. You can rig by making the environment very difficult for candidates to campaign. You can rig by even the counting process, you know, the transmission. So election rigging is not an act. Like for example, someone is confining his definition of rigging to an act of stealing a ballot, which is what is maybe blocking his view of the definition. So even the concept that the transmission was interfered with, the transmission gadgets do not just fail in an election; they can be made to fail, right? So, which is also a process of rigging. So rigging is not that what he's trying to say. So Buzz needs to be honest with us, even as he's talking, so that now we have that engagement in a more a more useful way to the observer, because he's saying that you're lying, which I don't think Buzz is also being honest with us. Thank you.
The reason why I just rose like in a point of order is because there is a narrative that Bernard was trying to propagate that including ballot stuffing and printing of more ballots so that they can be stuffed. That is an event, and that one at no point in that ruling was that ever canvassed. That's why I'm saying whatever Bernard is saying that there was ballot stuffing.
I
That
did
being an
not
event.
say there was ballot stuffing. I said there was an allegation that there are extra ballot papers for the presidential vote that were found in Tanzania. Whose mic is on? Alex's. Alex, quarantine direct. Thank you. You've been forgiven. Now, I did not say there was ballot stuffing. I said the procurement process where candidates who intend to rig the elections will go and contract the same company where the IBC have contracted. And instead of them producing 25 million ballot papers, they will produce 10 million extra ballot papers to come and be used for rigging an election. Just one dimension. And I never said that took place in 2017. I only said there was an allegations that some ballot papers, others landed in Dar es Salaam, while others were landing where? In Jomo Kenyatta. The ones in Dar es Salaam were to come by road.
Bernard, you even gave an elaborate example saying being marked by NIS. That was what I was uncomfortable with, because when you even talk about ballot and even marking, that means ballot stuffing. I think you should not jump that. You should
Exactly. I was elaborating the process of rigging. It takes place in different dimensions. One of it is printing extra ballot papers. That the legally ballot papers for IBC have come in, but extra ones are brought in, which are marked prior to the election. And then the process of transporting them in various places begins. And then they are added into the other ballot before the counting begins. Is your kitukipia more used to do it? What are you talking about?
You know, Bernard, when you say NIS stuffing, marking ballots, you are directly talking about a presidential
all
election.
those were allegations that were leveled. I'm not talking something from my head. It was there, NYS, Mara the Rangers. All those things were in the papers throughout 2017 and the rest. Mbona wewe unakaa kana kwamba umekuja Kenya jana? Tafadhali, tusikubali kudanganyana. And when something is alleged, we just report as alleged. We did not say it actually took place. But from the ruling at the Supreme Court and some of the challenges that were brought up by people like Didmas Baraza were petitioned. We had these 2017 elections had more petitions than any other election. So we should not bury our head in the sand and say that because the things went that way and we forget completely. Let's analyze the thing closely and be able to deduce where was the problem. Can we cure that problem so that it does not repeat itself in 2022? That's the reason why we are staying awake to talk, not just to dig in and try to defend what cannot be defended, in my opinion. Yes, Banathemba.
But I also want to agree with Baz. If there was anything that was the court spoke to, and he's confining himself to facts before the court, he is right, because there are facts within the court, but there's moral perception of the election process. So when you talk about facts before the court and what came out and what the court addressed, because the court does not address itself to matters not before it. So if it is a matter that has not come before the court, it will not address itself to it. The court only addresses itself to a matter before it, and to that extent, I agree with you, Baz. All right, but on the hindsight, what Bernard is raising a moral debate that came outside that. So I think we can agree to move on with the idea that there are facts before the court. Like the court might disagree with certain things, but in as far as the facts have been brought to them, all right. So you're right, Baz, to that extent. But rigging is not just about the ballot.
Thank you, Themba. I beg to move forward. Yes, Thomas.
So I want to greet everyone. How are you guys?
We are good. How are you?
I'm very okay. So I want to comment on this issue in two different ways. Number one, I want to comment on what happened at the Supreme Court, because what the judges used to make a decision
was using the evidence that they were that was submitted, and these were including the forms, and these were including even what was happening on the ground, including the bribery activities. And on the other hand, everyone knows there was a commissioner that resigned. This was Rosalind Akombe. And during one of the interview by the BBC, the main point that we can get from her words were that the IBC cannot conduct a credible election. As per the Constitution of Kenya, what is a credible election? A credible election is free from bribery. A credible election is an election that is free from interference of the transmission process. A credible elections means that everything has been done through transparency and accountability. And all these allegations, the IBC was not able to convince the highest court on the land that it was a very credible election. You can remember that the IBC came with a reason that there was a difference in time between Kenya and France, which in my opinion, I think that was a way of running away from the truth. And you can also, it is very unfortunate because this one is one of the body that is given more than 40 billion to give Kenyan a very truthful election and to ensure that each and every democracy of a Kenyan is fulfilled. And it is very unfortunate when I hear, Baz, you are trying to give us a very new constitution on what rigging means. I want to tell you biblically, one of the 10 commandments say that if you look at my wife, that is like committing, that is like sleeping with her. So if maybe the process was not as per the constitution, that is completely rigging, and we cannot give it another way. And I have to assure you that IBC is not ready to give us any credible election. The other day there was a national consultative a consultation board that was sitting was sitting down to ensure that they discuss on the various issues that will ensure that this forthcoming election is going to be credible, accountable, and very transparent. They ran away from it, arguing that it was a breach of Act 89 and Act 249 of our Constitution. And these are a body that is also saying they do not have enough money. Yet, right now, they now try to divert the attentions of Kenyans working on non-issues. And at the same time, when you look at some of the evidences that were given were given by the Rosalind Akombe, she said that Wafula Chebukati does not show leadership qualities. This one is a person that is controlled by the system. So when you see Ruto is now coming up and saying that kura zake haziwezi ibiwa, then anajua what happened. So Baz, there is no any argument about rigging. There is no any other definition. It's like corruption. Corruption is a very big name. Unaweza corrupt the oxygen that I'm inhaling in. Unaweza corrupt my food. Unaweza corrupt anything. So Bana, that's my submission.
And Ribat.
Yes, let me make
Yes,
a
Alex.
quick comment. I know Baz. Baz has been one of the panelists here for several months. I don't think that Baz doesn't know what we are telling him. And I don't think Baz is a visitor in Jerusalem. So I think that is the classic way of Baz. to twist definition, to throw a stone on us so that we can throw back feces on him, so that he can get his point. I mean, Baz, we are not going to throw feces. You throw stones. We're going to not turn them to feces. Irregularities and rigging, whether you want to agree or not, are the same when it comes to elections. You may want to use another name when we are talking about other stuff. I agree. But when it comes to election that has been taken to the Supreme Court on specifics, they are not going to use the word rig, Buzz. They are not going to, they are so wise because they are dealing with a country that is fragile, okay? They are not going to put the lives of the commissioners in threat because anything they say, they will put somebody's life in threat. So they must be cautious on the words they use. So when you hear them use the word irregularities, those are just synonyms of rigging. So Baz, you're a very wise person. Hata ukiona mtu kwa project yako ameinflate kitu because you're a project manager, you may not say what, you may end up saying what Uhuru said. It's a typo error when you know actually it was what? Corruption. So those are words, but in the end, the election was rigged, Baz. So relax, acknowledge, and that is why we had to do a second election. If it were just irregularities, we could have ignored them, Baz. Those were not just irregularities. There were gross irregularities that, and then when, secondly, Baz, when you honestly disagree here that there were no gazetted, some few and many in many areas that all the polling stations were gazetted. My friend, nyinyi huwa mnasoma gazeti gani bwana? Maybe kuna gazeti zenye mnasoma sisi hatusomangi Baz. Baz, there were so many ungazetted, and you know that. Baz, you want to be honest that you did not read about that? I want to know that. I wanted you to answer me face to face. You want to be sure that there were no such things that are happening during last election, Baz?
You know, I cannot rely on a publication on a newspaper. You have to look at the character of journalism in this country and understand that somebody can be taken into a corner and given a story, and that story can find its way to the editorial directly. This is Kenya we live in, so it can be a non-existing story to shape perception, and they have come. There are very many. Ndio maana kukatokea msemo gazeti ni ya kufunga nyama. It did not come from the blues.
Hapo umejitetea vizuri Baz, you know, that argument I agree with it, but the fact is that they were. In my home area, I will give you one and you can go read. In Nyamira, Sironga was never gazetted, but kura zilitoka huko. There were so many that is what made even Nyagarama become the governor. By the way, Jubilee won in Nyamira, but they were also rigged out. So we go back to the same thing when Kibaki, the election of 2000, you know, Kibaki said something that was famous, that we need to heal our country. He said, mimi sijakata atu kuiba, uliiba na mimi niliiba, lakini mimi niliiba nyingi. So we need to stop that. Whether ni nyingi ama ni kidogo, we just need to stop it so that we can have a credible election. Unaona, sisi hatujui kuiba nyingi Baz. Sasa kama nyinyi mnajua kuiba nyingi, hiyo ndio shida.
Tunawafungia, hakuna kuiba this time round. Thank you, Alex. Let's listen to Kasuti make his submission, then Baz alafu tusonge mbele.
We Alex, hakuna mwizi mdogo na hakuna mwizi mkubwa. Mwizi ni mwizi. Na si wewe, si wewe unasema.
I reported what Kibaki said. I reported what Kibaki said.
Ndio nasema hakuna mwizi kwa wingi wala hakuna mwizi kwa umoja. Mwizi ni mwizi. Kalas.
Kasuti, umemaliza kujibu ama tusonge kwa Baz kwanza ndio turudi kwako? Umemaliza ujumbe wako?
Ambia Baz hakuna mwizi kwa wingi wala hakuna mwizi kwa umoja. Mwizi ni mwizi. Uko na nia ya kuiba, we ni mwizi. Umekusudia kuiba, we ni mwizi. Umeiba, wewe ni mwizi. So hakuna mwizi kwa umoja wala hakuna mwizi kwa wingi. Mwizi ni mwizi, haijalishi umeiba vipi, lakini wewe ni mwizi.
Baz, make your submission.
Thank you very much, Bernard. Let me first correct Fred. Mwizi ni mmoja, kwa wingi wanaitwa wezi. Kwa hivyo sielewi ukisema hakuna wizi kwa wengi. I think you need to go back to your class 2 Kiswahili teacher. Going back to
I think Baz is in a wrong profession. He needs to go back to teaching.
Now, going back to the topic, Bernard, I think election process in Kenya is very elaborate. Apart from creation of theories and twisters and perceptions, election in Kenya is very simple and very elaborate. There is no way, it is not possible that you can create a voting center for the purposes of voting on the president without voting on the MCA. It is not possible. Let us agree on that, and let us agree on facts. There are facts that we cannot twist. If you create a voting center, it must vote for parliamentary. Yes.
I take you back to the Supreme Court. There was an allegation of the president's vote in a polling station is more than the one for the governor, than the one for the MCA, and the one for the women rep, and for the senator. And the Justice Mwilu asked, what happens? The IBC lawyer answered and said, there are some people who come to the ballot, to the booth, to the voting booth, and they choose to vote for the president only. He said, fine, we accept there are people who can choose to vote for the president only. But after they vote for the president only, where does the governors vote, the senators vote, the MPs vote, women rep vote, and MCA vote, these other 5?
Bernard, Baz knows this thing. He listened to the petition. Baz anakupeleka kando. These things, that question was the most humorous question. Remember, Muita could not even answer it. He knows it. I mean, Baz is playing with our minds.
So Alex. So Baz.
Let me continue. I think, Bernard, the question you are referring to, because you have now knocked me off to another topic, was that question was asked by Mwilu and kindly elaborated by Smoking, who asked the person, where does the other 6 ballots go? Do they go unmarked? Do they go to waste? Or how are they accounted for? And that was a new era in our election, because actually it was a big question, because if, like myself, I just want to go and vote for my MCA because I know him, what do I do with the other 5 ballots? So it was an opening up for the IBC.
Clap for yourself for just mentioning that it was a new era. It was a new era. Clap for yourself, because that was...
Kasuti wewe, kaa kwa order tafadhali, tutakupeleka quarantine.
So maybe Bernard, in this election, we are going to have another ballot box for dissenters, where you dissent and you throw those papers in that box, so as to comply with that question in the Supreme Court. But that, election
is a new rigging style.
You are pessimistic on anything.
Not pessimistic. Anything that only people allowed to vote for the president only are diaspora voters. local because you don't want to vote for MCA. Everybody's given 6 ballot, you go and use up, and then those ballots belong to IEBC. They are not personal property. Where's you be arrested?
No. What I'm saying is, I was just saying an example. Or they will say, if you don't want to vote for somebody, don't mark anything. Just go and cast that ballot without any marking in the ballot box.
Nobody is allowed to do that. There is a reason why this is called general election. It's not by election. This is the reason why it's called general election, where everybody participates. So if you don't want to vote, you stay home. You don't come to vote for 1% and then go back. If you want to vote for the president only, travel to the diaspora, register as a voter there. There you can exercise that. But locally, it is a rigging scheme to claim that there are people come to the booth and they only vote for the president and they don't vote for these other people. No.
Bernard,
if that happens, there is what is called spoiled vote. If we put together the spoiled vote and the president's vote, and the president still has got more votes.
Bernard, what we need to achieve is to achieve that all ballot papers, all used ballot papers must be the same, from MCA to the president. I think that you agree. Now, if I myself go to the polling booth and decide I am not going to participate in the parliamentary election, that nobody can deny me that right. I can take that ballot and decide to mark everybody. No, I will not be questioned by anybody why I marked everybody. My intention is to invalidate that vote because I don't want to participate in the parliamentary election. That option, law must provide options for all scenarios. It cannot provide option for your own thinking. It must provide.
That is a fishing expedition you are inviting us into. If there is the provision for spoiled vote, okay, and there is provision for stray vote, but those votes need to be accounted for. Okay?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
If each polling station has 700 voters, okay?
Yes.
And the polling station is giving us 700 voters for MCA, 700 voters for wherever, for other seats, and then presidential has 1,000 votes.
That is not possible.
Thank you.
That's not possible. It doesn't make sense. What I'm saying, Bernard, is for debate purposes, an election law must provide scenarios, all scenarios that can come out of an election for a voter. If, for example, Bernard, I'm given 6 ballots. The 6 ballots is there. If I decide I'm not going to vote for MCA, I can cast that ballot in the box of MCA without any marking, meaning that is an invalid vote. It will be accounted. It is accounted as invalid vote, but does not belong to any of the candidates. That's what we are trying to achieve. And that is given in law. So that means I can walk in a booth and be given the 6 ballots and only cast a valid presidential vote, and all the others can be invalid. That is a scenario that can happen. I think that at that point you agree with me.
Agreed and given. Okay?
Yes.
But when we are balancing the votes used, okay?
They should match. They should tally.
Yes.
They should tally.
If they are not tallying, and then your explanation is that there are people who voted for the president only, we have already caught you. So the IEBC should tell us there are people who voted for the president only, but the invalidated votes in the ballot box, either by stray or not being marked or wrongly marked, they should also tally. When we
invalid, they are all invalid. The others are invalid. So what we should be looking forward is such a system. That's why I'm saying it is very simple. The Kenyan election is very simplified in law, that some certain scenarios cannot occur. But let us not just cast aspersion that because procedures in one way were not followed, there was rigging. Alex, there is a reason why the lawyers did not use the word rigging in the election petition. They used the word irregularities. Irregularities is very broad. It could mean a certain voter was disenfranchised. That means an irregularity. It could mean a certain booth did not have A, B, C, D. That is an irregularity. It means a polling station or a tallying center like Nyali did not use the correct form, like it was said in the petition. That is an irregularity. But what I will not agree with you, Bernard, is a topic that there were ballot stuffing, which ballot stuffing, in my own definition, is what would amount to definition, to the finer details of rigging. It's ballot stuffing. President Kenyatta did not rig election in such a manner. He won the votes of Kenyans squarely. What was an issue was the irregularities of IEBC officials. Thank you.
Were the irregularities gross enough to affect the outcome of the elections? That was the answer that the Supreme Court was responding to.
Bernard, that was even one irregularity is enough. Just like the current BBI case, one issue will trash it to the dustbin. One out of the 17, just one will trash it to the dustbin.
Okay, thank you. Let's go back to Mr. Kama. Bwana Kama, unmute, your mic is off.
Hello.
Yes, you are okay now. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to agree with Buzz in some scenarios, and I know this is an end-to-end discussion when it comes to the court case, because there's no perfect elections. But what the judges go by is the threshold. Is the threshold capable of validating the elections? And in this instance, there was no threshold that would have validated the election. One reason is because they say the process was wrong, and if the process is wrong, the outcome will be wrong. So that is what precipitated the elections to be nullified. And the other thing is, I wanted also to say that institutions are not a problem. The laws of this institution is also not a problem. The institution is as good and as important as the individual. Because you remember there was a time we had a problem with the KCPE and KCSE exams. We could not tell who is class A, who becomes a doctor, who goes to the university, and what have you. But again, an individual came to that institution without the laws and without anything. And that is Mr. Matiang'i. Mr. Matiang'i nullified, or let me put it this way, he raised the bar to a point that if you are an A student, you are an A student. If you're a B student, you're a B student. If you're a C student, you're a C student. And therefore, that is what we need in IBC. Mr. Bernard, do you know how many voters are there in India, if I may ask you?
Not exactly, but I guess their population is over 400 million or something.
There are 1 billion people in India, yes?
Yes.
And their voting bloc, eligible voters are over 200 million, 300 million.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Let me surprise you. In India, there are only 3 commissioners. 3. Go Google. 3. They have never been having a dispute of an election. What is my point here? That an election of any country is determined not by the voters, by those who count the votes. Because if you count wrongly, then you will get wrong results. And that is why I'm saying, if 3 people can manage 300 million people, And there's we have about 8 commissioners, usually 7. And we cannot manage even 10 million, 15 million people. What are we talking about? We are saying we have a problem with the individuals that have been given the positions to man these institutions. If we have bad leaders, we have character problem, then the result is and that is why we are arguing on the rigging, the irregularities, because the people don't seem to understand what they are supposed to do as the institutional heads. And therefore, because even the repeat election that Uhuru Kenyatta claimed to have won, because I believe the election was so close to call, but the same mistakes that they did in the first nullified election were also observed in the second election. There was delay in transmission. There were some places you couldn't tell who won. Yeah, and that is why we are saying, if these people are not going to put their acts together now, we are getting to the same problem come 9th. An institution is as important as the individual leading that institution. If the individuals are alone, we don't expect good things. That's my rebuttal on that, because I think we are going around talking about the same thing all the time. I think the issue was the irregularities. There were too many, and you couldn't identify who actually won outrightly. And you see the other problem we have in this country, when the elections is too close to call, that is when it is so easy to manipulate. Because the 2002 election was not that close. It was 65 and 30 something. And that is what we want to do with AZIMIO right now. That at the end of the day, before even we talk about the process, let us be the people, let us be as many people, as big percentage of the country voting for that group. So that even if you say there was being stolen, then the percentage is too huge. But we need to find a way of cleaning this country, because this starts with what we eat in the restaurants. You go to a restaurant, you ask for mokimo. You know, there's a mokimo we do with something majani. Alafu nowadays unakuta mokimo imewekwa dawa. Hiyo green imewekwa flavors. So eventually unakula chakula ukifikiri ni mokimo lakini si mokimo. Everything is being manipulated by everybody. And that is why I'm saying we need people who can manage this election, Mr. Bernard, and they are clean people. They are not receiving calls. They are not having night meetings. That is the only way to survive. Thank you.
Okay, asante Mr. Kamau kwa maoni yako.
I have a question for Kamau.
Yes.
Alex, uliza swali lako, tuende kwa Kasuti.
Yeah, Kamau, when we say that we had a repeat election, was that really a repeat election? Because the bare minimum of what the Supreme Court had asked IEBC, and remember the NASA Brigade had asked even to have the minimum of those to be done, they were refuted. And the threshold of what and how it should be done, including forcing people to vote, and I don't even know how some counties like Migori were put into ballot, because I think these people totally refused to vote. Do we call that a repeat election? Because once we start saying it was a repeat election, then I think in a general way, we legitimize and belittle the process of electioneering. Was that a repeat election? Yeah.
Yeah, that is why I said the repeat election, because it was repeated. That is why I'm using the word repeat. Was also having the same problems like the other election, and therefore even that election was supposed to be nullified because there was no competition. You understand? And therefore, I'm saying we are getting to the same problem again. The things that were pointed out by the judges have not been rectified, and we have not seen them being rectified. That is why I'm saying we still have the same problem, and we are taking it to the next election, and we're going to have the same problem. Whether we win or the other ones lose, they are going to take us to court because of the same problem. We have not reached a point to get good, clean election where the threshold is high. Even that repeat election that I'm talking about was having a problem, big problem.
Now, the reason I've asked that is because I think to the judgment of our Honorable Prime Minister, he didn't want to put the country in a scenario that was done in 2007. And it looks like immediately that election was nullified. That is my own understanding. Then the negotiations started of what we saw later on to be the handshake. And I think at the end of the day, we realized that even the postponement of Raila to go to Uhuru so that he can be not just the people's president, I think also was postponed twice because negotiations were going on. And that was singularly to prevent the country to go into anarchy or chaos. And finally, they shook hands, which was good, and we saved lives. Don't you think that is going to be the pattern if we are not going to single out and realize that disobeying court orders blatantly like that, especially the ones that have gone to the Supreme Court, because that's the highest court, and beyond there, we can't go anywhere. Maybe we go to heaven. Don't you think that puts the country in a bad jeopardy? Because that was put in the faith, in faith that we trust Raila. Now, let's say that he's not in the picture. Let's just say he's not in the picture. Where do you leave the lives of people at that particular time? We respect him as one person say left, left, right, right. Now you get somebody who cannot say left, left, right, right. What happens?
And that is exactly what I'm saying. We are still having the same problems we had 2017. And now because we have not really dealt with the issues of elections since 2017, we dealt with other things that were not important. Then we are going to expect the same result, and there will be dispute. And this time around, it can be even more dangerous than what we had on 2017. So, Mr. Alex, what I'm trying to say is we have not cured our election problems. The laws that have not been, we have not seen the ambition by the electoral body to show that they have really reformed and they are going to follow what the court say. Number one thing, they did not even open the server after the court order. They could have done that, it could have healed us. But still, there are many people who believe there's something that cooked, which is very true. It might have been the 51+1, which was not maybe there, but again, they added that. We have not dealt with the main issues that actually dominated the nullification of that election. We have not.
It is true, Mr. Kamau. I agree with you, Alex. And it is not that we don't have sufficient law to conduct a clean election. The laws are there. The people to carry out what the law requires are the people that are messing up the process. I am sure if everybody played according to the book, we will get clean election result with the current state of affairs. The external interference with IBC and IBC officers, that needs to be checked. If it means tapping the communication lines of the IBC officers or taking away their phone communications.
Okay, lastly, Bernard, I think lastly, Bernard, I think that is my own opinion. In the future, we are postponing. That is according to me. You may disagree with me. In the future, sorry, I went out. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Bernard?
Carry on, please.
Oh, okay. If you can hear me, I'll carry on. I'm saying in the future, we will pay the price of the handshake if they don't straighten up things before they both leave us in good faith. The handshake was done in good faith, and everything that was spoken there should be done also in good faith. If anything is left even 1%, in the future we'll have to pay for it. Why am I saying so? Hand it to customer. We are putting ourselves in a situation whereby we are in a paradox. Because we are in a handshake, we are fearing of being specific of some issues that are very remote. The handshake has put the country in a precarious position. We are in a conundrum that even where the buck needs to stop, and that is why Kawel was saying, don't mud the name of the good president now that we have a handshake. I mean, if that was true, then the president ought before to have said truth, justice, and reconciliation to finish whatever that has been done so that as we carry forward. But otherwise, all these that we are talking, this election, we might say Ruto is saying that mimi ni mtu wa kuibiwa kura. The buck will stop at Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Someday, the handshake will come to an end. Someday. It might not be today, it might not be 2022, but someday the handshake will come to an end, and we will come to the reality and say, look, who was the beneficiary? What happened? Did the handshake remove the problems that we had? Because so far until now, I don't think the handshake has resolved the IEBC issues. Thank you, Bernard.
I agree with you. There are some unfinished business with IEBC, and there's also twisted politicians that we are dealing with as at now. If you remember Malala's remarks, okay, he said that Raila loses elections but finds his way in government. We can also run and lose but end up in government. What that simply means is that if we see clearly that we are going to lose, let us try and create a crisis that will force us to get into government. And if you notice the script that UDA and Kenya Kwanza are acting on, people that who are not once liars and insulting have now turned into insulting and liars and inciting the public. This is like Ayaga says here, the signs of opposition ending up in opposition are becoming very clear with the UDA and Kenya Kwanza. But they want to be opposition while in government. And so as at now, I think we just need to take precaution and ensure that IBC is going to do their job right. And anybody wants to cause a crisis so that he finds his way into government illegally. And from history, we find that these don't look for a way to get in government and enhance government programs. They want to get in government and frustrate the government from functioning, make the parliament not pass laws in good time, make the executive not be able to move forward by creating one argument after another. So these people who don't have a goodwill for this country should be locked out of these elections, not being stopped from participating in the elections, but let the voters go out there and vote them out. We need to take off as a country. We are 60 years late. The rest of the world is moving. We can't afford to remain on the same place and begin to mark time and be discussing matters over and over again. I believe it's about time that we took charge over what happens to this country and by ensuring that the people we are voting for in 2022 is not going to end up where we have ended up always. And for that to happen, the agitation that we are beginning right now to demand the highest standards, the highest performance by the IEBC and the IEBC commissioners should be funded and should be, kept alive until the last day. Not taking things to chances, ensuring that everything is processed and the process is followed duly. If it's electronic, whatever, voter transfer, let us be able to tell, oh, ukinitumia pesa kwa M-Pesa, I get notification, you get notification. The numbers are the same. We can't receive a notification from a polling station, and when it arrives here, it has adjusted the numbers and the other things. So let's be strict on this, and we'll get good elections. But if you are not strict in following the law, beginning to say, oh, man is to error, no election is perfect, election is made by men are prone to make mistakes, all those excuses of mediocre demands is what result into us being fed by the lies that these people want us to carry alone. We have a country to take care of, and this country will require us to, wake up and demand some things to be done excellently. Kama uwezi kutengeneza hii election itoke vizuri, toka kwa ofisi sasa hivi. Jiuzulu, tutakureplace kesho kutwa tu. Aaron.
Yes, Mr. Bernard. Yeah, Mr. Bernard, sijui kama uko na ile clip ya kozi, hiyo clip ingejibu Mr. Kamau na Mr. Alex jambo fulani hapo. Wakati Gachagua jana amekuwa pale Kirinyaga, kama uko na speech yake unaweza ipiga kidogo, kuna kitu ingewajibu hapo. Ndio nikuambie kuwa hii uchaguzi manze, ile makaa yenye Chebukati amewekewa kwa kichwa si mchezo. So wakati nilitoka kidogo, kuna huyu brother Manu Kirui, in fact alikuwa amesema kuwa sasa watu wa Azimio, yaani sisi watu wa ODM, wakati baba alifanya handshake na Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, sasa issue ya IBC hapo hiyo ndio ingekuwa jambo la kwanza kuwekwa kwa meza. So mahali yako na wale wenzetu ambao wako kwa comment ama wale ambao watasikiza hii habari, in fact on 6th annual Continental Forum of Election Management Bodies, IBC chairman Chebukati wakati alisikia kuwa the 3 commissioners and himself as chairman kuwa BBI imepropose because they bungled the 2017 general elections, they were supposed to be removed from office. This is what Chebukati said, that the 3 commissioners and I have until 2023 to live in office. So the 2022 general elections, we have to oversee it. Unasikia sasa, huyo ni Chebukati. Lakini BBI, it was proposing they be removed from office. Now what happened? Chebukati kwa vile alisaidia the 54% MPs and what have you, wenye unaona sasa hivi wengine wanatingisha kiuno kwa nini kwa ma platforms. Sasa hivi ndio unaona kuwa walijiassemble wakasema liwe liwalo, we will fight hii BBI until the end, kwa sababu BBI ilikuwa ing'oe mtu mwenye aliwasaidia, that is Chebukati. Now 3 commissioners, the likes of Professor sijui nigulie something such a name. So UDA ama wale MPs ambao wako allied na deputy president ambao walifaidika, some ambao walifaidika, wote waligang up na wakasema hii BBI kwa sababu iko na hiyo kipengele ya kusema kuwa Chebukati na wale 3 commissioners wenye walipangwa 2017 elections wapelekwe nyumbani, wameifight mpaka sasa hivi. Umeona BBI iko kwa giza. So Chebukati and those 3 commissioners in fact wataenda kuoversee hii elections, sio kwa mapenzi ya Raila na Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, ni kwa vile deputy president, he knows very well that maybe Chebukati wakati alisaidia ndugu zake ama those MPs hata hii 2022 elections, kama hatuwezi tukamwekea pressure hii yenye tunamwekea sasa hivi, hawezi kuwa na haya ya kufanya nini, ya kutorudisha mkono kwa William Samoei Ruto. So it is up to us Kenyans, in fact nasi to gang up, tuambie Chebukati hata ndio kama utaoversee the 2022 August 9 elections, you are supposed to ensure kuwa you neither rig Raila Amolo Odinga as president of the Republic of Kenya, nor you rig William Samoei Ruto. Aache system ziran. Lakini kama akona nia ya kulalia baba ama alalie William Samoei Ruto, then asalim amri tuchukue one of the commissioners awe kama chairman oversee elections, kwa sababu right now by the way itakuwa ngumu kubalisha kung'oa Chebukati. Time is not on our side, lakini nayo tukiona kama hapa sasa ndio nataka Wakenya wanisikize vizuri. Tukiona Chebukati hawezi akatupatia credible elections, lazima manze tuamue tu jambo moja, tuseme hata hii elections itangoja, because we don't want, in fact we don't want a scenario whereby in fact nashukuru President William Samoei Ruto na baba sana, kwa sababu wote walimeza their pride hii handshake, because mambo haingekuwa mzuri, but we thank God.
President William Ruto ni mpi huyu?
Sorry, President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and baba Raila Amolo Odinga, in fact wote walimeza kiburi chao, in fact wakafanya handshake, kukawa na peace. Sahi tunafurahi manzi. So hii state manzi hatutaki tena cause right now, angalia, mimi nimekuambia vizuri upige hiyo clip ya Gachagua, uone vile Gachagua is charging those hustlers wenye walikuwa Kirinyaga. Unajua mimi nilifuatilia nikaangalia, it is not good. Yani mpaka roho yangu manze ilikuwa moto, nikasema just look, this is the deputy president in waiting. Kama atakuwa deputy president wa William Samoei Ruto ama wa Kenya, kama atachaguliwa, my friend, huyu Gachagua roho yake, yani yale maongezi yenye anaongea mpaka ilinichoma mazee, nikasema kama mimi nachomeka namna hii, what if Chebukati amefanya tu mchezo, ametilt namna hii, hii crowd it will rise up na Kenya itakuwa mahali babaya, na sisi hatutaki hivyo. So that is why we are bleeding. Tukiona kama Chebukati at all awezi akatupatia election mzuri, ingoja hata mwaka moja. Back to you, Mr. Panel.
Thank you Bwana Harun kwa maoni yako, lakini you can't follow political rhetorics to decide on the next move for the government, or rather for the country. The country operates by constitutional provision. There are times when we are pushed by crisis to make some adjustment to our law in order to salvage the situation. And that happens, like even the handshake was a ceasefire program, which was meant to cure some things. And like I've said, if you notice the current move of whenever Kenya Kwanza Alliance and the UDA, right now what they are looking for is a fallback plan. They have tried to create an object of aggression. It's not working. They have tried to raise up the dynasty hustler thing. It's not working. They have tried bottom up, bottom below. It's not working. And now they are caught up into a situation whereby they just want to incite people so that maybe if the people take to the street, they will get an opportunity to get to the negotiation table. All right. But from what I am looking at right now, one, they are late. Okay. They are late. They are very late on this matter. Secondly, they are outnumbered. Outnumbered in the sense that whatever they are banking on will not work, because the kind of movements and realignments that are going to take place in the next 2 months will be so shocking and so devastating that I don't think there will be people to rise up and raise their voice again. So Kinagashagwa, leave them, let them dance for now. They are dancing their own music. But when somebody else will have to choose the music and choose the dance, it will be very difficult for them to dance. A politics of threats and especially threatening the government and thinking that you can put a government in a place where they have no choice but listen to you. That is not done just like that. Even those hustlers you're talking about, Mama Selina keeps telling us, those people are in uniform. If they are in uniform, they were vetted, they were paid off, and they were dressed to come. That is not organic. If it's organic, then it's a different case. But if they are hired, as soon as the payment is over, they are gone. So we are better off than we were in 2020, in 2017. If when I analyze properly, we have moved forward. We now know more about elections than we did previously, and so I want us to look forward with an understanding that there are different ways to address this, and partly is this particular discussion, an open discussion on this matter. I'm sure it's being listened to and somebody's going to do something about it. Secondly, Chebukati, as weak as he looks, with the new whatever appointed commissioners who are vetted and passed by the president the other day, we hope that they'll bring fresh blood and not to come and dance the music that they have found in the place. But all in all, with proper scrutiny and Kenyans that are sober, like right now, before you say anything, it will be on social media and people will be pushing, it will be trending. So people will be afraid to commit atrocities now than they did previously because nobody will talk about it. But I don't want to speak too much. Eli, your gadget is not connecting rightly. That is why you're finding it difficult to get into the studio. If you're using your phone, please restart your phone. After your phone has restarted, you click on the link of StreamYard and allow StreamYard to set your camera and set your audio. Don't guide it, let it guide the process of setting the camera as well as the audio. Then you will get in the studio and talk. If you disable or denied any control over your camera or audio, it doesn't work. So please adjust that and let's move on. Mama Selina.
Thank you, thank you. Alex, kwa nini utuambie Simba Arati anatingisa Kisii kabisa kabisa, inawaka moto?
Nilijaribu kuongea hapa nikaambiwa politics ya Kisii ni local. Sasa si tunaongea ya city kama Kakamega, ya Nakuru.
Endelea tu kufanya mazoezi ya kuwa mwanasiasa.
Ile ya Kisii sahii ni moto. Arati anasema yeye ndiye kusema ODM inawaka moto, so hiyo ni sawa.
Mama Selina, let me tell you the truth. If there is anybody who has changed the politics of Kisii totally and completely is the man Simba Arati. I personally was not supporting from the beginning, but that's a wave we cannot ignore. And whoever that is on his side will win from county rep mpaka mwisho, both Nyamira and Kisii County. Wakimake mistake, wape one anaitwa Mr. Ongeri. That is it. Trust me. And I think they want to make that mistake.
Wanasema Ongeri ame step down. Baba hawezi cheza. Hiyo ni kijana yake ya Nairobi. Okay, tukienda mambo ya leo, nilikuwa nimeona tu hiyo ya Kisii na niona imepamba moto, nikakumbuka Alex, nikasema kama mama mnajaribu. Sasa mambo ya Chebukati. Penat, tunataka utuletee lawyer kwa sababu nimesikia vile Aaron amesema kuhusu mambo ya Chebukati, na kulingana na vile katiba pia ni kwamba anajua mpaka 2023 wakati alifanya wanasema alifanya interview ama alichakuliwa, yeye alifanyiwa interview as commission kama yeye lawyer na ni commissioner peke yake. Chebukati cannot step down unless a step down, lakini hawezi tolewa. Ndiyo sababu unaona imekuwa ngumu, hakuna mtu anaongea, lakini still nasikia vice chair ya Chebukati lazima akuwe lawyer pia, in case Chebukati ya step aside ama kitu ifanyike kama vile ule mama alikuwa nafanya, nje itawezekana. Hii katiba yetu ndiyo sababu unasema PPI, that is one of the things that wangerevisit kwa katiba yetu kwa sababu ya mambo ya Chebukati. So hakuna vile ODM inafanya ama hakuna vile rais atafanya kuhusu yeye, but nafikiri akiendelea vile anaendelea wanaweza kumupush, alafu vice yake, kwa sababu lazima akuwe ni lawyer, na ndiye kwa hii commissioners wanne walichakuliwa, lazima kuna moja ni lawyer yenye in case Chebukati afanye makosa ama kitu ifanyike, another lawyer can sit on that Chebukati chair. So hakuna vile ODM ama anybody can do kulingana na ile katiba ilitengenezwa ya IPC. But
maybe quickly before you proceed, I will say something on that. There is Chebukati, only what he enjoys now is security of tenure, just like the Chief Justice and the other commissioners. If you are appointed for 6 years, you're given security of tenure that you cannot be removed until after 6 years. But there are also reasons why you can be removed before the 6 years. Like Isaac Hassan. Isaac Hassan was removed before the 6 years because of the agitation of the ODM, the Monday tear gas. So if there's a public outcry, you're going, whether your 6 years are over or not. So it's not that the president cannot do anything. And another thing, if there are criminal whatever charges that are leveled against Chebukati, he has committed a crime or is proven in the court of law to have committed a crime, that will oust him from office, whether his tenure is done or not. So it's not that the public is helpless and the president is helpless on the matter Chebukati. They just need to look into the whole essence of the elections, because one of the things that happens with change of guard at the election when it remains a short period to election is that you open a floodgate, okay? Like, for example, the exit of Musando, the sudden exit of Musando by demise, okay, is what created room for the rigging that took place. And then, so by removing Chebukati, you may have brought an angel only to discover that he was more wicked than the one you removed. So when Chebukati is surrounded by credible people who are like, most of the decisions by the commissioners is done through that commissioner. See one commissioner, not one person who makes the decision. He's not supposed to make individual decision. He must call the quorum, and the quorum will decide. So it's not that Chebukati will go kwa room achukue simu ambie umesikia fanya hivi na fanya hivi. He cannot execute things on his own. If he does, it's a violation of the law. But all the same, we are not badly off. Tusikae kana kwamba kila kitu imeharibika. I am too optimistic that Chebukati is not going to repeat the mistake, because he wants also to be protected. And for him to be protected, you don't go and help the person who you're going out together with.
But Penat, ako ukisema hivyo, ako na alikataa kufungua server na ilikuwa ni mambo ya kotini. So kama ni criminal already amefanya moja, unless kuna vile watu wakubwa wanajua vile tunasema, as we are laymen, we don't know, but maybe kuna ile mkataba wamekubaliana ya kwamba this is the plate and this is the spoon. Sasa wajue vile wanafanya, otherwise ni hiyo tu ningesema kwa Chebukati. Lakini mambo ya UDA,
just before you let go the Chebukati issue, I think IBC was in court as IBC, okay, and I don't think Chebukati was in court as Chebukati, if my memory serves me right. So if it's IBC is an entity in court that is admitted as IBC. Chebukati is an individual, although he's the chairman of IBC. So if he's answering for IBC and then we open criminal charges against IBC, they will affect the entirety of IBC, not Chebukati only. But if Chebukati is accused in court as Chebukati to have aided the process of rigging or committing the crime, then we can, or rather to have sanctioned the commission and told them we are disobeying the court order. If there is evidence to that effect, then we can accuse Chebukati for disregarding a court order. But ikiwa ni IBC is a different entity, we treat it as an entity. It's just like when Mama Selina na uko na kampuni inaitwa Selina Enterprises. Tukishtaki Selina Enterprises, hatujastaki Selina.
okay, that's fine. So hapo tunasikia sasa, kulingana na UDA ama KKA, hii incitement wana incite crowd, hii matamushi yenye wanaweka watu kukuwa na wasiwasi, it is either two things. Wanataka wakishindwa waambie watu tulikuwa tumesema tutaipiwa, na kwa sababu kiongozi yao anasema mimi ule mzee mkiangalia kabisa anaweza kuniipia mimi asola mwenyewe. Na okay, kweli huyo mzee anataka ukweli, na kama angetaka ukweli huyo mzee, hiyo kuipiwa mara 2 3 ni kumaanisha sisi wa Kenya that mzee ni mtu ako na hekima na ni mtu anapenda nchi yake. Lakini sasa the Asola nation, kwamba kama watashindwa, then uwezi ambia watoto yako kama ule jirani atanikusa ataona. So in case hiyo jirani akukuse, watoto yako watafanya nini? Wata react. So nafikiri, alafu kuna kitu Musalia alisema jana, akaambia watu Kalonzo ni rafiki yake na ameongea na Kalonzo na alikuwa ameahidi ground ya kwamba analete Kalonzo. Sasa leo pia tunasikia Kalonzo anaongea tofauti. Hasa huyu bibi ya UDA alikuwa anapeleka mwenza, itakuache Penat? Sasa atafukuzwa, amewachwa na ANC, amewachwa na Waluya. Sasa tena alitaka kuleta girlfriend ingine karibu. Huyo mwingine amesema sikuji kwa wesi, eri niende kwa baba, ile girlfriend, ile mtu nimesoea. So nafikiri tunaendelea kuona maajabu. Kitambo ifike Julai, nakubaliana na Atwoli kwa kitu moja, si miti ikatwe kwa sehemu moja. Hii mamiti Penat tuanze kukata kwa sehemu mingi. Naonekana
hata Vihiga tukate miti
kwa sababu sasa hii mamiti msipokata wanaume. Jana niliona Moses Wetangula akilia akisema tafadhali mtupi, yani aliomba. Unajua, umaiona mtu akiomba kitu mpaka analia, ameanza kujua hakuna hiyo kitu. So hii ucheuri, hii kuongea mbaya, na mimi nataka kama Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, our president, watu ya Central wamemkataa, kwa nini Gachagua anamwambia kucha peke yako? Amewahi kwenda kila siku peke yake. Baba ameenda Central akafalishwa viatu, akapita hiyo mlima peke yake. Kama umeenda kufyeka msituni mpaka ukang'oa miti yote, sasa ni tinga inakuja tu, kwa sababu sidhani kama His Excellency the President anaenda kufyekia Raila msitu ndiye aingie. Already yeye mwenyewe alifaa kambut, akaingia, amenyorosha, sasa ni kupanda mahindi. Sasa jameni, ukimwambia kucha peke yako, yeye alikuwa atakuja peke yake lini? Anasema nakuja nyumbani kama rais, na mimi siwalazimishi, na hiyo 10,000 unataka rais apeane kwa wananchi ya Central, nyinyi kama Yuda mumepeana ngapi? Hiyo mauniform tunaonanga na hiyo makafia hiyo, na hiyo watu mnalainisha kuweka barabara, mulikuwa mumelipa pia awa 10,000 hili rais akuja awaongezee, ama munataka kuinsight watu kwa sababu mumetumia pesa zenu? Rais anakuja Central kuongea na watu ya Central na kuambia yale kazi amefanya kama kijana yao, na ile kazi anataka kuacha, na ule mtu atamwachia. Niliona vile Michuki, na nikaona hiyo nguo alikaa chini akafalishwa. Sasa ningetaka kujua kama Gachagua anaambia Uhuru hiyo nguo yetu utoe, na akitoa nani alimfalisha? Ni Council of Elders, kiama na Council of Elders ya Kikuyu, na already Council of Elders ya Kikuyu na kiama na hii wasee yote na hii matajiri yote na Mount Kenya Foundation wako na Uhuru na baba. Sasa wewe unatuambia na nguo Uhuru wako naye, wewe Gachagua umeongea na wasee wa Central wakupatie hiyo nguo? Sababu tumeona jamii kuna desturi, hata sisi pale mahali nimetoka naona watu wengine wako hapa, watatuambia pia hiyo nguo vile inaendanga. So Penat, najua Kenya uwezi ambia rais usikuje nyumbani. Aende wapi? Rift Valley ama mumemuusa Nyanza ama mnataka aende Mumbai? Tell us, where do you want this man to go?
Mama Selina, Gachagua kama Mudavadi ni watu ambao walinunuliwa wafanya kazi. Wamejaribu kufanya kazi, ni kama hiyo kazi haijafanyika. Kile Gachagua na timu yake wanaogopa ni kwamba Sagana 2, Sagana 3, okay? itakuwa na matokeo kama ile ya BBI, na hakuna vile wanaweza kuistop, because the moment Mudhamaki calls his elders and the key leaders in the community at Sagan, na waongeleshe kwa lugha ya mama, awaambie mazambi na matatizo ambayo amevumilia katika hii ndoa miaka hii yote. Kuna rafiki yangu ni bishop, mke wake alileta shida kabisa, mpaka sasa ikakuwa anatumia public scenario to make the bishop obey her as a woman. So alipopeleka hiyo kesi kwa wazee nyumbani, wazee wakasikiza kesi, wamenyamaza. Alipomaliza kujieleza tu, wakasema, mtoto wetu, tulikuwa tunafikiria umeoa, tafadhali tafuta mke uoe. So kuna vile kuna vile unaweza kufikiria kwamba watu wa Central hawatamsikiza Mudhamaki. That is a creation of William Ruto and the sycophants that are lying to him. There is no way the mountain will walk away from Mudhamaki until there's a new Mudhamaki.
Okay, wacha niulize.
Na history ya Mudavadi kuita Kalonzo, hiyo pia ni honeymoon imeisha, so anajaribu kutafuta more oxygen to stay around, because ni kama ako karibu kuonyeshwa mlango.
Okay, ya mwisho, kwa sababu najua kuna watu wanataka kuongea. Hii akashakwa narudia. Kama uko na wananchi na umewaweka mfuko na wanaimba UDA dunia yote na nguo ya yellow na kofia ya yellow na mapikipiki na wamama kushonewa uniform, si hawa ni watu nilikuwa nafikiri Kachakwa atasema vile tuliambiwa Wakalenjin tuliwekwa kwa kunia na tukashikwa huko juu ya viasi. Si nilikuwa nafikiria Kachakwa ameshona hiyo kikabu ya Central, hiyo maviasi imejaa, anapepa vile anapepa. So si rahisi angemwambia kucha peke yako. Hii watu ya uniform ya yellow na makofia wangeambiwa vile baba aliambia watu, msifanye election ya pili, kaa nyumbani. Nilikuwa natarajia Kashakwa, kwa sababu ako na uwezo na wako na Mudhamaki wake Tribute Ruto, ile kitu wangetangaza sasa ni kusema huyo rais akuje peke yake, sakana sisi wa Kenya tuone empty seats, tuone amesimama peke yake, apate tu ile ma security card ile wanatembea na yeye, hiyo uwezi kumnyang'anya. Kama tungeona kitu kama hiyo sakana 3 tuone ni empty seats, hata kama ni ya watu 100, sitaki 2000 mimi. Kama watu 100 na akuwe na watu 5, nitapigia makofi Kashakwa, nitasimama nikisema hapo mumefika. Lakini wacha kuambia rais kuja peke yako, mwambie hii watu mumefanya campaign nawa for 4 years, wakae chini nyumbani, wafae uniform siku hiyo na kulala. Na hiyo 10,000 rais angeenda kuongea, patia hiyo watu yote ya Central 6 million ama 10 million Central people, watafute pesa siku hiyo wapatie, wakae nyumbani. Ni hiyo tu, Penat.
Thank you, Mama Selina. I think we should make progress. Ancestor, what is it? Nataka tuende kwa nani? Kuna Anansi amekuja, kuna Ogutu, alafu kuna Taliban. Hey, tuko na Taliban hapa. Of course na Jacob.
Yeah, ni jambo moja tu Mama Selina, ningependa kukuambia namna hii. Hii Sagana 3 Mr. Bernard, mute a little bit, kuna echo. Yeah. Hii Sagana 3 mama, wacha nikwambie, itakuwa kama hii ya State House. Uliona vile vijana walikuwa wanaimba iwe. Hii Sagana 3 itakuwa more fire. Gachagua anaelewa. Sasa hivi nakwambia kama ni jasho chembamba kinaendelea kumtoka. Na si ajabu uone hiyo siku baba akiwa hapo, akiwa amefichwa na atokelezee, apate kama Gachagua atakuwa hapo, because ni watu wote, hata UDA, because it is the whole mountain ndio wamealikwa, impart off guard. So expect si tsunami, si tornado, sijui tutaita namna gani. Kindly kila mtu hiyo siku akuwe kwa timu.
Nauliza, ila artwork tulistuliwa, hii inaweza kuwa artwork ya ukweli ama ni kubwa kushinda tunaita nini hii ya Amerika ina Pena tunisaidie hii ya Amerika yenye inamalisanga manyumba, sijui inaitwa Katarina ama inaitwanga nini? Okay.
Yeah, by the way, hiyo sasa it is more than kibunga. Yani hiyo by the way ni hiyo kama hii yenye juzi niliona ilikuwa ni California ama wapi, inabomoa manyumba, basi Sagana 3 itakuwa hivyo mama.
Wacha tusikilize Luswet, Nancy Luswet atueleze kama kulikuwa na kulikuwa na earthquake ama ni nini kilifanyika haswa. Nancy, how are you?
I'm fine, Bernard. Ati kulikuwa na nini earthquake?
Hii earthquake tulipromisiwa. Uliiona?
Hiyo yenye nilisikia sijui ati ya Musalia na Mudavadi. Hiyo ilikuwa ya Musalia na Mudavadi, si Waita wala si nani. Unajua Waita alinunuliwa, aliongezwa kama ugali. Sasa huyu hata anaweza toka huko wakati wowote. Nikifikiria venye mtoto wetu siku hizi anahubiri Injili aki ameenda UDA mpaka yeye anahubiri Injili, anaanza kuambia watu wenye hawapendi Mungu mimi siwezi pendana nao. Yani lakini si watu wa Kenya Kwanza wameokoka haki. Hiyo ndio sababu nani Oscar Sudi alienda Dubai akakuja akatuambia ameenda akaona Mungu, akaona Abraham, wakaongea na yeye. Anyway, wacha tungoje yetu yenye tu
What?
Kwani wewe kusoma Twitter after Oscar kurudi, si alisema yeye amejua Mungu wake na ameongea na yeye, ameongea mpaka na Abraham. We
Sasa
ati hizo zingine ni kelele.
Lusati, Dubai ni
Yeah.
Waislamu ama ni Wakristo? Mungu Yesu alikuwa huko?
Sijui. Lakini si hata Waislamu pia wanajua Abraham. Sasa alienda akaonyeshwa. So Ben anani Alex, unaona leo
niko hapa dada yangu.
Unaona Alex?
Yes.
Wacha tuambiane tu ukweli kabla tuingie kwa mjadala yenye tuko nayo kwa siku ya leo. Wacha tuambiane tu ukweli. Unaona Kisii kama sio Simba Arati, huyu Ongwae ni kama alikuwa ametuma huyu deputy wake aingie UDA aangalie venye kutaenda, alafu ye pia ajiingize huko. Wakijaribu tu wape huyo deputy wake, huyu mtu mwenye Ongwae amesimama na yeye kabisa, waache Simba Arati, mjue tu ODM itaisha Kisii. Sasa muunge huyu Arati mkono, mumushikilie, mumuweke kwa ubafu wenu kabisa, msimwachilie. Simba amesababisha ODM imerudi, kama pia sio Matiang'i kuja kuingilia kati akasaidia na Simba akasimamisha Kisii. Kisii ilikuwa imepotea, ilikuwa inaenda UDA. Sasa mjaribu, msifanye mchezo. Kama mtu ako hapa na ako kwa chama, ako ni mwanachama wa ODM, na kama uta participate kwa hizo nomination, tafadhali pigia tu Simba Arati. Kama uko Kisii, pigia Simba Arati. Sawa. Alafu Bernard, CDP alituambia mara ya kwanza, yeye alituambia yeye ndio deep state, hakuna deep state ingine. Akakuja akaanza kusema eti wanapanga kumuibia kura. Huyu nani Sabina Chege akakuja akawashtua kidogo, wakaanza sasa kuropoka. Saa hii ndio huyo anasema yeye hawezi ibiwa, yeye ndiye master yeye ndiye anajua kila kitu. Sasa huyu DP na kwanza leo alienda kufungua nini huko Kirinyaga, na alienda kufungua kama nani, na yeye amekuwa akifanya kazi juu ya gari. Ama hiyo ndio yenye nani Anne Waiguru alikuwa amesema atafunza Uhuru adabu, sababu hata DP wenye amefikia haeleweki kabisa. Alafu huyu mtu mwenye anaitwa Rigathi Gachagua akae tu akijua sisi tunaita baba Raila Amolo Odinga by choice. Hakuna mtu amelazimishwa kuita Raila baba. Imagine mtu mzee, mtu wa watoto, na hata ni kama ako na watoto wenye wameoa ama wameoleka, anasimama mbele ya umati anasema ati mimi siwezi ita Raila baba, Raila hajatairiwa. Mtu hajatairiwa ninawezaje muita baba? Imagine unaambia hivyo watu, yani watoto rika zetu hizi, unawaambia kitu kama hiyo kweli? Mtu uko na akili hiyo? Ndio uongozi tunaitaka? Uongozi ya kutumia, anataka kutumia yani kimabafu, kuinsult, kusababisha insult ndio watu wachukie baba. Kama leo anasema ati Uhuru ajaribu kukanyaga huko, kama atakanyaga huko na Raila atajua. Aende tu peke yake na aenda aonyeshane kazi amefanya, aenda awaongeleshe, lakini asijaribu kuwapelekea bwana kitendawili. Hatukatai, yeye ako na uwezo, yeye anaweza ita Raila jina yoyote yenye amejisikia, lakini sisi ajue tu Wakenya tunapenda baba bila pesa. Kama mimi tangu nijue mambo na siasa nimepiga kura mara pili. Nimepigia baba Raila Amolo mara pili, na sijai kula pesa yake, hata sijai mfikia hivi, hata sijai msalimia. Hakuna ati nisikia ati sijui wamekuja kutupa mahali pesa venye kitambo walikuwa wanasiasa aje sahi wanapea watu. Wanasiasa kitambo walikuwa wanasimama kwa gari, alafu watu wamekuja hapo hivyo wanarusha pesa, venye nilikuwa naona kina Mskari Kombo wakifanya, wanarusha pesa juu. Sasa nyinyi ndio mnakimbia mkisukumana, mkianguka, mwenye ataokota mingi bahati yake. Lakini mimi sijai kula shilingi ya Raila, sijai mfikia, lakini ninampenda tu, nilijikuta tu yani ninampenda bure. Sasa sisi kuita Raila baba, au watu wa UDA wajue mtu mwenye anaamua tu kuita Raila baba anamuita by choice. Hakuna mtu amelazimishwa, na hata si lazima yeye amuite baba, si lazima. Na hata hatutaki kura ya Gachagua wala hatutaki kura ya Ruto, lakini kura yenye tunataka kuokoa ni kura ya Weta. Mimi ninajua Weta akienda kupiga kura ako huko tu ako huko tu kimwili, lakini kiroho ako huko Azimio. Ninajua Weta atapigia baba kura, na hiyo ndio kura mimi ningependa iokolewe. Hata kama atarudi nyumbani bila chama yetu yenye Mulilo na Wamalo walimuachia, lakini apee baba kura, unabii wenye ulitokea utimie. Hiyo tu ndio naweza sema, lakini mambo ya kusema sijui tutaibiwa kura, mimi ningependa kuomba Mr. Chebukati, mahali ulipo, kaa ukijua saa hizi ni kura ambazo zitakuja kuokoa nchi yetu ama zitakuja kuharibu nchi yetu kabisa. Tafadhali kaa ukijua tu. Chebukati mahali alipo akae tu akijua maisha yetu yote saa hizi iko mikononi mwake. Ahakikishe amefanyisha uchaguzi ambao utakuja kuridhisha kila mmoja. Hata mwingine mwenye atapoteza atakuwa na uoga, atakosa evidence ya kuenda wapi? Kotini kushtaki mwingine. Watu wakubaliane na tukuwe na amani na tuendeleze nchi yetu. Wenye biashara tuendeleze biashara zetu, wenye kufanya kazi waendeleze kufanya kazi, tupate ma-investors wakuje wasababishe nchi yetu iendelee kimaisha. Lakini Chebukati kwenye ako ajue tu maisha yetu sahii iko tu mikononi mwake. Tumebaki na miezi karibu 6 pekee. Ajue tu tuko maisha yetu hatuna sahii, yani hatuna lingine. Maisha yetu yote iko kwake. Sasa akifanya tu a mess, awache kufanyisha uchaguzi, afanyishe vituko zenye alifanyisha 2013, afanyishe vituko alifanyisha 2017. Afadhali tu a step aside, ama aamue aache legacy ambayo atakuja at least, yani akienda after hizi election, mi najua akimaliza hizi election za 2022 najua hata kuwa chairman tena, anaweza enda. Akienda aache kitu yenye tutakuwa tunasema enyewe alitumika, lakini mara ya mwisho alisimama kama Mkenya na akasimama kwa sababu ya Wakenya wote. Sasa mi napenda tu kuomba Chebukati na wale wote wenye wako huko mbele wasichukue pesa, waache Wakenya. Pesa itaisha. Hata hiyo pesa yenyewe wakichukua na tukose kuwa na amani, manyumba zichomeke, hawatasaidika. Hata kama watabeba familia zao waende waishi nazo ng'ambo, lakini hata hao wenyewe nchi haitawapendeza kurudi kwa nchi, sababu itakuwa imeungua na imeisha. Sasa tunaomba tu walete uchaguzi utakao kuwa na amani, ambao utaturidhisha na tuwe na amani katika nchi yetu. Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. Thank you so much for your candid submissions. I believe that's clear. Sijui kama kuna revert yeyote, kama hakuna twende kwa nini. Screen, the screen is dark. Operation fagia yote. Wanogutu, show your face or we carry out the threat. Then there is somebody in the comment section called Steve O.S. Mind your language. Mind your language. You are free to support UDA. You are free to support whoever you want to support. No threatening of people. No inciting of people. Let's remain factual in our comments. Ogutu, Moses.
How?
You are still mute. Unmute.
Okay. How are you, everyone?
We are good. We are good. How are you?
I'm good.
Since your name is Moses, did you also appear to Sud in Dubai?
No, that one is the Korea one. Yeah. So let's go to the topic, which says no one can rig me out. That's Ruto saying. No one can rig me out. I think last week, was it last week or the other time? The last week, but one is when Ruto was crying about changing of the bills in the parliament so that he can be rigged out. So today he's claiming that he can never be rigged out. So what I see in this case, Ruto needs to take a break from politics because he keeps on contradicting himself. Sometimes he says, like now, he claims that he knows it all. He knows what happens in the deep state or whoever. He knows that plan. But sometimes he also claims, at the same time, he claims that there's a plan for him to be rigged out. So, but from this statement, in this case, he's trying to appeal to his supporters. And this one is trying to get rid of to try to convince people to come out in his supporters to come out in large numbers so that they can turn up and vote to avoid the voter apathy. So he's trying to encourage the supporters so that they can come out and vote in large numbers. But even as you see, the way he's speaking, he's in a panic mode. Currently, he's really in a panic mode. And things are not working according to his plan as he expected, because things are dragging away from him. And let's say an example of Mount Kenya, he sees that Mount Kenya is not with him fully as he was expecting, or as it was sometimes back, and is in a panic mode. And the fear of, he knows all about this thing of rigging, because he has been in the government for 10 good years, or 9 good years as a deputy president. So he knows what is going on there. And if there's rigging, or if they have ever done rigging, then he knows it. So that's why he's trying to come out and trying to appeal to people that he has been there and he knows what is happening there, and nobody can try to do it. But if it's all about rigging, if one decides to rig you, he can be rigged out, which I think it won't happen. You can be rigged out and you do nothing. But in this case, I see a situation where Ruto will be defeated in a free and fair elections, unless he's the one who will try to do some fishy, come up with the fishy characters to try and rig. But I see a situation where he will be defeated in a free and fair elections, and that's what most of us will want to see. We want a free, like I've been a supporter of Raila. I think I've voted for Raila for this will be my fourth time, and I know how it feels about rigging an elections. I don't know whether it has ever happened, but what I'm sure of, 2007 there was a rigging. I don't know whether it happened in 2013 or 2017, but for 2007 was a clear win for Raila. So it pains me. There was a time I said I will never vote again, when my vote will never count, when my vote is not counting. Until recently, when I get encouraged on how things happen, and I believe this time the election will be free and fair, and the winner shall take it in a fair play. So what Ruto is trying to say is just to encourage the supporters to come out and turn, and to, whenever someone is in a panic mode, he will try to talk as if he's so courageous to appeal to his supporters or to appeal to the nation. But inside him, he's in a panic mode. Things are not working on him, and that's why he makes such utterances, which are not good at this moment, because nobody is interested in. I think some people are interested in rigging, but in this case, I don't know. I don't think the AZIMIO team is interested in rigging, because in some months to come, some 2 months to come, it will be clear where the winning team will be, whether it's in Kenya Kwanza or AZIMIO. For me, I pray that AZIMIO takes it.
Kenya kusha.
Yeah. Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza. For me, I pray that the AZIMIO takes it. But in 2 months' time, everything will be clear, because the race has just started, and people are now out there to campaign, and whoever will play his cards well will go with it. But I pray that Baba side will play their cards well, and things will be okay. I think that's the only thing I have for now.
All right, thank you very much Moses Ogutu kwa maoni yako. Naamini inaeleweka vizuri. Naomba tuokoe muda na tumsikilize huyu Jacob. Jacob, upo?
Yes, niko.
Haya, karibu, tunangoja hao majemedari wamekuja sasa hivi.
Hamjambo.
Wako na habari kutoka kwa ground, so toa ya kwako na hao watupatie ya kwao. Asante.
So ni okay. Kwa upande wangu naona kana kwamba mambo haiko vibaya vile, iko sawa, sababu tulikuwa tunangoja uamuzi ya Kalonzo fenye ataelekea, na fenye amesema hasa kuna msumuso na Azimio. Tunajua sababu ndio mambo ya Ukambani tumeshamaliza mambo yake. Hata kuongelea kidogo kugusia tu mambo ya Chebukati na mambo ya IBC. Najua haya mambo ni fungumu kidogo kwa sababu nafikiri naibu wa rais akilalamikia sana ambaye njama ya kuibiwa kura, na wewe ulikuwa naibu wa rais umefuatiwa, yani umeingia kwa election 2 times. Ukweli anajua mambo yote. Naibu wa rais anajua kweli kama kura anaibiwa ama kuna wizi ama hakuna. Yeye kuna hakika. Na kama kura jai kuibiwa kwa hiyo term mbili, sioni wasiwasi ya kuona kuna njama ya kuibiwa, kwa sababu hakuna njama yote ile kuibiwa, kwa sababu wewe mkoa kwa hiyo 2013-2017 sioni kana kwamba hakuna njama yote ama mbinu mpya ya kuibiwa kura. Na kwa upande wangu mimi siwezi laumu mara mingi Chebukati, kwa sababu tuliona Kenya ilifanyika 2017, watu wengi walipoteza maisha. So na watu wote commissioners wa IBC wanakuanga na ulisi ya serikali, so wale watu wote wako chini ya serikali ndio wanapewa ulisi. Kwa sababu nakumbuka 2017 kulikuwa na siku Chebukati aliamuka akapata maaskari amejaa nje ya nyumba lake. So mara zingine watu wanaangalia pande zote kwa sababu ya ulisi pia ya protection about maisha yangu pia itaendaje, na itafika pia tunasemaga serikali kuna mkono mrefu. Ukiona kuna mchezo unaleta utapanda, hasa mambo yako itakuwa ngumu kidogo. Nikiongelea mambo ya Mount Kenya ambayo malalamishi ya watu wa Kenya kwanza, naona kana kwamba wameona Mount Kenya itakuja kuharibika. Hawezi kupata kitu Mount Kenya kwa sababu kuna fenye uhuru unajua, na watu wa UDA wanajua vizuri kenye uhuru unakuja kuleta. Na kwa sababu hakuna mtu anajipeleka kotini kujistaki kusema na nimekosea hii ama nimefanya hii. Wewe unangoja tu ustakiwe, lakini unajua umekosa mahali fulani. So huwezi kujipeleka kotini ama polisi kusema mimi nimekosea hii ama nimefanya hii, nataka kushikwa, nataka kustakiwa. Wewe unangoja tu wastaki wakushike wakustaki. So kuna fenye wanajua mambo itakuja kutoka nje sasa, ambayo watu wengi tulikuwa maswali chungu sima ni nini imefichika, kwa sababu Uhuru hajaongea hata mambo kuhusu Ruto tangu ile mambo yote yalifanyika. Uhuru amekimia, ni ile tu kukosoa kwa watu wafanye kazi, watu wana atingati makasi ambayo wamepewa, ambayo wamechaguliwa wafanye. Hiyo tu ilikuwa Uhuru naongelea, na mambo tu ya corruption ile amegusia kwa umbali, lakini hajaitokeza wasiwasi kusema ni nini amefishika, ambaye anataka sasa wananchi wajue. Na ndio maana mimi nimeona kana kwamba kuna kitu, kwa sababu dalili ya mvua ni mawingu. Kwa sababu ukiona watu wanakimbia Mount Kenya kuroboka, na kama tayari wanamuandaa rais, na kama wanamuandaa watu kumuandaa kana kwamba rais akikuja mpinge hii, kwa sababu wanakuja kusema, so kana kwamba wanakuja kutanguliza mambo yao, kwamba akikuja kusema hayo hata nyinyi muuliseni hii na hii na hii. So inaonekana kana kwamba kuna kitu inajaribu kuginga, kama ingewezekana nikiginga, kwa sababu naona inakuja na itakuja kuni affect, so inajaribu kuweka milango. Ndio maana nikaona kana kwamba wanaenda Mount Kenya kujaribu kama wanaweka milango, watu wasione kana kwamba ni jambo sito, ni kama watu wase kusoea mapema wakati Uhuru akiongea ni kama si jambo sito. So kwa sababu tangu tukiangalia siasa UDA, tuseme Kenya Kwanza hajakuwa na watu, hajaweka msingi Mount Kenya, kwa sababu tukiangalia mtu kama Gachagua, mtu kama Kimani Ichung'wah, Alice Kihome, wale wabunge kama wachache, sio watu ambao wamekita msisi Mount Kenya. Najua kila county ako na wenyewe ile kingpin ambayo baada kusema hawa ndio watatoa maelekeo. Na mimi sana mingi situishi na ama sababaishwa na hiyo watu kuja kwa kiwanja, watu kushangilia, kwa sababu tunajua tu raia ni kawaida, anakushangilia au anakusema, lakini watu kuna wakati wanabadilisha mawazo wakati uamuzi, watu kikaribia kufanya uamuzi, kwa sababu licha kwa watu ndani kiwanja wanapewa sera, lakini watu watarudi nyumbani jambo karibia kuna ile uamuzi watu wanafanya. So naona kana kwamba hiyo ndio naona kwa watu wa Kenya Kwanza. Juzi nimesikia naibu wa rais akisema, amesema mbeleni tokini nyuma ya Uhuru Kenyatta mgeni kwa kiwanja. Alafu baada ya hayo tena akakuja akasema sio Raila Odinga ndio anasimama ndio anapigana naye. Uhuru Kenyatta na timu yake ndio wanaongoza atakuongoza serikali kwa nyuma ya Raila Odinga. So tena akageuza tena, sio mtoke nyuma ya Uhuru Kenyatta, tena wamekuwa mtoke nyuma ya Raila Odinga, kwa sababu tunajua sio tunapigana na Raila Odinga, tumejua Uhuru Kenyatta tu mnaweka tu mbele, lakini mnasukuma Raila Odinga kuendelea kusukuma serikali mkiwa nyuma ya Raila Odinga. Nimesikia jana akiwa Mount Kenya akijaribu kutawalisha sana Raila Odinga, ile mtu hajafanya kitu, ile mtu ameshinda opposition, ile mtu ako hivi tunaletea watu gani naye. So tukiangalia siasa ya naibu wa rais kana kwamba haina misimamo mahali, kwa sababu anarukia kuona kana kwamba hii njama ni ya Raila Odinga. Anampiga Raila Odinga akisema toka nyuma ya rais, mtoke washa kuingia nyuma, utaka rais akusaidie wewe, toka kidogo. Anabadilisha, anasema naibu wa rais, wewe kuja tupigane, kwa sababu rais mwenyewe na timu yake mtokeze, kwa sababu tunajua ni nyinyi ndio tunapigana na nyinyi, sio tunapigana na Raila Odinga, njama ni yenu. So ni kana kwamba kuna fenye msingi hajaweka msingi vizuri ama maelekezi vizuri. Sioni watu wa AZIMIO wakilalamikia wizi wa kura, na hata kama kuna njama ya kuiba kura bado ni mapema sana, hajafikia kiasi ambayo kiango ya watu, kwa sababu tuko na mumwisi kataa katikati hapa. So hajafika, kwa sababu sasa ndio watu wanasoma kuja, hata IBC tayari ndio wanaanza kujiandaa. So hajafika kiasi ya kusema kura kuibua kura. Ni kana kwamba wewe mwenyewe umeanza kuingiwa na uhoga, ambayo unajua pia ukiangalia timu nyingine na ambayo unapigana unaona kama wako na njama fulani. Usiamini wanapanga pia siasa, wanapika siasa, wanaamini kuna mambo ya bedroom, wanaongea fenye wataiba ama fenye watafanya hiyo. So ni ile tu kurusha mawe kwa msitu kuone Kenya yanatokea. So kwa hiyo sasa kwa Bernard nimeshukuru.
Okay, asante bwana Jacob. Watu wa UDA and their relationship with Mount Kenya, especially by their party leader, the deputy president, is strange. It's strange in the sense that you are my friend. We met at the university, and then I took you to my mother or rather I used, because my house was near the university, I used to take you to my to go with you at home. We take lunch together, introduce you to my mother. You cannot now come back alone and tell my mother that you are a better son to my mother than me. And you want my mother to follow you and disregard me. William Ruto ni kama anataka kubeba kila mtu kuwa mjinga. It doesn't work that way. Every community has its own leadership structure, and you are only honorable to the degree you honor that leadership structure. You violate it, you become the enemy of the people. And I think he has made himself the enemy of the people, and before long inakwenda kujulikana bayana kwamba kuna mtu amekosea mahesabu na itamgharimu sana, kwa sababu hawezi you can't buy yourself from where you have fixed yourself when by violating what tunasema church kwamba prayer is useless when God's ways are neglected. Wewe umekataa kufuata sheria za maombi, lakini umejifungia kwa maombi. Unataka maombi ikusaidie bila wewe kufuata sheria. It doesn't work that way. And so the politics of UDA and Mount Kenya and their threats now, it's clear that they had no plan, they had no fallback plan, and they are cornered. And before long, miti katwe sogoi. Na Mama Selina ameongeza pia hapo Mululu pia tukatekate miti, kwa sababu vile mambo yanaenda akuendi vizuri. Stony PK na Bwana Patriot, namna gani?
Tuko wazima sana ndugu Bernard na wale panelists wengine wako pale. Amjambo.
Hatujambo, karibuni sana. Niliona mko mnafanya kazi nzuri mpaka mnatuletea habari ambazo sisi wenyewe hatuwezi fikia, na sisi ndio wanahabari. Sasa tunawashukuru sana. Karibuni, mtuambie mbivu na mbichi. Alex hayupo, angesema ni wakati wa watoto kwenda kulala, lakini Stony PK karibu. Na watu wa black screen tuna operation fagia yote. Wacha nianze kuweka kwa nini. Kuna mtu mmoja tu nimeruhusu kwenda behind the scenes, and that is Nancy. The rest mtangoja huko mpaka mfufuke. PK,
Thank you Bernard, Selina, Haron, the ancestor Lutsweti Jacob and Patriot, hamjambo. Habari leo inaonekana ni moto zaidi ya moto. In my tribe, I like quoting my ancestors. Walisema kwamba anybody who has been beaten by a snake, akiona kamba tu peke yake usiku, anything like a kamba, anaruka juu futi kama 20. It doesn't, manake aliumwa, anajua uchungu wa hiyo nyoka. Okay? Na ile nyingine pia wanasema mtu ambaye amezoea kuiba, kukunywa maziwa ya wizi, anaenda Kiambu akachunge ng'ombe, badala ng'ombe wapelekee ndama maziwa nyumbani, anaanza kunyonya ng'ombe huko kichakani ama kukamua ng'ombe. Akisikia mwizi wa maziwa ametajwa, anaruka. Yeye anaanza kusema yeye si mwizi. Why am I saying this? This narrative of wizi wa kura, actually people should look at it very seriously. I know guys have deliberated on this very in depth, lakini ukweli wa mambo ni kwamba narrative ambazo sasa hawa watu wanaitwa UDA wanaeneza ni uvumi, ambapo wanajaribu kuwekea watu wengine kwamba ni wao watafanya vile. Ruto has the experience of stealing votes. Okay, he has been stealing votes since the first time alienda bunge. Okay, mtu akiwa ako kwa cartel mpaka ya kuprint pesa za makaratasi. I mean, really, what else don't you think that person can do? And this is in the common public. It's nothing exclusive. wizi wa kura latest 2017, so obvious, but Ruto has never admitted that they stole votes, waliiba kura. Shamelessly they stand and talk wakiwa na Jubilee wengine, although most Jubilee members walikuja wakawa wameanza kuadmit, actually they have admitted in public that they stole, but Ruto still talks of how he won, how they won election. In this country, anybody talking about Jubilee winning elections in 2017 should not even be listened to. Nobody should say they won when the highest court in the land ili nullify elections. So we should begin from number one, au ni wezi. Okay? They did not only steal election votes, the final, but they stole, they rigged out all potential, all those guys who are potential competitors, good MPs, all those guys who would make very strong team for Jubilee, they were all rigged out. And he did it. He rigged people like Kabongo and all others. It's in public domain. So when you hear him crying this, one, kura zake haziwezi ibiwa, blah, 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 blah. Who stole his votes? Who is it that anaambia hawezi iba kura zake? Yeah? That's why I keep on saying Ruto is not very intelligent, because he's a firefighter, anafanyanga guesswork. Saa hii anafikiria akibweka ati watu wataiba kura, akishindwa ndiye aanze kusema oh, I saw this coming. And that's why I hope people like AZIMIO, they are arming themselves with anti-missiles to kind of show this narrative that it is Ruto's creation of crying wolf, so that he can be able to give it as an excuse once is beaten. I'm attaching this to all the polls that are being done. For example, not all, maybe some polls are sponsored by him also to show some funny things. And the good thing is, a lie will always be known. So these lies will come to an end. Okay? People should not worry, but people should be wary that he is insisting that, you know, about election being stolen. Now he should be called. The way they called Sabina, Ruto anatakiwa aitwe, aulizwe, wewe, hii watu unaembe, hii maneno unasema ya kuibiwa kura, kwani what do you know? He should also be summoned to go and explain. Yeah? Equally, the way Sabina has been summoned, Ruto should also be summoned to go and tell people why and how he thinks that, and then he should also show how kura zinaibiwa in this country. This also, while I finish about stealing votes, it also gives voters very bad, whatever, you know, voters have no confidence in Kenya. People talk about, hata nikipiga kura, sitaibiwa, sitafanywa. So that narrative has to be really worked on, so that we try and give voters confidence for them to wake up in the morning to come and vote. So him being a master of this game, that's why he does not want to even feel threatened that it can happen to him, because yeye ni mchezaji mzuri wa hiyo maneno, alikuwa kwa hiyo team. Okay, evidenced by the server has never been opened. Okay, that tells you that it is true. Whatever the court ruled was right, and hence the reason why we should not even have this guy anywhere near State House. Yes, Jubilee, AZIMIO, they continue to harvest, they continue to get votes, but they need to do more. They need to do more groundwork as well as area work, meaning is a small group, focus group discussion, vijijini, they need to do more. And then also groom it together or crown it with the bigger rallies. There is still work to be done in the Jubilee areas, because again, the name Jubilee ilikuwa imekuja ikachukuliwa very negatively by majority of Kenyans, especially those who feel that they are now poor or they don't have money in the pocket, which is the narrative being sold by UDA, that the reason the economy is this way is because of Jubilee. So Jubilee was about to be placed in the same category and shelf ile ya KANU. Remember, KANU, even up to now, you mentioned KANU, some people shatter. You have to sell KANU to new generation. Jubilee also, you know, there has to be some care and a lot of work to be done. One, build the confidence of the voters by having those people who are rigged out leading the election. I mean, leading the campaign. The good people that the populace know that they are good. People like Akina Kanini Kega, people like, there's this gentleman of Nyeri, I remember his name, you know, those leaders that were very clearly pushed out. They should be the ones now reviving Jubilee, and they should be the ones talking and telling people that this should be, I mean, this is a new Jubilee that will allow people to speak and say and elect whoever they want. Money laundering. This money laundering is a bit tricky because it seems like it's allowed. I have never believed that a government can be defeated by these kind of things, unless a government like the ones we find in Mexico. You know, Mexico is where law has failed totally. That those countries, actually the law doesn't work, you know, because you just need to have your own gang, you know, and then you buy and deal with the drugs the way you want. Yeah. So I think it is only God, Jesus akirudi ndiye atawasaidia. Theirs is a gone case. Kenya, we still are young and we are able to put things in place. My fear is if these things are happening now, what if someone like Ruto becomes the president of this country? This country will go south. That I can say without fear or favor. Because if it is his team that is caught with all these kind of things, yeah, ukiangalia majina, sorry to say that, it is associated, ni kabila hiyo yake, anaharibia the entire very good tribe called Kalenjin jina. This guy is a disgrace to this community. You know, it is bad. It is really, really everything, every bad thing. It's like those days when bank robberies were happening in the 70s when we were growing up. Walikuwa wanasema ati everybody who was akipigwa risasi akitolewa ID anapatikana ni from a certain region. Yeah. And then, you know, now that was spoiling the name of that particular region, although now it changed. When a thug is a thug, it doesn't matter natoka kabila gani. So it is sad that this gentleman has shown people, those who he associates with, ameonyesha no hard work. You use shortcut to get money. It is a really bad mentorship, okay? That you don't have to work for money, you know? That corruption it's part of life, because that is his implication. When he says corruption cannot stop development, then he supports it to tell you, wewe ukipata pesa, whether ni ya kuiba, umedanganya mtu, umetapeli mtu, you are okay, you make your money. Umenyang'anya mtu shamba, it's okay. So for me, really, I think Kenyans should say enough is enough, and then send this man home by making sure that is not elected, because that will be the day that we will doom this beautiful country. Let me stop there for now and give others some time. Thank you. Back to you, Bernard.
Right. Thank you, Stone PK. We appreciate your observation and contribution. Before we go to Patriot, let's listen out on this video just as a reminder. We had already played it. I think we'll listen to two at a go.
Si kweli? Si nilikuwa natembea peke yangu? Saa hii nimesema naingia kwa wale watu wako na ujuzi wa kuiba na kuhakikisha nimetangazwa mshindi wa Taveta. Tuko pamoja. Kwa hivyo Mimi niko Asla, niko UDA, hiyo ndio chama nitasimama nayo. Kwa timu zetu
Bernard, why didn't you pay that before I spoke?
I have just played after you have spoken. Patriot, go ahead.
Bernard, allow me to address you as Mr. Speaker, sir. I want to thank my fellow panelists who are present here and those who are listening behind the curtains. It's always a pleasure to have this opportunity to speak to Kenyans and those who are interested to understand what matters politics and campaigns trail, facts from the ground, breaking news from 411, 999, all that put together. I think it's time that we get our facts right. And we want to say it's always a pleasure to have this opportunity to discuss it. But before I get to that, Bernard, there's something I always say, and I will remain doing it. Some of us had to tetemeshwangwingwi. I don't know the meaning of that clip that you just played because you've just done it before I speak. And from if I remember my literature, because I was a literature student, you have simply corrupted my thinking because you have not told me what that clip was meant for. You have played it a halfway, and that has left me wondering whether you meant that I get a half-baked information to speak to deliberately.
If you can understand one paragraph, you can still make sense of 15 seconds. The clip is that short once so that you will get enough time to submit. Whose mic is on? Naomba nikuongezee ingine ndio kieleweke.
I wish you listen to my question before you cut me short, Bernard. Really.
Sorry?
You didn't hear my question. You went ahead to rebuttal. Did you hear what I was asking?
wanajua ya kwamba huyo mzee hawezi, ndio wanajaribu kumbembeleza ati kama hata kama uwezi ati tutakuibia kura. Nyinyi mkiona kweli mtu ya kitendawili anaweza kuiba kura ya Hasla? Inawezekana? So wale wanasema ati watapangia mzee wa kitendawili ati watuibie kura. Mimi nataka niwaambie hiyo ndoto ya mchana. Punguzeni bangi na mupunguze pombe. Hiyo kazi haiwezekani.
Honorable member, it is not my duty to guide your line of thoughts or influence the witness to witness in a particular direction. We are just sharing the videos to remind people what we are talking about. So the man in Kilifi says amejiunga na UDA kwa sababu ndio chama kiko na ujuzi wa kuiba na kutangaza walioshindwa kama washindi na walioshinda kama washindwa. Okay? Ndio amejiunga na UDA na amekuwa akitembea peke yake. Na UDA big boss anasema yeye kura yake haiwezi kuibwa. Wale watu wote wanafikiria kuhusu kuiba kura yake wapunguze bangi na pombe. Patriot.
Okay. Kwa hivyo Bernard, wacha nicheze kama mimi mwenyewe sasa. Kwa sababu hutaki kuniguide, wacha nicheze tu kama mimi mwenyewe. Now let me start with the first clip. The first clip, I think from me, it is a fake clip. And I'll give the reasons why it's a fake clip. There are things that are happening currently that are outwinging people. There is another clip somewhere where guys come with t-shirts, right? T-shirts of different parties. And then they decide, for instance, you find what is happening, like you go like the stronghold of ODM, they come with the t-shirts of UDA. I'm just using that as an example. That's not good. Then they say those who are wearing the other t-shirts, UDA, mtoa hizo t-shirts. Alafu wanajaribu kuresist, wanatolewa kwa lazima, wanavaa t-shirt za ODM to create a perception that people are moving from one party to the other. That is what is happening on the ground. Hiyo ni 411. We are aware of those kind of clips are there. So the clip that you just shown me, I think is a fake one. And why it's a fake one? Fake one in the sense that it is stage managed. Somebody is pursuing a narrative, and you know, we are good investigators, Bernard. Let's give you this. That guy is not a supporter of UDA. I think I want to say so. He's just an actor. He's a comedian. They have picked the UDA, you know, kofiyas and t-shirts, and you can see it's well choreographed. The way that clip is being coordinated, so that he speaks to that, and that happens in politics. So for me, that's a fake clip. It is one of those that are moving around, and of course, for those who are not very serious thinkers, they buy the idea. Well, and that's what it serves the purpose for. Let me go to the second one. The DP.
Before you go to the second one, we are bringing up the clip not to justify what the man did or the acting the man did. As a literature student, you say, tunasema sanaa ni kioo cha jamii. When somebody does something and then it's confirmed from the source where that claim is, then that becomes a confirmation or a reflection of what it is. So I can't call that clip fake. Secondly, stage managed by Kamkunji. That is Kamkunji. The Kamkunji people of Kilifi. Kamkunji ni bunge la wananchi.
Thank you. Now, Bernard, nilikwambia acha nicheze kama mimi, and if you want to learn some of these things, that is my position. Let me just finish first, because we are tunajifunza mawili matatu, and you know there are facts that I have. So ulisema unataka report ya ground. There are things that I also know. Let me not debate against you, but let me finish my submission. I think it will come out as I finish. These things that are done on Kamkunjis, these things that are done on platforms that are organized, that's where these things happen, you know, and that confirms what I'm saying. And I'll give you another clip. I think I can play that tomorrow, which let me be specific. It happened in the coast, okay? We have UDA fellas, and I think that is a counter to that clip. There's another one. We have UDA fellas who are forcing ODM supporters to remove the t-shirts of ODM, and they are wearing the UDA. That also happened in the coast. So these are the games that are being played at the coast. And remember, unajua Bernard, Mswahili ni mcoast. Mtu akikwambia wewe ni Mswahili sana, unaelewa? Wa coast ndio Waswahili. So you will get to accept these dramas are happening at the coast. And you have actually, hiyo ni drama ya cost, hiyo I can bet $100, Bernard, and I think I know. That clip was to counter one that was done by the supporters of UDA, walitoa ma t-shirt what ya ODM, sasa ndio wanafanya man. Hiyo ni game ya huko. Just allow me to say that, I could be wrong, but that's what I think. But two, the issue of having confirmation from the source, that is to drive home the created narrative, and you really put it correctly. You know, that's an explanation to a fake clip, and you know that is all reverse science and psychology and stuff. Hiyo clip hiyo Bernard umecheza, hiyo ya kwanza, hiyo ni fake. I bet that is not a genuine one. You will see most of them coming up, but tomorrow if you find that to be the truth, I hope you come and actually you know, confirm that what I said was right. That is what I think. But let me weigh myself to what the VP said. And let me go to the context of what the DP has to say. When you listen to the DP clearly, he gives you a double-sided person who is speaking as a Confucianist. Because one, they have been people who come up with slogans, they give meanings. When you read from the dictionary, they tell you that is not the meaning, they give a meaning to it. And they even want to give you impression that anything that starts from your house, it is them. You build a road, they tell you they are the ones who have built the road. You know, when they shit on your door, they say it's you who has done so. These are Confucianists. It is quite a narrative that is coming from these guys. So for me, I don't believe what they say. I believe what they don't say. That they don't say is what matters. So when you listen to the DP, he simply says that mkiniibia mimi nitajinyonga politically. Sasa anza kukata mamiti. That's what you're saying, Bernard. Cut all the trees because the signs are on the wall. Hii watu, they will have trouble. Number two, Ruto is not a master of rigging. For you who want to feed from history, for some of you feed from history, and let me say this, Raila Amolo Odinga is going to defeat Ruto the second time, not the first time. And I think this is important. I wanted to put that across from yesterday. This is not the first time the DP or the man in the name William Ruto is losing to Raila Amolo Odinga. He lost the first time to Raila Amolo Odinga in 2007. The primaries that happened at Kasarani, Raila Amolo Odinga beat Ruto hands down, and he gave a speech of, is it acceptance speech or which one? The other one, Bernard. He gave the, I hope you're not sleeping.
Conceding.
Yes, I think now you people, you're alert. He gave the conceding speech. That was in Kasarani. And Raila beat him. This time round, he'll get the second beating. This one will be a thorough. So he cannot tell us that Raila Amolo Odinga lost 2002, 2007, ati huyo mzee atatushinda sahi. Raila alimnyorosha Kasarani, pap, akakuwa namba 2, Musalia akakuwa namba 3. This time around, yeye na Musalia tumeweka kikapu moja, Raila anawanyorosha, pap.
No, he came number 3.
Sorry?
He came number 3.
You are attentive. You are correct. You are correct, Bernard. I wanted to know whether you have the history. He came number 3, not number 2.
Okay, right. Make your submission, please. Stop tempting us.
You are right. Listen, I'm saying you are right. I was just joking. He was number 3. You are right. Are we together, sir? Bernard. So what I'm saying is that the DP tutamshinda, lakini shida yake tumemtafutia. Sisi tunasema it's party after party. It's the same music but different words. UDA inasema promise after promise. So it is promise after promise. UDA, party after party. That is Azimio la Umoja. You come with any party as long as you're supporting Baba, hiyo ni sawa. Lakini ukikuwa na mapromises zingine hazieleweki, hiyo peleka UDA. So that is the difference. So he's not a master of rigging. If my history serves me right, he will lose. And anytime Ruto has vied with anybody else, he has lost apart from when the state has been behind. So to me, the common denominator in winning is having the government in support of the candidate. And here we mean the goodwill of the presidency, the perception that comes from the people who are happy with the government of the day. That really matters. So I really don't want to weigh much because the topic seems to be so narrow today. However, the last thing probably I'll speak to is AZIMIO Jubilee Harvest. The AZIMIO of Jubilee, it is because as things are going now, there is a group of voters or a percentage of voters, which is about 20%, if I might qualify the fake pollsters, whatever they are saying, Let me pick that for the sake of explanation. 20% of Kenyans who have not decided, assuming the pollsters were right, they are waiting to hear what their leader is saying before they make that decision. Because there is one person they've been listening to, they don't think is convincing. Then there is somebody who has been bashed for too long. And now in a crossroad, whoever brought them to this road, they must hear from him. So the president has seized the opportunity. He's coming out to speak to the Jubilee. Majority of the 20%, in my view, if you are to use that as anything to go by, they come from Jubilee and they are members of the mountain. If Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is going to be clear on which direction the mountain people, the mountain red, the party of the president, of course, is Jubilee. If he is going to be clear the way he's getting by having a name DC that is going to define the moment of the day where ODM and Jubilee will come together, the culmination heights at the National Stadium, which will be Nyayo Stadium, to me, that will be the moment that will be quite decisive, that will actually have the last nail on the coffin for the UDA. That is the moment that we are looking for. I'm happy it's before the end of the month. That will happen around until 6th and 5th. That will basically Bernard settle this matter. And I have always said here before, after that, you need to have Mtembei TV discussion happening maybe for 1 hour. The rest in the music, too, celebration. From the look of things, Kalonzo is coming, and Kalonzo has been very categorical. He spoke in Kisii, and he said, we have been winning 2013, alafu kidogo ati hatujashinda, 2017 tumeshinda, mara hatujashinda. This time round, I'm quoting Kalonzo, this time round we must win clear, and all the countries within and without must know that we win. He posed a question to the Kisii people. Nani wanataka tushinde namna hiyo? People raise their hands. So now that it is confirmed that Oka and company, including Kalonzo Musyoka, are coming to AZIMIO, in my view, that was the last stone that we needed to turn to pick the last pieces of the gold that we needed to attain the numbers. We are surely winning the game, and I want to also confirm what Lusweti Nancy have just said. There is nothing to steal from the DP because he doesn't have it. You can only steal from somebody who has. There's nothing to steal from him. So there are two questions there which have been answered. He's not a master of rigging. He has only been helped by the state. This time around, it's only the state that steals. I mean, if I may go out of the norm, it's only the agency of capacity that can do that. And in this case, that party is not with the DP currently. So he has nothing to steal that we can steal from. And in any case, if it has to happen, then it's on them. So, Bana, let me end by saying this. We don't care how Raila Amolo Odinga is going to win the election. I just want to say this. Raila Amolo Odinga, come rain, come sunshine, come the moon, come winter, come summer, spring, whatever, Raila Amolo Odinga must be the president of this country. If there's anybody who wants to start moving, let them check on their passports, let them renew their documents. Those are countries that will give them asylum for some time. Raila Amolo Odinga is going to be the president, unfortunately for them. But if they are to stay around, I think we'll give them a place to be for a while before they settle back. We are assembling a team of doctors, cardiologists, psychologists to work on them because that is going to be an issue. Let them be here because we know the consequences of such a shock that will come. Even neurosurgeons are around. Tutaongea na good doctors from Luo, Nyanza, Kisii, and a few of those who are respected as good lecturers at the university. Some of them will come to their practice so that we take care of our brothers. It's going to be a serious shock, Bernard. Na hiyo ujue ya kwamba when we are telling you this, hatutetemeshwa ngwingwi, it will never happen. It is the same. This is the time when Raila Amolo Odinga will be the president. Wapende wasipende. Bye.
Tumesikia, asante sana kwa ujumbe wako. Naomba nifanye hivi. Bwana Themba, ndio umefika ama washafika?
Mbona wauliza jibu?
Asante sana kwa jibu zuri.
Haya, leta
Nakubali.
swali sasa.
Asante. Ni hivi, kuna na Kitare hajatoa maoni yake, alafu Bwana Kamau ndio atakuwa wa kwanza kwa wale wanaorudia, na wewe mwenyewe. Wengine hawa washakohoa. Niking'atuka tuonane kwa kile kipindi kingine. Asante.
Inshallah. Na Kitare, karibu.
Asante ndugu yangu right, just go ahead, something I'm doing.
Sasa Bernard, wewe unaniambia watu ambao hawako tayari kuongea bwana. Yaani nakaribishwa na mtu ambaye bado yuko busy bwana. Haya, nani mwingine umesema hajaongea?
Tanguliza msamaha. Ita Bwana Kamau atakuelekeza.
Haya, Kamau karibu.
Ama Kamau pia ashang'atuka.
Haya, basi simtoke kwenye nini basi.
Tufanye usafi basi.
Watu unawatetemesha. Unawatetemesha.
Nancy yupo? Ama pia wewe ng'atuliwe?
Mimi nipo.
Haya, Nancy ongea. Nasikia kuna jamaa kinara hapa anasema peana Nancy aongee. Haya, Nancy ongea kwa sababu naona kinara. Yaani mashabiki huko chini wanataka kusikia sauti yako.
Super Haron kwanza, the ancestors kwanza.
Okay. Yaani nyote mnaepa. Haya. Haron, karibu Haron.
Asante. Yeah. Mimi ningependa kuguzia jambo moja kuhusu deputy president. In fact, kuna lile jambo lenye juzi wakati alisema kuwa sijui ndugu zetu kutoka Kongo wenye wanavaa trouser kiunoni hapa hivi, yaani hiyo kuwadhalilisha. Ninapoangalia hizo sehemu zake, in fact deputy president is Peter with James Mwangi. You remember the other day when that issue of the Uganda investor who wanted a 50 billion loan from Equity, and then the deputy president in fact came out saying that he made just only one call and that investor was given 15 billion. But when Equity was asked, they said that there's no way as a bank you can give somebody more than 2 billion. So in fact, the issue of deputy president provoking the Congo that maybe they don't have cows, something of that kind. He was just only wanted to reiterate on the sentiment made by Mr. Mwangi. So he was just it was like it was in a revenge mission on James Mwangi, because James Mwangi and Equity Group, in fact, they have taken roots in as far as banking systems are concerned in Congo. But it is very wrong. In fact, wakati vita zetu tunazitoa hapa Kenya, tunazipeleka kwa nchi nyingine, haionyeshi jambo nzuri. Alafu na kitu kingine nacho ni kuhusu, you remember Raila Amolo Odinga, when he was in Meru, in fact, he promised the Meru people that he was going to speak to President of Uganda of Congo, His Excellency Tshisekedi, to allow miraa to be exported to Congolese people, so that in fact the farmers from Meru can at least earn a living, so that they can be able to put food on their tables. I know the agreement between Congo and Kenyan government in order to allow miraa to be always be shipped to Congo is at the last stages. So maybe the deputy president, because he knows very well that if at all the Meru people are going to get that opportunity to be selling miraa to Congo, that is in fact a plus for Raila Amolo Odinga. And then, you know, this time is a campaign. This is a campaign period whereby if Raila Amolo Odinga, in fact, is going to achieve that, the Meru people are going to come out in large numbers in order to say thank you by voting, by giving their vote to Raila Amolo Odinga. So in order for Deputy President to stop this, he had to provoke our Congo brothers, so that in fact the government of Congo maybe can cut ties with our government, or in fact stop any businesses, so that Raila Amolo Odinga can lose. And that is in fact that is wrong. Ndio tunasema kuwa sisi kama Wakenya, wacha tuvurutane sisi hapa ndani kwa ndani, lakini tusije tukapeleka mambo yetu pale nje. So hilo ndio jambo in fact ningelipenda kuliguzia, but I hope the deputy president in fact ile hit yenye imetokezea kutoka pale Congo na kutoka kwetu wa Kenya, kwa hata sisi hatuja feel vizuri. I know that maybe atatem his tongue, asiendelee kufanya nini, kuongea mabaya kuhusu our brothers and sisters ambao ni our neighbors. Because angalia kama sasa hivi in fact vile soko ya miraa kwenda Somalia iko na hati. In fact Kenyan people, in fact our Kenyan brothers and sisters from Meru, they have lost a lot of cash. So wakati tena tunapotaka kupata another a new market, haistahili tuanze kubonga vibaya kuhusu ndugu zetu. Thank you so much, and back to you, Mr. Tempa.
Okay, Lenguro.
Yeah. Okay.
Haya, kabla Lenguro uonge, Selina.
Oh, I'm not ready. I'm talking with Kenya for 1 minute.
Haya, can you do you wanna go out and come back?
Oh, you want me to? Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, you can go out and come back later. That's okay. We'll be here.
Okay, you want some other people to come in?
You know, we are seeing you there making a lot of gestures and talking, so people are wondering what is going on. So you can ama acha nikuweke kwanza hapo nyuma ya curtain, utakuja baadaye. Haya, Lenguro, go on.
Okay, so ndugu zangu, najua kenye nilikuwa kuongelea tena, najua nikishangia tu mambo ya naibu wa rais, mambo ya Kongo. Najua kenye nimejua naibu wa rais siku zote haina ile hekima ya kiongozi ambaye kuna limit ya matamshi. Hata kama unaongea kuna kiasi fulani hawezi kufikia. Ni ile mtu anakasirika na aseme tu kenye nakisikia kusema, ama kama apendi kitu anasema tu kenye anajisikia kusema. Kwa sababu ukiwa kiongozi pia kuna mahali pia usifikisha matamshi, kwa sababu ukiangalia fenye pia anataka kutawalisha vita kati ya Uhuru Kenyatta na Raila Odinga. Akienda kwingine anafamia Raila Odinga, akienda kwingine anafamia Uhuru Kenyatta. Nikaona kana kwamba ni ile mtu mwenye akikasirika anasa kusema kenye anasikia kusema, lakini baadaye anabadilisha hiyo matamshi kutafuta njia tena ya kutengeneza. Kwa sababu nikiona akienda sehemu zingine kama Western, Ukambani huko Coast, anatawalisha Uhuru Kenyatta kwa njia ya juu ambayo kama watu na wakora na wajanchi hakuna ABCD. Lakini akirudi mountain anasema hii serikali imekuwa mimi na Uhuru Kenyatta rafiki yangu, na yeye atakaporudia mimi kuna ujuzi ya kuendelesha serikali mbele. Ni kama hana shida na rais. Kwa ulimi nyingine anabadilisha ambayo ni vita. Mimi naona kana kwamba malalamishi sana ya naibu wa rais kuhusu wizi wa kura. Najua wakati ulikuwa kwa team, wakati tulifanya mpango, unajua venye tulifanya tukafaulu. So wakati unatolewa nje ya team, wewe unajua ile mbinu tulitumia kufaulu, lakini sasa hii milango imefungwa. Mimi sina ile njia ya ile mbinu tena ya kutumia kuendelesha ile mpango yangu ama peke yangu. So unasafanya kitu kama team, yes, uko na ujuzi wa kufanya, uko na ujuzi, lakini wakati umetolewa nje ya mlango ama mbali na nyumba na ile team, wewe ni funguo kufanya peke yako. So unataka kuongea pale nje ama kuroboka pale nje, lakini ni ile tu hauna ile hakuna njia ya kujileta wasiwasi. Hauna ile njia ya kujileta wasiwasi, kwa sababu kitu ya kwanza, hii mambo ya kuibiwa kura katika nchi ya Kenya amegonga vichwa vya habari mpaka kila Mkenya anajiuliza maswali. Na amejikaba ambaye amekamata roho naibu wa rais amekaba naibu wa rais, kwa sababu kama kuna uwizi wa kweli alifanyika 2017, mtu ya kwanza ambaye inafaa kuulizwa ni naibu wa rais. So anaona kana kwamba hata kama hawezi tamka mambo ya uwizi wa kura yeye mwenyewe, lakini anapendelea kusema wale team wamesema wanaiba. So mimi nikizingatia vizuri, nikiangalia naibu wa rais, yes, hata kama kuna fenye ifanyika anajua kenye imefanyika, lakini kwa sasa yeye hakombali au sikuruhusiwa kukaribia. So anajua kama watu wanafanya ukarabati, yes, akona mbinu kufanya, lakini najua venye watafanya, lakini siwezi fikia hiyo ama siwezi fanya lolote. So anajaribu kuleta hii mambo kimwasomoso, especially mimi nimeona kana kwamba amependa venye huyu mrefu wa nini amesema kama kuna ile mimi, kwa sababu tangu hiyo mama ameongea yeye au wenye watu wa UDA wametokeza sana mambo kwa siasa, amekuwa Azimio wanapanga uwizi wa kura. Mimi kama Jacob naona kana kwamba muda bado uko mbali watu kulia mambo ya kuibua kura, bado uko mbali kidogo, hajafikia hiyo kiasi watu ya kulambikia. Akona muda kiasi tu ambayo watu wakifikia mwezi wa 4 mwezi wa 5 tukaribia mwezi wa 6 hapo sasa ndio watu wakilia kuna njama, okay tutaelewa. Kwa sababu tukumbuka 2017 NASA walitangaza mwezi wa 5 kinara ambayo anapeperusha bendera mwezi wa 5, tukiingia ibakia mwezi 2 ama 3 election. Alafu tukaribia kitu kama mwezi wa 7 ndio tumeanza kusikia rumors ambayo kuna njama ya kuibia kura, kuna njama ya kuibia kura hapo imebakia mwezi moja. Sasa hii hao ndugu wameanza last year. Sasa tuko January, February na bado tuko karibu mwezi 5 mbele ama mwezi 6 mbele. So mimi kwa niaba yangu naona kana kwamba mimi siwezi laumu Chebukati, kwa sababu Chebukati ako na familia na serikali huwezi bishana na serikali. Usipokubali masharti ako na mbinu mingi ya kutolewa, ita ukufe ama kuna fenye utatolewa. So lazima ukubali kenye utaambiwa kulinda usalama wako, kwa sababu tukiangalia serikali ya Kenya haijawahi kuwa mbali sana na election ambayo kuashiria tu huru wapige venye wanataka, wanaangalia tu, wanafuatilia whatever. So naibu rais analia mambo ya kuibua kura ama njama ya kuibua kura, kwa sababu kama kuna ifanyika 2017 2013, yes anajua ako na hakika, lakini kwa sasa yeye ametolewa nje ya team. So anajua team anacheza, lakini yeye ako nje. So ni hayo kwa sasa.
Asante sana Lenguro. Harun, uko na swali?
Yaani in short Jacob Lengula anasema kuwa mwizi anaogopa kuibiwa.
Son PK, sema habari ya muda. Jana ulilemewa na usingizi uka
Jana nilikuwa nimesafiri bwana, hata nilikuwa sitaki kuingia, lakini hii kitu imekuwa addiction kabisa. we covered a long distance by road, so it was too much.
Umeingia hapo una pepea tu, nikasema huyu atatoweka tu saizi. Megi Odengo, how are you?
Good.
Megi Odengo, how are you?
I'm good. Do you hear me?
We can't see you. Can hear you, we can't see you.
Oh, do you hear me first of all?
We can hear you, we can hear you, we can't see you. Can you show us your face? You're showing us Ukuta.
Maybe my face is so ugly. And
who told you? Why? Who told you you're ugly?
I just want to say hi to my good people. I've been listening to your stream for quite a couple of days. And anyway, I like it. You're very much concerned Kenyans who really want to take Kenya far from where it is. But my question is, will you? But just a word of mouth, will you? What can be done more than that?
What are your suggestions?
My suggestions are, don't talk too much, but dig deeper. Stretch out your socks. Work harder. And you can do it. You remember Obama's slogan? Yes, we can. And I know, yes, we can. I love you people. I just wanted to say hi. I've been trying to get in and out, get in and out, but now at least I'm lucky to talk with you. You're so good. I love you people, but put Kenya first because even us, we are in foreign countries just because we don't know what to do next, where to go for, but we know, yes, we can.
Okay. You've been trying. You've been trying, and you haven't been able to get in. Today you are in, and you don't want us to see you, but it's okay. So, oh, there you go.
Here's my mother.
Yes.
Here is my
Now
mother.
talk to us. Now look at you, Maggie. This is a very beautiful lady.
Wow. Yeah.
Now talk to your people. We are listening.
Okay. I'm so much impressed with what you are really campaigning about, what you have been talking about. But I still ask this question: how will you? You know, you have been there before. I have been there before. I had to run away from my country just because of all this you people are talking about. But how will you put it on the table? Yes, you'll talk in the podium like this. Are there those who are prominent enough to come listen to you and say, please, let us do this and this? Yeah, nobody's answering me.
Yes, you see, our role here is do what you have just done. If we touch someone like you and you're able to see what we are doing and listen, this is just a civic education platform.
Exactly.
It is not enough, but it is good enough.
No,
Because as we are told, Mother Teresa said that if all of us swept our doorsteps, the world will be clean.
Okay.
And in the Bible, God is asking Moses, what do you have in your hand?
Yes.
He's not asked about many things, but it is what he has in his hand. So for us, this is what we have in our hands.
Yeah,
So
what
we
you have
hope
in
in this
yeah.
in this
What you have.
discussion,
Yeah.
Maggie here will talk to someone, will be touched, someone elsewhere is being touched, and it will continue going on, and someone will be changed.
Yes, that is what I'm trying to tell you. Stretch out your socks. Not only talking too much, we can do this, and I don't know, Wetangula did this. There's a certain lady, I think this Nancy, who said Wetangula is now preaching. Why is she preaching? Because he does not know where to go. You know, mtu akilemewa anajipata in a position where, what do I do? Do I take preaching? Do I take what? So watu kama hao, reach out for them in Mtembei, whatever. They can. They can, and they will listen. Don't think that they don't need you. They need you more than anything else. I wish you would have gotten just a thumb where okay, switch on like this, it reaches everybody, like the MSNBC does in America. Yeah, like is it CBS, ABC does in America. Like whichever way, so that you spread the gospel, which is going to help your people plus yourself. May maybe you're pressing enough. That is why I found you. But press bigger. Press deeper than this. I like what you are doing, and you are doing the best thing so far for the country. And again, do not underrate. I hear you calling William Ruto so many what, he has done this, he's what. Please don't underrate him. So instead of underrating him, just let us dig deeper. I thank you all. I love you people. And let's hope I'll meet you people when I come. I don't know whether you are in Kenya right now, but I'm coming to Kenya to campaign for some people as well. I'll meet you people.
Thank you so much, Maggie, for your words of wisdom. Yes, and we will keep pushing. We'll keep doing our part. And Stone PK will be able to meet you, and you'll be able to talk and even campaign. So, Karibu Stone PK, it's your turn.
Thank you very much Themba, the moderator, and Maggie, karibu sana, kuja nyumbani utatupata, sisi tuko huku. We have said it is now, it's now. It's what yani we are saying, if it's not now, then it will never be. So you come, and we need you guys. You have asked a very good question, Mama Maggie, to this platform. Are we just talking? We are civicing people, yes, but then civic itoshi. 60 years we've been doing civic education, and looks like it has not really done very well, you know. So we need to dig deeper, as you've said. We need to start becoming activists. We need to start saying Mutembei must have 3-4 candidates spread all over Kenya. I'm at 20 people we think can do that. We should have ladies like you going for it, and Mutembei is out there supporting. Supporting in whichever way, with the PA system, merchandise and all that. But you see, Kenyans, we talk a lot. We are known. We have overtaken Nigeria. Sorry to say that. We have a lot of talk, but I think we need to dig deeper. Thank you for that, Maggie. I just wanted to applaud that comment. It's the challenge we are supposed to have. Like now, the issue is we really, if you listen to people here, they don't want Ruto to win. But we cannot stop Ruto to win by just talking. We have to stop Ruto from winning by one, never making sure that he doesn't get the votes that makes him win. How do we do that? We have to volunteer. People should volunteer. Volunteer to go on the ground. Volunteer to changa shilingi moja moja, shilingi mbili mbili. Have people coming, go messages on radio, messages in the village, not in Nairobi. Voters are in the village. Let those villagers who are being told that Ruto is best because he was poor, ati alianza na kuuza chicken. Nobody can be a millionaire by selling chicken. That's a big lie. Kuuza chicken kule Kabartonjo ama ni wapi huko kwao, aliuza chicken ngapi ndiye apate pesa? Those are lies which should be deconstructed. Nobody can sell chicken and become a millionaire. So Kenyans need to be told the truth. We need to start those community radios, and I think people in diaspora, people out there, should be able to support some of these things. I remember there was a lady who started a program whereby she was doing television sets in every village. You know, because information is very important. And back in the villages, information is not there. We assume people have phones. How many have smartphones? Not many. Nikabambe. But if there is a radio, like Zamani, there used to be one radio in a village where people meet in the evening, wanaweka, wanasikiza. So today, we need television for people to see those news ya saa 7, saa 1, saa 10, na saa 3. That changes a lot. Coming back to the debate, Bwana Themba, that was ya nje kidogo. So we call Mutembei to donate around 30 televisions za kusupport Baba, and as on the ground we'll go and donate to where people meet, mahali bodaboda wana meet, mahali wakina mama wana meet, you know, so that they can have news. Na tunawekea some Wi-Fi. These days is very easy. Hiyo ni challenge nataka kutupa. It will be my challenge number 2 to Mutembei. Challenge number 1 ilienda mzuri. No one can rig us. Those are the words of our highest person, number 2, not highest, number 2, most highest, deputy president of this country. You know, if anything happens, he becomes the president before the second, God forbid. And he comes telling you
PK,
that
he say nobody can rig me, not nobody can rig us. Nobody can rig me. Us is
okay.
different with me.
I understand. I'm a student of English. I was just trying to be diplomatic, but it's
Actually,
good to be specific.
let me specify that language.
Yes.
Nobody can rig us. No, I mean, nobody can rig me. That means he is the rigger. You know, always mwizi anaenda before everybody, that unauliza kitu yako naye ndiye anajianzia mimi sijaiona na kumbe iko kwa mfuko yake. Kwa hivyo yeye ndio ni muriga. How do I put it? He is the rigger. So he's assuring you that nobody can rig him because he's the rigger. You got it? That is why muwe tayari mukijua, amejua yeye ana rig. So hata kama mlikuwa mnataka kurig, you cannot rig him, but he will rig you. That's why I say understand into my word. Be
Okay. Thank you.
very careful and be stretch out. Stretch out. Banatemba, tell your boss, stretch out. I'm a journalist by profession, and we can help each other. Stretch out. We can even have another channel from Tembei hapa in America. Stretch out. Niliona watu wamechukua kura kabisa hapa America. Stretch out. Hata wewe usijasikia ukitangaza, chukueni kura. The weapon is vote. Your vote is your weapon. So stretch out, chukueni kura, muwe alert. If munataka hii kitu kweli, na if munataka kuchange Kenya, iwe Kenya nzuri. I don't know, maybe I might sound that I'm campaigning for Raila, but mumeongea kabisa na nimesikia nikaona, there are so many things I've not known, but I saw you people airing out. I didn't know he's done that much. Even me, he's never been my man, but he's my tribe. But whatever you've aired proved to me that indeed you people are more educated and are more civil in your country, and you know history about your country more than anybody else. Where in this case, the only person at hand whom you think can forge ahead with you is only Raila Amolo Odinga. And the other person you just see ni mtu wa kelele mingi, akienda huku matusi, akienda huku accusation so much. But if you feel that Raila can forge you people ahead, stretch out. Mutembei. Mutembei is a good channel and it can stretch out. And later on, it can even become a national TV. Kenya's national TV, because of your stretch out. Things just start kidogo kidogo hivi, and later on, it becomes a serious something. Sivyo. So let us stretch out. I don't know whether all these are just to entertain our our eyes and our ears, but you can do more than this. Sorry.
My
Thank
time
you.
is still my time. It's still my time, Themba. I donated kidogo.
Yeah, it's in the time, but allow me to say something.
Okay.
Let me mute Meg just for a minute. It is true. We want as much as possible. Someone is telling me them encourage people to share this page and platform widely. We encourage people to share this page and whatever is going on here as wide as we can, and invite as many people as you can. And when you start, you share in many pages as possible so that the information can reach more people. And we also encouraging people when they opened up the registration for voter registration, we said that the only way you can make a difference is when you vote for your leader. So we kept on emphasizing and encouraging everyone to register as a voter to make a change. You cannot make a change by sitting on your couch. You can make a change by going out and voting. The other thing that we endeavor to do here and on this platform is to educate and make sure that the voter is informed. We may not necessarily influence your choice of the person you want to vote for, but we endeavor to ensure that you make an informed decision, because the country Kenya is a constitutional democracy, and our constitution ensures that everyone has the right to make a choice for the leaders that they want. Our point here is to, as much as possible, create that avenue for people to seek information that they may not have, and hopefully it helps them to make an effective decision. Now, as we talk about the way forward, and as you're saying, that Maggie, I personally am not as pessimistic. I'm very optimistic of Kenya that is going to be, because the same person who is saying that he cannot be rigged out, when Sabina Chege talked about that, they were the first ones who started making noise about the idea of rigging. That was to really say that they might be saying that no one can rig them, but I doubt they do have the machinery. Secondly, the same person has said before he has given promises he has not kept. He's not a person who keeps promises. Now, the other time, he also came and said that nobody will chase me out of Jubilee, and he said it matter of factly. But a few days later, he was crying of how he had been chased out of Jubilee. So this is someone who has bravado, and his bravado is so much. He's not the first one. It is a common thing that people say. You want to bring this phase so that you can scare people away, and imagine that you got all this control, while actually down there's actually none of it in my view. So I doubt, and basically I don't see a situation when you compare it comparatively, even in the African democracies, it is so rare with a person who has such a fallen out with the system and has shot himself in the foot in so many ways than one, and has nothing else to sell to the public, has been able to convince people to vote for them, or even manipulated the system. That it will be probably the first time that it will happen, and it will be a history, which probably if it does, then we'll be linking up, we'll be talking of it as a history that will have happened. But for me, from where I stand, if you look at the across political situation in Africa and comparatively, I don't think when you are fallen with the system, and politically you have a lot of lies that is going with you have a lot of corruption cases following you, and the team that you have put together is a team that is generally followed with the bad press and their bad behavior following them all over, I doubt he has that kind of conviction to make. People who have pulled surprises are people who have something about them. Probably in their persona, they can sell themselves. They can woo the masses. They can create a euphoria around them. But I haven't seen that in our current deputy president. And even the way he's talking is already scaring some of even our international partners. So it is an interesting scenario. But I don't think as it is right now, he stands a chance. I want to give it back to Stone PK. Stone PK, sorry for taking your time, but
one minute Temba. Umesahau ya kwamba alikuwa mkutano Bomet, akaambia former mayor ya Bomet, governor ya Bomet, utamaliza mkutano ya nani yake, ikamalizwa. Akasema mulinifukuza ODM, hii Jubilee nimetengeneza. Dakika ya mwisho anakubali amefukuzwa Jubilee. So mambo hiyo yote Temba ni kwamba kuna mwanaume ameoa na kila siku anachapwa na bibi, lakini watu wakikuja anasema nani anachapwa? Sijaichapwa na bibi. Bibi akitoa macho anasema Mama Grace si kusema hiyo. So hii ni ile wanaume wanachapwa usiku na wamama, lakini akiona jirani na yeye alikuwa anapiga nduru, anamwambia mama, nitakupiga, nitakuua. So tumeiona hiyo, watu wengi wanakaa hivyo ya kwamba unachapwa, lakini watu wakikuja we ndio unachapana. Bibi akitoa macho unasema si kusema hiyo. So ni hayo tu nataka kusema.
Asante Mama Selina.
Temba.
Okay, mutaongea na Stone PK aone kama atawapatia nafasi.
Stone PK.
Kuna swali moja.
Patia Jacob ako na maswali kuniuliza.
Stone, ni sawa?
Ni sawa Temba.
Okay, haya, Jacob uko na swali alafu tusikie Nancy.
Swali langu ni hili, mimi ni mara ya kwanza kutajaribu kupewa kura nikuwa nchi ya kigeni kama hapa Amerika. So nilikuwa nauliza swali, watu wanapiga kura kwa njia gani? Wanaenda kwa balozi wa Kenya kuregister kura na wanatumia passport ama ID, kitu kama hiyo. Hiyo ndio swali langu.
Okay, hata sijui kama uliona wakitangaza wanaenda balozi ya Kenya, which is in Washington DC. I don't know where you are, if you are in America. There is one where are you?
Houston, Texas.
Okay, I only know two spots, which is Washington DC and California. At least where ukishaenda uregister huko, siku ya kura, siku hiyo itakuja, you know, times are also different, lakini ikifika saa 12 asubuhi unaenda kule, umechukua kura, alafu utapiga kura hapo.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. So
Jacob, normally they give guidelines on mahali ambapo you are supposed to go, the voting centers at places. So it's something that you just need to. We'll announce everything here. We'll give you the process, how it goes. So just even whatever it is that will happen, we'll keep telling you. Stay in Motembe TV for information. Every day we'll tell you where to move, kama uko wapi, ile utafanya. So I think, and there are people who have voted, who have voted before, while wako diaspora, so it shouldn't be an issue. So just relax. Kama ushachukua kura, that's the most important thing. Uko na kura, si ndio? Ulijiandikisha? Yeah, that's the most important.
Bado wanajiandikisha.
Bado wanajiandikisha. Yeah, so yeah, go register as a voter. That's the most important thing. And then of course kutoka hapo will give you a guide. Nancy, sema.
Temba, mi nilikuwa nataka kuuliza sababu sijaona kuona clip yenye Mudavadi alicheza akiwa Baringo. Aliongea akasema, unajua kabla kwanza nisikize hiyo clip, kuko na political analysis wa mwingine ako na channel yake nilisikia akiwa anaongea ati mambo na Kenya Kwanza haikuanza juzi venye sisi wa Kenya tumeikundua juzi wakati wa hii earthquake yenye tulikuwa tumeambiwa. Hii mambo ya Kenya Kwanza iliundwa 2021 mwezi wa 5 wangapi hapo hivyo. Sasa sijui ni kama DP alikuwa anatumia Weta na Musalia kwenda kuspaya nini kutafuta maneno kutoka kwa nani, kwa president akiwaletea, sababu venye amekuwa Baringo alisema ya kwamba wakati walikuwa wanaenda kwa president kukaa kwa State House, ati kulikuwa president alikuwa anawaambia waungane wote, alafu hata kama hawatapata kura za kutosheleza kuwaingiza State House, ataweka mlango wa nyuma kwa IEBC ijaze kura, ahakikishe wamerudi wote huko ndani kwa serikali. Sasa sijui hayo ni ukweli, sababu ni clip yenye iko, hata mkitaka naweza wachezea saa hii. Ni clip yenye iko, Musalia aliongea akiwa Baringo, sijaona mkiongelelea hivyo. Sasa mi naona hii mambo ya kuongea mambo na kuriki kura, hii ni kitu wamepanga, ni kitu yenye wako na kitu nyuma yake, si ati wamenyamaza ama wanaongea kitu hawajui, ni kitu wanajua, wanataka kuweka yani uoga, sijui kwa Azimio wenyewe wanaita, sijui wanaita aje, lakini sijaelewa hapo hivyo. Sioni kwa nini mujacheza hiyo clip ya Mudavadi.
Okay, what I can say right now, Nancy, is this: in politics, there are so many things that happen in politics. Number one, there's a kuna ka echo. Acha ni mute my kwanza. In politics, there are so many things that happen. Number one, kuna kitu inaitwa propaganda. Now, propaganda, you must make it look like it's true. Kuna every team, I can tell you right now for a fact, each team, both Azimio and UDA, and then kuna watu wako huko kama wanaitwa spies counter spies, each team. So what happens in politics is you have to continuously get to know what your opponent is up to, and you cannot do away with that. You cannot build a system that is impenetrable, and what happens generally in African politics, there's no one who can have more intelligence than the government. The moment you start having more intelligence than the government, you can easily overthrow that government. Government can even give you information that they want you to have. Wanaweza kukuweka mpaka unakuwa na information. There's word that actually the people who HNIB, Hustler Nation Information Bill, were relying on to say that, okay, this is what is going to happen, were actually people who had been sent to give him the information they want him to report. So that some of the information he was reporting was actually information that was going to be public. But they are trying to catch up and see what is it that they want him to report to get to know what is going to happen. So he comes and says that intelligence tells me that there's no way you can have more information and more intelligence than the government. You can overthrow a government the moment that happens. So whatever it is that if it did happen, I doubt they would have even talked about rigging in that particular forum. Uhuru Kenyatta is not so stupid. He's a political scientist. He knows. So he could not have told them that even if you don't make it, we are going to do this for you. So that would have been very reckless of him. But Mudavadi will use that to endear himself to William Ruto. But you know Ruto is he has a propagandist called Gashagwa. So they can tell him now, this is what you go to say. And if you have seen in their meetings lately, wherever they go, even in Muranga, the other day, I think Kirinyaga or Muranga, one of them, Mudavadi was hard trying. He's the one who is pushing the concept of rigging. So I think his role now has been told, you keep pushing this concept of rigging. He's the one who is explaining the concept of rigging. Gashagwa is talking about a different thing. So you need to try to understand how politics works, and you're going to hear more. Mudavadi is going to bring that. Another thing they want to achieve is try to create some sense of tension to prepare for a certain outcome. In the event things don't go their way, what is likely to happen? What is that statement likely to achieve? That we are going to be rigged. If we lose, we are going to have been rigged out. That's why we are saying If you had the Secretary General of ODM today, I think in Machakos, he said, what has happened right now, there are teams that AZIMIO has put together, that these people are now fixed. They will be going to one place, but that day AZIMIO is in like 6 places. So you see, it's making it hard for them to campaign. And when they are desperate, they can't campaign. What are they going to do? Come up with propaganda, and you're going to hear that. So if you're going to be to trust Mudavadi in whatever he says, then it's going to really worry you as things go by. But Mudavadi is now out there to push the agenda of, oh, they're going to rig, oh, I was called, oh, I was told that so and so become my enemy so that it becomes my enemy. I mean, those are things that are going to be out there, and we are going to live with that moving forward. So in my view, I don't think it's something to be taken seriously. If they had actually a way of rigging, they wouldn't have caused so much issues when Sabina said that. If they have the machine, if they have the machinery to do that, they wouldn't. And secondly, they can't use the same server that was used last time this time. It is not possible. It is always something, a different thing that comes in. So it is not even procurement of the things that are going to be used have not yet happened. So there's a lot more that would have happened before that time. So I don't think they have that control, but they have to have the bravado. They have to look like they are confident, because if they don't, their followers will lose hope. The moment the people who are following UDA will know that there's no way, even if we vote, this person will win, because that's a conversation that has gone on in Central Kenya. If you listen to some young people in Central Kenya, they are saying, what is the need of voting? That's why not many young people in Central took their registered as voters, because they are saying, what's the purpose of voting if it is going to be rigged anyway? So what are they going to do? They have to come out and say, you cannot rig me. You know, I'm the one who has the system. And then they were told, okay, fine, you have the system. We are the ones who did it, and we know how it's supposed to be done. Then they make noise. How? These people have said this, you know. So it is a way of trying to return the confidence in them, in the minds of the voters, so the voters can not lose hope. Their voters are now suffering because, one, they have lost hope. They are seeing that the gains that the deputy president had made is starting to go down. Secondly, the deputy president had said that for him, it's only UDA and no other party. So when he made an about turn, the voters became jittery. They wondered, now, this guy had said that we are going all the way. How come now we are inviting other people? Look at that team. You can't keep on going around. You're going to Central saying that our team, Kenya Kwanza, has fought Kenya and ANC, and you're seeing that their MPs are actually going. So, I mean, it is in the public domain. These guys don't have MPs. So they have to look for something. And that is what they are using, that we know what is going to happen. That's why they're using this. So I would want to suggest, maybe, in my view, Nancy, that's total propaganda. And Mudavadi is trying to find himself a space in the Kenya Kwanza. You realize when they went to Baringo, they went to a church, I think it was a church or what, and then Mudavadi is called, and then the deputy president calls Dindi Nyoro after Mudavadi, then calls Sudi after Mudavadi, then calls Professor Kindiki. You see, he had already been relegated. So other people have to be called after him, so that now he speaks. His position is beginning to go lower and lower. So he has to find a way out, and that is likely what is going to happen. But you cannot. We say it is not done until it is done. Our people must get out, get the vote, go out and vote, whichever the way. Go out and vote overwhelmingly and convincingly. That's the only way you can even make sure that even if you went to court, when the winning is overwhelming, the voting, that doesn't need to be so. In fact, someone said you don't need to rig for Baba. Him himself, it is Babu Owino who said that the deputy president will be rigged out by the people. They will go out and vote for Baba. That is the only way we can ensure that all this rhetoric is lost. Let me give it to Stone PK so that his
Temba,
time is not lost. Yes, yes,
Temba.
princess.
Mimi
Yes.
ni kuongezea tu hapo juu kuambia Lusweti ni kidogo tu yangu ya kwamba Mudavadi anapigania kwake kule. Unajua amepoteza watu wote kule Western, so anapigania ili wale watu wajue ya kwamba huku pande huu mwingine wanaweza pata kitu, so anajaribu kwa uwezo wake watu wamrudie, lakini bado ni ngumu sana hiyo. Unajua lazima aseme uongo mingi ili watu wafanye nini, warudi, lakini ni ngumu. Lusweti, usiwe na wasiwasi, hiyo ndio hali ya siasa, lakini Mudavadi hakuna mahali ataenda. Western imeamua.
Okay, wacheni sasa PK aongee.
Temba moja tu,
Selina,
hii maneno ni moto. Moja tu, moja.
Selina. Haya, dakika moja.
Semi mbili. Nataka kuambia hii
Hata mimi
kikao
sijaongea.
after Sakana 3 hilo wafuasi ya UDA ya ukweli tutajua, kwa sababu Kalonzo akiingia anasema anashikana na Uhuru wakutane na baba, Sakana 3 ikue, alafu serikali vile tunasikia ilipeleka watu wengi wafuasi waonekane wanatembea na tribute. After Sakana 3 wale marafiki yake genuine watapaki na yeye. Wengine kama saa hii ile group ya ile members of parliament yote walienda wapi? Walienda chini kwa sababu hoteli inaenda kufungwa. So after Sakana 3 tumemalizana mambo ya hoteli, tunasema kwa heri ya kuonana, tunaenda tafuta nafasi zetu huko kwa Azimio, na sisi wengine hatujai. Ndio sababu waliambiwa resign kutoka Jubilee. Walisema ngo na hawata resign, so watarudi chama yao na kunyamaza. Asante.
Thank you so much. Stone PK. Sasa ongea sasa. Stone PK, your audio kuna issue.
Ndugu yangu anaweza kuja kabla ya mimi.
Hebu toa nini, alafu toa hiyo, chomoa hiyo kitu alafu rudisha tena, kwa sababu
anasema Alex anakuja, anaweza kuongea kabla yeye. Alex ni ndugu yake. Mimi naisikia, namsikiza.
Hapana, mimi ni msikilizaji.
Haya, nilikuwa nimesikia unasema hujaongea, nikaona nikupishe, lakini ni sawa sasa. I was saying something before my fellow panelist jumped in.
Ngoja kidogo PK. Meg, kuna watu wanataka namba yako. Ingia hapo kwa private chat upatie kina Princess Yana namba yako na email, ndio anze kupanga mikakati ya campaign. Haya, Stone PK, endelea.
Thank you, asante Bernard. Thank you Maggie na wale wengine wote kina Patriot.
Sio Bernard.
Temba.
Unajua wamekuwa mandugu sasa, they are like twin brothers. Okay, thanks for correction Temba. Haya sasa, this issue of the rigging thing, nilikuwa nasema we should not underrate it, and as much as such platforms ni za ku create awareness, but then I think we should transform these platforms into, we actualize them, we mobilize, like now all those guys that are out there, you know, you are out there, what is it that you will do to add a cent in brackets or in quotes, to ensure that some of the things we are saying do happen. Okay, For example, there are people who talk about if you can manage to turn 1, 2, 3, 4 voters, you'll have 4 plus 1, 1 each is yours. Those are 5 votes, and because votes are accumulated by that simple arithmetic of 1 adding another 1, you add 1 plus 1 plus add like that. That is how we are supposed to do it. Distance should not be a problem. I remember when I was reading about Obama's elections, I saw and I could hear, I have some relatives living in the US, they told me that they were even making groups, volunteer groups, and they were, volunteering and giving even a dollar, giving these, what do we call them? Merchandise for teams that were supposed to go door to door, telling people, hey, you have to wake up. Hey, you have to vote for, like for now, our cases, you must vote for Baba. Because if you want XYZ, you are in college, you want to have a good time in college, you must vote for Baba. You are a nurse that has been out, you graduated 3 years ago, you've not been absorbed, you've not been employed, it's because of bad governance. You must vote Baba if you want a job. You are a young man, reality. We have to create reality. Otherwise, I don't believe in rhetorics in mass campaigns. I think that is when we are supposed to go down. We go tell this guy, hey, you've been told you get a wheelbarrow. Give me 2 things that you can do with a wheelbarrow that will help you, in 1 year's time, that will change and impact your life positively. As we educate, we demonstrate. So that's why I think I'll borrow Maggie's words that we have to stretch a little bit. Because Kenyans, we are too good at being in comfort zones. Unakaa pale kwako kitanda chako cha kuswing and you expect things to happen. That we are very good at. Like now we could be having people out there, some are millionaires, but they are just saying Baba atasapotiwa na state. That we need to know, that we have to volunteer. You can even take your leave, come and become an observer. Team Baba, you will have helped. If you are sent to one of the polling stations in Murang'a, you stand there. If you can manage, you sponsor some 2-3 other guys. Hiyo ndio kulinda kura ya Baba. I'm saying this from last experience, 2017. Baba didn't have agents in, I could say, in almost a quarter of the country. And anyway, it's good that he tried to win, or he won, and then he was rigged out. But can you imagine that there are places where, even if there were voters that were for NASA, they could vote. I mean, they voted, and then those votes were, kind of destroyed or added to the wrong people. Why? Because of agents. In any election, the voting day becomes so difficult when you don't have agents. People who actualizes that whoever comes and stands and says he wants to vote Stone PK, akienda anaweka kwa hiyo Stone PK, because there is a lot of rigging. Mtu unasema nani Stone PK inawekwa kwa Themba, LX or something like that. That we have witnessed. And you can imagine if out of all those polling stations, in a place where you have, let's say, for example, 145 polling stations, then half of that, your votes are not, they are counted for somebody else, you end up having a problem. So that's why I think as people in wherever you are, we can actually now start to actualize how to support practically, not theoretically, support in every little way, create a network of advocacy, a network of observers, a network of agents. And I think that is what Baba will enjoy. If he's told like there are 20 people from California.
System ilikuwa inatoa maagents, alikuwa nayo, lakini system watu ulikuwa agent ya Baba, ukaripii polling station kwa sehemu ilikuwa stronghold ya chama hiyo ingine. So si ati hakukuwa nayo, agents walikuwa nalia, wamechapwa, walifukuzwa. So hii historia system ndio ilifanya kazi.
Yes, but in my area, we were there. We were there only that there was nobody to pay us. You know, in Embu County and all. Kikuyu land, maybe is where there were problems. But you talk of Lower Eastern, there are no issues. Nobody even can go beating you because you support Baba. Yeah. I know in some very crazy places, like now, for example, if things are not well taken care of, there are some hot spots, you know, the UDA so-called hotspots, which will be so hostile to their opponent. But again, we have to know how to mitigate this. Fine. We don't want the whereby the system becomes so obvious that it's chasing, you know, non-supporters. That again will not give it a very good picture. But mobilization, numbers, like the way we talk of defending votes, you know, people vote and then you have people within the polling station, and they make sure that what has been pinned on the door of a polling station is what is transmitted. That is done by real supporters who are directly supported by the candidate. Supported meaning wanapewa chakula and they are given that day allowance. Okay, that has to happen. Bila hiyo inakuwa shida. Good. The other thing is the campaigns picking up. Yes, campaigns are picking up, but then again, we need to have a bit more of organization, because you could be running, you know, what we call wild goose, chasing wild goose, you know, running as helter-skelter, you know, chasing the other team. I like the way AZIMIO is doing it, but I still insist the grassroots has to be consolidated. That is still a gap. We have people, you know, going to, let's say, Muranga, and then we had the stadium there, Muranga town, people are running up and down. That is one thing. But how about the village? You know, Muranga county level, how about when you go to the ward level? That is, I think, very missing, and we need to kind of talk about it. And that's why now volunteering comes in, you know, people having teams for every ward. The other day I talked of, if there are 1,450 wards, we should have 1,450 AZIMIO teams, even if it's a team of 5 people in every ward. You know, that should be seen, visible. Okay, in every simple word, whether in what's in Gishu, Amani, wherever it is. Okay, hata huko Sugoi, there should be a team, AZIMIO. Okay, so I think this is where now we shall come in as people who are, you know, we want people who support Baba, people who debate about Baba. We try to, whatever. So other than debating and all that, we should also create ideas into how we can delve into these kind of things. Otherwise, maneno matupu hayawezi kulambika. Asanteni sana. Back to you, Themba.
Themba, na wewe utuambie hii group ya AZIMIO yenye wengine wakiwa Nyanza, wengine kwa sababu tumeona Isholo, tunaona tunataka so far vile PK amesema, tunaona per day kama vile Machakos leo ilikuwa, Arati alikuwa Kisii, kuna wale walikuwa Isholo, na unaona ni wenyeji, si wale wageni wameenda. Unakuta kama provinces ile za zamani, unaona AZIMIO everywhere, kama sasa nyinyi watu ya Nyanza, alafu kuna hii national kama siku ile team Joe walikuwa nafuata ile mambo yote ilikuwa inasemwa na UDA na wakamaliza. So I think as PK said that, tunaona kwa siku AZIMIO wanaweza kuwa na mkutano kama 5 ama 6, UDA ikiwa na moja tu ya kukimbia kwa street, lakini unaona ya AZIMIO wanakaa chini na viongozi, wakimaliza wanatokea. So Themba, tunataka pia tukifungua hii studio yetu, tunataka tunapatanga report kama hiyo, ndio tujue ya kwamba leo AZIMIO wametokea kwa counties 4 ama 5, alafu na sisi tunafuata tukijua, kwa sababu unaona end of the day kazi mingi inafanyika sana. Kama ODM walikuwa wanaongeleshana vile watafanya nomination, kama vile watakuja Jubilee na ile machama ingine yote. So ili wakati tunapoongea kuna watu wengi wanatusikia, tusiwe tunafanya nusu ya kupoteza watu, tuambie exactly what is happening. Nafikiria tukiendelea hivyo tutakuwa tumepata na tumejua, kwa sababu ukiangalia kwa hii imekuwa kazi yetu, dakika 2 umejua nini inafanyika YouTube, nini iko WhatsApp, nini iko kwa Facebook, na unakuta functions kama Mombasa wakati UDA walijaribu kwenda huko. Hassan Joho hakukuwa Mombasa, lakini kulitokea timu nyingine kwa street safari moja na wakatake over. Vitu kama hiyo ndio tunataka leo. Tukiongea kwa Asia Chuma huko Kilifi, kulikuwa na mkutano kubwa sana, na kuna MP anaitwa Mashetani, sijui anaitwa Manani, alimalizwa, na sasa baba hakukuwa huko na Joe ama Amason King. Ilikuwa ni mkutano yenye wamepanga peke yao, na unakuta ni ODM, na hata wanasema mheshimiwa ya hapo hakukuwa mtoto ya hapo, ni vile tu alikuwa ameenda Inforia. So as we are talking like that, tunaangalia national, lakini mkiangalia huko ndani kuna mambo mingi inafanyika sasa sana, kama hiyo ya Mombasa. Nafikiri nyinyi wote mliona hiyo, watu walikuwa wamefaa ODM na wanamalizwa mpaka members of parliament, watu wanatoroka. So vitu kama hizo PK ni wale wenyeji, yani siasa kama hiyo unataka ya grassroots inaendelea sana, wenyewe wanachipanga. So ni ile tu wanangojea hii raundi ya baba, ama ile group imekawanywa. Tulikuwa tunaambiwa kuna group ya Joe, kuna ya Oparanya, kuna ya kina Orengo, alafu ya mwisho hata kama hatujasema, unaona kuna group nyingi kina hii wa mama yote. So nafikiria kuna kazi mzuri inafanyika kwa AZIMIO, na kuna kitu mumesahau kusema mzuri sana ya Kiraito. Sasa watu walikuwa wametuambia anaona kama Kiraito anaingia UDA, lakini wakati huyu CS ya agriculture amesema asimami, niliona kwa mkutano ya jana Kiraito alikuwa naongea akiwa na 3 governors ya Makueni, Machakos na Ingilu, kumaanisha sasa Kiraito alisema kila kitu iko sawa. Hiyo hatujasema, lakini still ni national politics, kwa sababu sasa Eastern walisema wameshikana. Kiraito alikuja kutuhakikishia ya kwamba Eastern yote sasa, ile ya kutoka Meru mpaka Ukambani, wamekuja kitu moja. Kitu kama hiyo hatukusema, lakini inaendelea, na watu walikuwa wanaona kama Kiraito ameenda. So vitu kama hizo sinafanyika yenye tunataka tuambiwe, ama PK ama sisi wote wenye tuko hapa, in case umeona kitu imeonekana juu, ile kitu imefanya kwa hii Mtembei TV, tunajaribu kufuata yale mambo tumeambiwa tufuate kwa leo. Lakini mtu ukiwa na kitu very important, unasema ile agenda na unaongeza hiyo moja, lakini hiyo moja isichukue muda. Unasema tu ninasema hii na kuna kitu nimeona pale. Hili at least kila mtu, kama tuko 20 na kila mtu ameona kila kitu kwa kina kona, pamoja na ile agenda ya siku, najua tutakuwa tumeenda mbali. Asante sana, pole kwa kuchukua hiyo nafasi kupatiwa, lakini niliona nisinyamaze.
Ambia Alex alete ya Nyanza.
Umesema ukweli. Actually what is happening ukiangalia vizuri the AZIMIO team, what they did, hawakuenda kwa vita kabla ya mpango, walichora kwanza, and they made that wali make sure ya kwamba kuna presidential team strategy, alafu sasa wakaweka ya kwamba unaona there's no si lazima Raila akuwe mahali. Alafu vile walianza mwanzo walisema ya kwamba they need partners. So partners means that you can have your political party and then you negotiate with your political party. Alafu kutoka hapo sasa unakuta they acknowledge whichever team is strong anyway. Unaona? So there's work going on. Wale ambao wanatafuta kura Western, unaona DAP Kenya iko huko inafanya kazi every day with one aim, presidential candidate ni wa Azimio. But now these others wanafuruga wanaenda kwa ground. So even as you're saying hapa ati ground sijui nini, there's work going on, because one thing that is happening, hakuna rally inaweza fanyika ya the deputy president kama yeye mwenyewe hayuko, na ikifanyika unaona it is very haina ile mvuto kama yeye mwenyewe akiwa hapo. But if you have noticed also, the deputy president siku hizi amekuwa ni mtu, he goes back on what he has been saying all along, and that shows you someone who has noticed that the narrative I've been using is not working. Now, when he went to Murang'a the other day, he was like saying, now I don't want 10 years, I want 5 years. Hiyo ni kuambia mtu, sasa anakubembeleza, okay, usinipatie basi 10 kama unaona ni mbaya sana, nipatie tu 5. Haya, usinipatie 5,000, nipatie basi 2,000. You know, that is someone who is trying to it's a persuasion skill. Ukiona watu wa nini wanatumia hiyo sana, wanasema watu wala wanauza insurance or this akikuzia sales people, they call it foot on the door technique, that just give me 2 seconds, just give me 2 seconds, ukifungua hiyo sekunde mbili they are with you. So that is what he's trying to use. Okay, msinipatie 10, just give me 5, you know. And he has slowly by slowly in his speeches been changing, because he has realized it is not working. If it was working, if the deputy president narrative was working, he would have stuck with saying that all the parties should be disbanded. But that is not working. But he realized too late. By the time alikuwa analeta Mudavadi na Wetangula, these are people whose MPs wameshaenda. So he is now facing another challenge. How does he talk with the people of Central Kenya? Where he had said that he's the one who is already controls Central Kenya. Amedanganywa na kina Gachagua. The other day he was saying that Raila are the ones who are laundering corrupt people. Now, who are these corrupt people? The same Waiguru who are on his side. So that means what? He's actually dealing with the corrupt. So what we can see consistently and persistently, he is faced with a challenge. First of all, packaging ya message yake. He is hard now to bring even one of his technical guys to come and try explaining bottom up, because his people cannot explain it. People don't understand it. So, first of all, he's his own enemy. The other thing is, he doesn't have any euphoria going on. But Baba has received a lot of support, grassroots. He has received a lot of support from parties. He has accepted partners. He's working with them. And that, for me, I think is, you build it slowly. That momentum is likely to sustain up to the election period. And if we are keen, we see that now the deputy president has resorted to a lot of lies and drama that he's bringing. We need to call him out. If we consistently call him out, I think it's going to make the voter be more informed and even change his mind to vote wisely come 9th of August. So I think we keep emphasizing much more, like I say, get your vote, and vote wisely. If we can encourage many people, call as many people to get out and vote, even in the strongholds, in Nyanza, in Mombasa, Western, Central, whichever place that you know, get out and vote. Get out the vote. Is what they used to call Go TV. Get out the vote. Make sure that day, hata kama mtu ni mgonjwa, atoke a vote. Because that's the only way you'll make sure that there is a clear win. When you have a clear win, even if someone wants to say there was rigging, you can only rig when the margin is too small. But you can't rig when the win is so clear. And that is what we'd like to see come 9th. Welcome, Julia. I don't know if you are here before. I'll allow you to speak so that now I think all of us have spoken. Then we start taking our closing round. Karibu, Julia.
Okay, Asante. Thank you, Mr. Vemba. I think I've been here twice or so. I was following this debate earlier and I kind of got busy. So I was saying that DP Ruto is saying that you cannot rig him out. And the question is he the expert of rigging? Okay, I don't like talk about rigging because I don't even know who rigs and who does not rig in Kenya. I don't trust any side of the political divide. So I don't like to engage in the debate of who will rig more than the other. But I like the contributions of the people who are speaking, Mr. Demba and I think Stone, PK, and Madam Selina and the others, because I think the AZIMIO people should not buy this thing that they have the backing of the deep state, so they are okay. I mean, like relaxing, like we are okay, we are good to go, we are winning. Even if there has been rigging, I don't think you can rig effectively, like Mr. Demba has said, and win if you don't have the numbers. It's the numbers that give people the opportunity to do those things they do. So we cannot sit like the participants have said and assume that we have support of the deep state and all that. And so Raila is going to win and all that. I think I just want to agree with all of us here that people need to go to the ground, to the grassroots and mobilize voters, talk to people at the grassroots, make sure your relatives vote. I'm here, but I had to make sure that my 2 kids are registered voters. Hawakutaka, niliwabembeleza sana, niwahakisha sana. Even my son registered the last day. I mean, he was asking me, kuregister ni ya nini? Inanisaidia na nini? So most youngsters were arguing like that because they're not even informed. They don't know what's going on. They don't care. They are just there in between. So I think there are many Kenyans who are like that. And many of them, we know them and they are our relatives. And like I said previously in another show here, I come from Central Kenya. Wakikuyu wanajua kupiga kura. Kama mnasema mtu mgonjwa, Kikuyus carry their sick to go and vote. They are aged. That day, they hire vehicles, cars, matatus. They go from door to door, wakiwabeba mpaka kwa polling station. And during registration, they bring the people doing registration to those homes of the sick and the old, and they make sure they register them. So they know how to mobilize voting. That's what they are very good in. I used to work in the days of Kibaki. I think that was 2007. I was working in Luo Nyanza. I was working in Kisumu Rural. That is where I think Nyanyongo comes from. And I was voting in Mathira constituency. And my friends, we were very good friends with my colleague teachers in Luo Nyanza. And you could argue politics. And then they could tell me, Julia, wakati huu tutawashinda, tutawashow. So I could ask them, why are you wasting time? You're telling me about Kisumu Rural, it's about 45,000 voters. And Mathira constituency is ending to 80. Nilikuwa nawaambia, one constituency in Kenya inagonga, in Central inagonga mbili za Nyanza. That's what used to happen. So even as you say here, you are being Kebaki, whatever happens, one constituency inagonga mbili. So we just need one to take 2 of your constituencies. And even if they say that I have been sent you, ukipiga kura wamekaa hapo na hiyo list. They are head counting. They are head counting. They are checking. Mr. Demba is registered here. Ako wapi? Mpaka sasa hajapiga kura. They look for your number. They call you. Unaanza kuambia hadithi, wanakuambia uko na gari tukukujie. Even if you're drunk, they come for you. They make sure you vote. I mean, every soul alive that day we vote. So that is what AZIMIO people need to do. Tusilalie masikio. Tuseme ati Kenyatta is behind us. Kenyatta may not do much. He will do much to talk to people. There are people who already agree with him right now. There are many people in Central Kenya who are like, no, Kenyatta is saying the right thing and we're going to support him. but he may not influence the voting the way some people have been ignorant enough to say we have the support of the deep state. So we should, I agree with all of you, we should go out there and mobilize supporters. The other thing I thought I wanted to say earlier, you know, right now, I think despite what the Ruto camp is saying, that they are saying that that Kenyatta should not back Raila because the results may be the same as the times of Moi and Kenyatta. It is not true. You cannot compare Raila and Kenyatta and Moi those days. Personally, I can only compare Raila and Kibaki Tosha. Raila is enjoying the Kibaki Tosha movement. My reason is that for a long time, Kikus have contested with Luos, but now for once, Uhuru is saying, he's kind of now saying Raila Tosha. So Raila is enjoying the Kibaki Tosha movement. So it's not the other way around. The way the UDA is saying Raila is enjoying the Kibaki Tosha movement. Now, and because Raila is enjoying the Kibaki Tosha movement, we who are supporting AZIMIO, especially from Luo Nyanza, let us desist from saying, I heard that statement earlier, Murituibia kura, nyinyi, eh? Because you're forgetting there are Kikuyus who are on the side of Raila now, backing Uhuru, who then believed that Uhuru won. But they have changed. They want to do the right thing. But these people, wako pale kwa neutrality, they can sway on either side. So we need to win them. So we'll desist from that debate who won, who did not win. But we propose, we don't want irregularities at all. I agree with all the participants who have talked here. We should discourage irregularities at all in any way we can do, like what you said, like making sure AZIMIO has agents in every polling station if that is possible. Irregularities should be discouraged as much as we can, but we should desist from going back to that debate. That debate is going to hurt the many votes that Raila already has in central Kenya, because there are people in Kenya who are central Kenya who are feeling, no, let's do the right thing. For once, let's do the right thing. For once, let's do the right thing. There are people who are feeling that. And Raila is now having sympathizers. There are many of them. They are there. So let's be careful. Let us not send them away with that statement. I had some debates earlier on. And then I was also thinking there are people, UDA people who come to this debate, and after listening to our arguments, I think they end up changing. I mean, they may reason like, yeah, I think these people are saying the right thing, and I think we should. Why they come here? Because they want to hear something. So there are chances that they can change, even though they are going to vote. They can change and join AZIMIO, but it all depends on how we handle them. They are very delicate right now, so we need to be wise. You know, kama unataka bibi, kama unataka msichana, unamwongelesha aje? Hata kama anajifanya hakutaki kuna vile utajipanga tu, hata kama anajifanya tu, utajipanga tu, and you'll find that these people are on the, like, people in central Kenya my age and above, they are on the neutral ground right now, and it's very easy to sway them towards AZIMIO side. Lakini kuna some statements they don't like they don't want to hear anything against Uhuru or again what Uhuru happened to Uhuru, you know, but they are on the neutral ground, so it's very easy to sway them. So I like the statements that were made, like we have to be vigilant. We can't assume that the deep state is going to support Raila this much. We must do our work, convince your children who are of age, your relatives, make them vote. I am thinking of going to Washington, D.C., because that's the only place I'm allowed to vote. I mean, I can vote, but I've also talked to my friends here. Hata kama tunaingia gari, is about 8 hours drive. Okay, the flight, we were looking at the flight, but we were thinking we could just book a car and drive like 8 hours. And I want to tell you, to surprise even Wakikuyu wenye ninajua. Mimi every Mkikuyu nimeongea naye hapa ana support Raila. I even know people from Elgeyo Marakwet who are supporting Raila, because people in the diaspora, they don't look at tribe. Hiyo kitu ya ukabila haiwaingii sana. They want to do the right thing. Okay, so there are many Kikuus wako kwa neutral ground. We must win them. We must.
Julia,
Yeah.
we have Selina Sego here supporting Raila.
Yes, and I see Selina Sego here. That makes me happy. So there are people who are doing the right thing. You see, there are people who are doing the right. So we need to win them. Ni vile unataka msichana na anajifanya akutaki. Unatafuta tu lugha yenye ya kumbembeleza because it will make sense to them. So I'm happy with this discussion. Let us prevent any form of irregularities, but let us convince our folk. Tusigoje ati Uhuru ndiye anatuletea kura, hapana. Tuende huko chini mashinani, tuambie tunapiga kura. In Kikuyu we say kumira kumira. Kumira kumira means like all of us are out. Then kumira kumira, dhuraku is like when Kikuyus wakitokea wanatokea kama siafu. Unaona siafu wakitokea, siafu washaingia kwa nyumba yako. Wewe unaweza imagine siafu akiingia kwa nyumba yako vile inakuwa. That's what Kikuyus mean, kumira kumira kama siafu. So this time it's Azimio that will do kumira kumira kama siafu. Asante, Mr. Demba.
Wow, thank you so much, Julia. You've really said some things that are very catchy, and I must say that yes, we would want to see a level playing field, and would like to see an election that is not suspects. We want an election that is convincing, and we have said here before that Baba does not need deep state to do anything. They just need an election that is free and fair. People love Baba, and he's mobilizing. He has created teams across the country. He has a lot of goodwill from Kenyans. So we must submit that Baba's plan is not that the deep state is going to rig him in. No. His plan A is people are going to vote him in. And that is what he's always saying. We want to say, for all of us, I like what you're doing, Julia, that you're actually getting people to actually get out and vote. We like those who support Baba. Moving forward is if you make a call to someone, if you talk to someone, the first question, have you registered as a voter? Secondly, get someone else who is going to vote. So that anybody who is talking about Baba, number one, is they are registered as voters and they are getting people to go out and vote. That mobilization is very important, getting out to vote. You cannot make a change without voting. Because if we sustain that conversation that the change comes with their voting, then it's going to get out people to vote. I think that's a very good message that has to get out there. The other debates, of course, if there were issues with the election, that is behind us now. Right now is the time for us to have a trajectory that is going to move us forward. And that's a conversation we are starting. And I like what Meg said. You have actually alluded to what Meg said, what Stone PK was saying. The general agreement is that we need to get people out to vote and protect the vote. And protect the vote. That is a question that I think also Stone PK is saying. We need to get out people to vote and protect the vote. So thank you so much. I think we want to start taking our closing remark. It's been a very good day for all of us. Thank you, Julia. Themba, are people still allowed to enter in the studio, or you are closing up? Now we are starting to close up. Fidel Wayara. We want to start taking our closing statements, and I'll start with Jacob Lenguro. Jacob Lenguro, dakika zako mbili. Tuanze kuchukua dakika mbili, tuchukue dakika za mwisho tufunge studio sasa. We'll be kicked out of Facebook in the next 18 minutes. So, but I hope we'll have been done by that time. So, watu wa Facebook, ikifika in the next 18 minutes, if you're gone before we have closed, thank you so much for joining Mutembei TV. Thank you for your comment. Thank you for always staying connected with Mutembei TV. Always come here for concise, precise, and credible information that you need about politics and governance in Kenya. And also would want to hear from you. You can comment. You can also join the studio. We always share the link as soon as we start the discussion. You can come in. Normally, the studio takes about 10 people. If we are 10, you can always wait at the background. If someone drops off, you can come in. But we go all the way up to around this time, as long as we are able to listen and learn from each other. Kindly subscribe to Motembe TV and share widely, as Meg says, so that we have many people getting this information. Kenya is our business, and of course our business in Kenya. We have to keep talking, because when we stop talking, we start fighting. We don't want to fight, we want to keep talking. Kenya is one. Lenguro, dakika mbili.
Okay, ndugu zangu, nimeshukuru sana kwa muda kwa kila moja. Kingitu naomba tu wa Kenya tuwe tayari kupiga kura, kwa sababu watu wengi wamevunjika moyo miaka za nyuma, kwa sababu kura anasema tu imeibiwa. So watu wengi wakavunjika moyo kwa kutokupiga kura kwa sababu ya kutokuamini IBC. Lakini nimejua kwa maisha kumbe kila kitu itafika na mwisho, kwa sababu sikutarajia Kenya itafika wakati kama nchi ya panda ambayo watu walijifunia njia fishi ya kuiba kura ama kuibiwa kura, ikafika mahali mpaka hakuna njia nyingine. Itafika wakati mpaka ile kitu ya haki itapatikana. So Kenya, mimi nashukuru kwa sababu ya wakati huu, kwa sababu nasikia sasa hii, hata nasikia ninapata moyo kupiga kura, kwa sababu ni mara ya kwanza tunaenda uchaguzi yenye tunatarajia kura ya uchaguzi ya haki. So kwa hayo, Mungu awabariki sana, nimeshukuru sana.
Asante. Stone PK.
Thank you very much, Bwana Themba. Mine is to thank all the panelists that have been here. Great discussion. And my take home is actually what Maggie and Julia have said. It is true that you win by counting votes. And I like the motto of the Central Province, where, I mean, they say, kumira kumira, kutokea kutokea. You know, when it comes to leadership, they shelf everything, all the differences. I have not seen anybody else who does even volunteer. They volunteer their vehicles, matatus that do business that day. Mtu anasema my mathrees that day, half day, hakuna kufanya squad. The squad and could ferry people to the polling station. It only happens in Central, you know, people walking. Then a vehicle comes. Where are you going to vote?
Stone, it happens somewhere else too.
I've not seen anywhere else. Maybe Kisii, I don't know. Yeah, but but I've seen it very, very.
I can give you an example, Stone PK, before you proceed. When Baba was taking the oath as the people's president, I think some vehicles were withdrawn totally, not to come to town, but we marshaled vehicles from Kisii everywhere, and we made sure they were in Nairobi, and we shipped people to Uhuru Park. We did it. You couldn't have seen that 1 million people over there if it were not out of marshalling. Trust me, that was a day that was very frustrating, and we made sure that people got transportation to town.
Okay, so we want the same. We want the same for making him president. That was making him, actually, that was out of frustration. Now what we want is whoever has the resources, beginning now, okay, beginning now, you know, adopt a polling station, for example. What I mean by adopting a polling station, volunteer your $200. Say for polling station A, I'll manage this. I'll buy these guys soda, guys who will, because there are a lot of challenges that actually make even people disappear. Wanaacha kura unattended, and that's it. So it ukisikia hiyo kulinda kura, it entails a lot. You know, you find like if you have 3 agents, you know, they work in shift, moja anaenda kununua something to eat, mwingine anabaki, yeah, and candidates who are supposed to take care of these agents, sometimes they are exhausted even financially, yeah, so the agent anakaa hapo, anybody who comes with money anaweza mnunua, anamwambia hizo votes za Stone PK, make sure they go to the other person. I'm saying this because we have participated not in rigging, but in contestation. And I know what we went through, you know. And then another thing is, of course, that kumera, you know, people are so together that they even protect the clerks, because the clerks are young boys and girls, very naive, and, you know, so they can easily be scared. All right. So it is the public that protects them, because even sometimes the supervisors are also very young guys. It's only the constituency level where you find mature people. Okay. But at ward level, you find, you know, young graduates who are out there, they are hungry, they need money, they are easily corrupted. Like I could see some of them giving somebody 5, 10, 15 ballot papers, you know, and you see that happening. But you can't raise, when you raise the voice without the support of other people, wanapiga kelele. There are so many malpractices that happen when there is the weakness of supervision and the protection by the civilians. Civilians mean a lot. So I agree, Julia, watu watokeleze, and indeed we continue that grassroots support so that we have everyone turning out, so that you have numbers. And when people talk of rigging, then at least you have numbers. So lastly, let me say then all of us should try and formulate a way to participate directly, you know, to participate and support directly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stone PK. Nancy, dakika zako mbili.
Aya, asante Temba. Temba, tulisema tutaambia watu kuvote wisely. Watu wachukue kura. Kama uko na kitambulisho, uende na hujajiandikisha kufika sasa, uende kwa chief, uende kwa nini, uende kwa chief ujiandikishe, uende nini, kwa inaitwaje?
Constituency.
Yeah, kwa constituency yako ujiandikishe, uhakikishe unapigia Raila Odinga kama president wako wa 5. Hivyo tu ndio tunataka, na venye Sabina alisema ni mzuri kupoteza ukiwa katika upande wa kuwin kuliko kuwin ukiwa upande wa kulosi. Sasa Wakenya mjitokeze, mchukue kura. Jua huu mwaka ni mwaka wa baba, yote yaliyokuwa yameliwa na nzike Mungu anaenda kuyarejesha. Wale wenye wanapendanga kusema sijui eti baba alilaaniwa hata kuwa president, hatawahi ongoza Kenya, nataka kuambia huu mwaka ndio unaenda kuonyesha ya kwamba laana huwa zinaisha. Kama ukweli kulikuwa na laana, hata wewe mahali huko ujiamini kwa mambo yako yenye unafanya ya kwamba yatakuja kutimia. Kitu ya maana, bora usife moyo mapema. Jaribu kuendeleza, jaribu kupush, yaani jaribu kujiamini wewe kama wewe. Wacha kujiika kwa watu, kuona maisha ya watu, kutamani ya watu. Baba atakuwa the 5th na bila wasiwasi baba anaenda kushinda, ila tunaomba Wakenya wajitokeze, waende Huduma Center wajiandikishe, uende kwa chief, uende kwa yaani katika mahali popote hitajika. Kama uko na ID venye baba huwa anasema, bunduki, uhakikishe uko na risasi, ndiposa tuhakikishe tumempeleka katika State House, amekuwa amri jeshi mkuu. Ni hayo tu.
Asante Nancy. Selina, dakika mbili.
Yes, asante sana. Chenye nataka kusema kuhusu hiyo, tuliambiwa Central wanajua kupiga kura, na ndiyo sababu grupu ya Sabina Cheke walienda Nyanza kuambia watu ya Nyanza wajitokeze vile Central inafanya, na ndio sababu grupu hiyo ingine waliona uchungu ya kwamba Sabina Cheke na hiyo mpunge mwingine ya
Kanini
Tetu,
Kega.
Kanini Kega walienda kuambia watu yote siri ya Central kupiga kura. Hivyo ndiye kazi Sabina Cheka alienda akafanya, na ndiye ikafanya watu wengi walisikia uchungu juu alienda kufunza watu siri. Temba, mtu akikuja kwako na kuambia siri na ni siri ya ukweli, mwenzako atasikia mbaya kwa sababu anajua amekueducate. So vile Sabina Cheka alienda kuonyesha watu ya Nyanza jinsi ya kupiga kura, isikuwe 96 na kumbe ni 96 na ni 45,000 tu walipiga kura. So Sabina Cheka walisema 100 over 100, wenye wako hospitali, wenye wako maternity, wenye wako maututi, wote wapelekwe vile Sister Julia amesema. Na mimi najua saa hii ukifika Nyanza, hiyo ndio mwito ya kwamba kabla hujaomba jirani maji ama hujaomba jirani akuja akusaidie, ujisaidie mwenyewe. Hivyo Bible pia inatuambia. So yangu tu ni kusema wakati tunapojiandaa, tuanze kwanza kujua amani ni kitu ya muhimu kama kina mama na watoto na wasee na vijana yetu na wasichana yetu. Tunaambia kabla ya kura tuhakikishe tuko na amani. Nchi yetu imetulia. Saa hii kila Mkenya anaenda pali popote Kenya. Tuweke hiyo amani baada ya tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8, na baba akiapishwa akuja atuweke sisi wote pamoja, na wale wengine ni wa Kenya pia. Tunawaambia mnasema baba ameseeka, wacha baba achukue hii, na nyinyi kwa sababu muko vijana na muko na nguvu, msichana hii anapeanwa, si ati ni wa mwisho. Wewe kama bado ni kijana, ngojea hii boma iko na wasichana wengi. So hii ya kwanza tunapatia baba, ile ingine inakuja tutaangalia ile kati ya hiyo vijana sasa nani ametosha kuoa, kwa sababu pia kwa nyumba ya baba hii mwingine hako na vijana wengi, lakini hapo tutaangalia baada ya baba nani ametosha kuchunga familia na nani, kwa sababu jamii zingine kijana ya mwisho hawezi oa kama first born hajapata bibi. So tunataka kuambia wacha baba amalize, alafu sasa turudi kwa vijana tuone kati ya wale wako sasa nani ni wa kwanza, ndiye tumwangalie. Alafu kama wewe ni last born, utapita ungoje vijana hao wawili watatu wapate bibi na wewe pia ukuje upate bibi. So Kenya, amani, 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 amani.
Asante Mama Selina. Maggie, dakika zako 2.
Hata mimi ninatoa shukrani sana kwa what is happening now. It seems everybody in Kenya, I don't want to say that some people, everybody in Kenya are now seeing the light. You know, so many people were only seeing darkness, whereby it was my person, which has really drained Kenya into a drainage, and we didn't know. We are in a drainage. I was in Kenya sometimes back, and I found what is happening in Kenya is not even something you can explain. It is despicable. So let everybody spread out the gospel. Take your vote. Go and register as a voter. And then after you have registered as a voter, they are going to decide. Don't actually decide for them the way you are deciding or Baba or what. Let them decide. Are you going to vote for wheelbarrow? Because I feel pain so many times when mimi nimeshomesa watoto wangu sana, siwezi kukudanganya. Mpaka everyone, I have 4 children, but everybody has got master's degree. Alafu mtu anaona this hard work yangu nimefanya, ajui niliwashomesa namna gani, anataka mtoto wangu sasa awe asukume wheelbarrow. So the mothers, even those children who are taking this, who are registering for voters, do you want to vote for somebody who is just going to give your child a wheelbarrow after struggle na yeye mpaka amefanya nini, amesoma kabisa, na mtu badala ya kumpatia maelekeo nzuri Create jobs, ananunua wheelbarrow awapatie mtoto yako, that is despicable for our country actually. So let us spread the gospel, but don't discourage them that, oh, you must do baba sijui nini. Just ask them, you want wheelbarrow ama unataka unity? I think wheelbarrow na unity is totally different, because mimi hatuwezi kusikilizana na mtu na amesoma na bado anasukuma wheelbarrow. Wheelbarrow mimi nitanunulia mwenye ananifanyia kazi, nimemwalika, but sio ati sasa mtoto yangu ninamnunulia wheelbarrow, umesoma sana, chukua hii wheelbarrow uende ufanye kazi. And the effort you're making is just so vital, and may God bless you people abundantly. And I know with this effort we are in the right path to make Kenya what we want it to be. Thank you people so much, and may God bless you.
Thank you, Maggie. Julia, dakika zako mbili.
Okay, because the topic today was about irregularities. Now, the irregularities may not happen in Nyanza for AZIMIO. So I think AZIMIO should spend finances on the neutral grounds. One of them is Nairobi, and Central will be a neutral ground. I can assure you that. Central will be a neutral ground, and Central will vote any side. So funds should be spent on having strong agents in those neutral grounds, Central Province, Nairobi Province, Nairobi County, and I think Coast may also be kind of a neutral ground, and Eastern may kind of, I think the only place that may be so much swayed towards Baba that is Nyanza. Nyanza people may not have room really to steal, but neutral grounds people steal. I think all of you have been in this country, those of us when you tumeka kidogo, even the days of Moi, we know that there were days that votes could be semen mimi na Mr. Themba. And Mr. Themba amepata 48,000 na mimi 45,000. You know that they can be swapped hata pale kwa polling station. Record inaenda Themba ndiye amepata hii na Julia ndiye amepata hii. You people, you know those things happen in this country, even with Chebukati or without Chebukati. Even with Chebukati, they are without Chebukati. So we need agents in all those places. We need, I think, AZIMIO, you need to spend money. And even if they want to go fund me, Americans do that. They can go fund me, because we must make sure hakuna kura moja hata moja imeenda, because you see there are people in Central who vote for Baba, alafu watu wanapeana picha kwamba hapa ni regions ya kina nani. So those votes can easily kind of just disappear somewhere. So we need, I think AZIMIO should make sure they have agents in those neutral grounds. That should be the first objective. The next thing, now I'm learning that people are still registering the constituency office headquarters. So I think now it is a duty of the officials of these parties that are backing AZIMIOs to go on the ground from house to house. Watu wa Central wanafanyanga hivyo, from house to house, nionyeshe kura yako. Nionyeshe kura. They do that. They do those things from house to house. Before IBC stops doing the registration at the constituency level, they can transport these people, because I'm sure maybe in every homestead there lazima kuwe kuna mtu mwenye hana kura. Lazima. So that one can be done now. And you never know, Baba can add another 500,000 votes through that kind of an exercise. So I think my slogan is this time, AZIMIO ni kumira. Asante, Mr. Themba.
Thank you, Selina. Alex?
Not Selina, Julia.
Yeah.
Selina ameongea hapa sana mpaka amechukua majina ya watu. Julia, sorry mono Julia. Okay, Alex.
Tembo, acha nikusalimu, tukusalimiane. So
Yeah, nimesalimika.
yeah, shukrani. And that is what I was saying to Baba needs to have a decisive win. But from where I'm sitting from, I think that's going to be very difficult on his side because of a few things that I'm noting. The first thing is that we are having partnership with people from Central Province. For the first time, there's still voter apathy. Let's wait for Sagana 3 and see if they are going to have the excitement to go to the ballot box. But I don't think it will be as much like previously when we see their candidates going. And they might say that because of some reasons, but I mean, they've had candidates competing against each other sometimes, like in 2002, whereby we had two of their candidates. And on our side, we have had a running mate from Western, then we had running mate again from Eastern. And if those factors are not there this time, when you look at the statistics, and I'm following the statistics from Electoral Commission and IBC, Western has been one of the most disappointing when it comes to percentage. They can even go up to 57%. I don't know if it's true, or I think IBC were in a cook that number to go down. But if that rate was to be followed, that the highest was in 2002 when Kijana Wamalwa was the ballot box as a vice president, then I hope they increase that number. DAP should increase that number. But if statistics were to remain, if the common denominator was to remain, we are still going to have a low turnout among people. Now, with Nyanza, for the first time, I'm not worried about their turnout. This being the reason. The reason before why Nyanza did not have, especially Luo Nyanza, is because sometimes people felt the most qualified candidate were rigged out during the nomination. So by the time we come to the election, it's like election was finished long time ago. Okay, so we are going for the first time to have competing candidates. So if ODM is not going to offer the best of the candidate, a DAP offers. Remember, some places like Ford Kenya won because they were allowed to have such candidates and they were within the NASA or the court. I think Nyanza now is going to choose leaders not based on their party, three-piece suit, within the AZIMIO. So excitement is going to be there that, huyu hatumtaki. So for Luo Nyanza, I am not worried this time around because we know some people, if they will be given ODM nomination, we don't care. We will vote them hata kwa chama cha mbolea. So we are glad about that, because that's what has been helping Central. Central, they had a variety and a galaxy of parties whereby, you know, they could choose even through independent, and still after independent parties, they could work with the president under the umbrella of the president. But in Luo Nyanza, that was a taboo. It either ODM or go to the nearest hell. So, but this time I think they have that choice to choose. If that is the case, I think what were cost will remain constant. Eastern watu ya Kalonzo tutaona vile wana make decision, because Kalonzo, for me, like Stone PK said, he's not so decisive. I mean, it has taken him too long until it doesn't matter to me whether he comes or not. I mean, it looks like he's just playing his games, personal gains to negotiate on a personal level. Now it's not negotiating as AZIMIO as we want. So that decisive win, it might go low. But the people from Rift Valley and those people in UDA, those who love and like the DP no matter what, I'm telling you, if we are not careful, those people will come in huge numbers. They are few people, but they are very fanatical. They are like the Trumpians. They are like the Trump people. They will come there, they will wear their t-shirts, they will vote very early in the morning, and they might even decide to sit in the polling station if they are not chased away, and that's the kind of excitement I'm seeing from them. So that decisive win needs to be talked over, and we need to start telling our people that don't say that Baba ameshinda hii kitu, don't say that Baba ameshinda hii kitu, because I'm afraid that some of the competitions that I wanted to be between Kiraitu and Munya has gone, between Ongeri and Simbarati is going, and we are seeing many people fearing that kind of competition. Ababu Namwamba has already connived. Kaniri, I don't know if it's even going to vie, because Kaniri said he's going to vie for governorship. Lea ameingia AZIMIO. I don't know if he's going to stand or not. So we need that competition. Once we eliminate that fierce competition, we eliminate the turnout too. Trust me, that competition is what helps the central people. Those are my few words, and good night and good morning, wherever you are. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex. Ziana, tufungie stesheni.
Nashukuru sana Bwana Temba kunipa nafasi hii tena. Nimesikia Alex akizungumza ya kwamba Nyanza iko sawa sawa. Sioni kama Nyanza iko sawa sawa, kwa sababu unaona Sabina Chege akienda pale, hawaamini bado. Hawana uaminifu kwamba wakati huu hautaibwa tena. Ukiuliza mtu kule Nyanza, bado wangali na ile hofu ya kwamba kutaibwa tu. Sasa wanasema Ruto anajua kuiba zaidi ya mwingine. So ndio wanajaribu kuelezewa ya kwamba huizi hamna, waende wachukue kura, watu washinde kura. Kwa hivyo tunafaa kuwaelezea watu wa Nyanza ya kwamba waende wachukue kura, bado watu wangali wanachukua kura, wachukue kura, watokezee, ili wasije wakasema kumeibwa, washinde kwa shindo kuu. Kwa hivyo watu wa Nyanza, mimi nawaomba mchukue kura. Watu wangali wanachukua kura, chukueni kura mpaka mpitishe. Kile ingine niko nayo, nashukuru Julia kwa mazungumzo yako, Selina kwa mazungumzo yako, Stone PK na Alex na Bwana Temba kuchangia juu watu wakisha zungumza. Na waomba Wakenya wenzangu, mnapoenda kuchukua kupiga kura, chagua yule atakaye kutendea kazi vizuri, mchapa kazi. Usiangalie ndugu yako au dada yako au ni nani. Ninaomba Wakenya mchague watu kwa makini. Alex, leo usiniambie ati na zungumuza kigungumzi. Kwa hivyo naomba Wakenya, nawaomba muende mupige kura kwa yule mtu ambaye atawachagua, atakufanyia kazi, mjakazi, servant kwa King'eng'e, mjakazi. Anza na MP wako. MP ndio mtu ambaye yuko karibu, MCA ndio yuko mtu ambaye yuko karibu nawe wa kwanza, akifuatiliwa mbunge, alafu ndio utafika kwa senator, ndio ufike kwa governor. Chagua yule mtu atakutendea kazi. Usiangalie anatoka upande gani, usiangalie ya kwamba ni mtu wa party gani, ila hali ni mtu ambaye anaweza fanya kazi, kwa sababu hapo ndio chanzo cha kila kitu, chanzo cha mahali unapoishi. Kwa sababu ni MCA wako ndio utakimbia kwake kama kuna jambo usiku. Kwa hivyo Wakenya, nawaomba muwe na amani na undugu. Tukiwa na undugu, Sitajua Julia atoka wapi. Nitamuuliza tu Julia watoka wapi, ataniambia mimi ni Mkenya. Nasema basi dada, nashukuru. Alex, watoka wapi? Kenya. Ndugu yangu, nashukuru. Kwa hivyo tuwe na undugu na ndipo tutapata amani. Kwanza, kitu cha kwanza tuweke undugu, ndipo tutakuwa na amani, alafu umoja itaingia. Kwa hiyo na washukuru wa Kenya, tupige kura vizuri. Kwako Themba.
Themba, dakika moja. Madam Ziana, ukweli ni mzuri na ukweli unatu set free. I don't know how to say that in Swahili, but I think it sounds sweet.
Inatuacha huru.
It doesn't sound sweet. So let me talk my English. So, ukiona tangu ugatuzi, when devolution came, the people of Siaya were excited to choose the person they wanted. From the onset, Oburu Odinga messed up by declaring that he wanted to vie. And you know the consequences of what happened. They ended up on a candidate that was a compromise, who became a governor twice, not because he qualified, but because they saw that since Baba, that is his bedrock. And I'm telling you, it had an impact for the people of Siaya. And what I'm saying this time around, if you listen to the speech of, if you listen to the speech of Nicholas Gumbo, that was this week, and I hope tomorrow we listen to it, you will realize what he said. Once competition is left so that people could choose their leaders down there in Nyanza, especially Luo, but who could you, they decide. As long as we are in AZIMIO, that fierce competition will make everyone go and vote for the person that they want to. And if that is allowed, I'm telling you, we will see more people come. But once the elections end, in a by-election, at election isishe, by-election is in March. Sasa hiyo unajua kabisa liwe liwalo, this is going to be a MP. Why are you going to vote? That's what has discouraged many people. And that is why I'm saying, let them encourage competition. Once they allow it, yes. If they don't, you will see voter apathy. Big one. And that is what we are saying. Let them live. Let people acknowledge that Gumbo can become an MP. Unaona hata by election yenye ilikuwa last time from Mugenya. Orengo campaigned to the last minute. What happened? Karani took over. Why? Competition was allowed. And we need that. And that is what Central has done. We used to think that Central wamegawana. No, even an independent person can win. Why? Because everybody comes and votes for their. Once they vote, wakisha ingia huko, they work with the president. That is the kind of competition and democracy that we want down there. Three-piece ni mzuri, but this time around, I mean, it doesn't work. What works is somebody who is going to deliver. And that is what the people of Siaya are asking for this time around. The people of Homa Bay, 2 times Awiti was sick for almost 4 years. Anaenda German akirudi. It's like they never had a governor. But we cannot talk. Why? Because we respect Baba. But Baba needs now to see that, you know, wacha people to choose their governors. And that's why his person who is heading his presidential candidate was an independent candidate from Laikipia. And he has performed, and he has shown Kenya that it doesn't matter which party you come from when it comes to being a governor. You can perform and deliver to your people. As long as you align yourself after election, don't act like you're so independent now. Work with the rest of the people so that you can deliver. Thank you.
Alex, hapo Siaya kuna mambo. Siaya kuna mambo. Sasa utataka kuacha Orengo ama uchague Orengo anajua yeye anaenda kama governor. Alafu pale Owino pia yuko. Siaya kuna mambo. Msipotatua,
and that is why I'm saying that competition is going to be good.
Haya.
That competition will be good for Siaya people. That's why I'm saying people will come to vote for their people. Watu ya Ugenya watakuja hapa, watu wa Usaga watakuja hapa, and you will see now it will skyrocket if all those people will be in the ballot.
Okay, thank you, Alex, for that. Together with the other. Now, what we need to appreciate is that there's intra-party democracy and, of course, the general democracy. Now, parties have always faced that nomination headache, which is facing all the parties. Even the UDA, they're having that problem. Ruto is having a bigger headache than even Baba. And it faces all the parties. So we hope that they are able to manage the nomination thing well, because there's no way that it has been like Laikipia governor went independent because of the nomination issues in Jubilee, and the other independent candidates who actually won in across the country because of the nomination issues. Now, what I want, I like the new political parties act that was signed the other day. It actually gives you room. If you realize that you won't be, you are popular on the ground, and you think that the party nomination is not what you want for yourself, you don't have to join any party. You can register as an independent candidate, and you go straight. For you, there'll be nothing like nomination. And we then encourage, for those people who feel like the political parties are not their cup of tea, or they'll be, they'll kind of be treated not well. They can they'll be shortchanged. They can go and become independent candidates, so that they
I
can.
just have a question there. So if we are two independent, so we just all go independent.
Yeah. You. It doesn't matter how many of you are independent, but you have identified early that you are an independent candidate. So there's nothing like you go, you lose the nomination, and then you become an independent candidate. If you have lost in nomination, that's it. It's closed for you until the next election. So those people need to think.
And Themba, if BBI had passed, we could have had something that is similar to here in the US, the right in. Unaweza kuwa hauko huko na Themba ako hapa Amerika, na kila mtu aamue tu kuwrite jina yake huko, and you become
yeah. So
right in candidate.
So let's appreciate the new political parties, Bill, and let the candidates start knowing that they have options. They don't have to stick with one party. You don't have to stick with the ODM. If you think that ODM is not good with its nomination, you don't have to stick with UDA if you think it is not good with it. You can still support the presidential candidate and tell all the people who are supporting you to vote for your presidential candidate of choice. But if you think you are popular, just go out ahead and register as independent candidate. I really don't find it nice when people start giving parties lectures. If you think you don't belong to a party and you think a party is going to not handle you well, you have an option to go as an independent candidate. That is for me what I think. But if you align yourself to a political party, go by the political party rules. I mean, if there's, because I know ODM, there's universal suffrage, there's candidates agreeing, and also for the parties that are around AZIMIO, they're also trying to agree if they're going to zone or they're going to allow them. But again, you can take any other party. Like I know there's a guy who has been in ODM for a while, but he has joined their parties. I mean, there are parties that are hawking the certificates. Some of them don't. There will be no nomination at all. They want to be popular. So go for such parties if you think, as long as they are affiliated with your presidential candidate of choice. For example, if you think is a party affiliated with AZIMIO, you take many parties. There's Green Party. There's over 80 parties. You don't have to face nomination. If you fear nomination, you don't have to face nomination. Just go to a party that you think is aligned with your presidential candidate of choice. However, I know why the presidential candidates want, many members of parliament that they can control, Because once you have so many members who are coming from different places, you will require a lot of negotiations when you go up there. I think that's why after they register AZIMIO, all these people under AZIMIO will go to parliament as AZIMIO, and that way probably they'll be bound by that pact. So let's encourage people, as many people, to get out. If you feel that you have the qualities, if you feel like you have the call for leadership, get out there. If you think a party is not going to give you a fair nomination, go register as an independent candidate. If you think that this party is not going to treat you well, there are many parties. There are over 84 parties. Go. There are parties which don't even need any nomination. You just give them the money, you become their candidate. Then you think you're popular, sell yourself. People will, members will come and elect you. Kenyans are above issues of parties. Kenyans now want leadership. Most of them have grown beyond the issue of parties. They want leadership. So don't worry, usinganganie party ati unaenda sasa kuattack party. Sijui ODM wakifanya au nini wakifanya. No. The political parties to just even go to other parties that you think. Wakikukata, kubali umekataliwa, utakubali walikubali ODM ukabaki. I mean, that's how it is. Thank you so much, everyone. It has been nice us having this discussion from 9 p.m. Kenyan time up to right now. I don't know what time it is, PK, but we really thank you for staying on. And as always, we say, we need to keep talking, because when we stop talking, we start fighting. We don't want to fight. We want to keep talking. So
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock, yeah. So we started when you guys, before you slept, some of you are waking up, and we are still here. We thank you. And always we say you only need 4 things. You need a working gadget, connectivity, something to share, and of course a willingness to learn. Now, once you have that, always come on, and then we can share. Now, as you subscribe to Motembe channel, I also invite you to subscribe to my personal, my channel that I run with my daughter. We have kindly subscribe. Thank you so much for those who have subscribed. We really appreciate. I've put it there. Kindly subscribe and follow us. Julia, tafadhali subscribe kwa hiyo channel yangu. It's yeah.
What's the name of the channel again?
Temba Ondiege TV. Temba Ondiege TV. Nimeweka hapo. It's on YouTube. Just go there, subscribe, share. Now, before we close the show, normally we say a prayer, and our prayer is the first answer of our national anthem in Kiswahili. Stone PK ulihepa last time, sasa leo ni siku yako. So tafadhali tuseme ombi, the first answer of the national anthem. Na useme si kuimba.
Temba unanilemea sana. Si nilisema nikaanguka laini moja tu. Acha tuone kama nitapata.
Leo unaona Alex squeeze anatoroka akisikia sasa tumefika wakati wa maombi. Anahepa kwa sababu haya, twende Stone PK.
Haya. Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi. Na na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru. Raha tupate nini?
Na ustawi.
Na ustawi.
Tupate na ustawi. Endo ushike. Julia, kesho jioni kama utakuja tufunge show, wewe ndio utatufungia. Lakini usihepe kama Alex. Alex siku hizi haya, tuonane baadaye, later today. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Nimewashukuru nyote. Asanteni.
Alamsiki.
Haya, inshallah. Okay, bye.